Good morning and welcome to the pre-agenda item interview for Wednesday, December 14th, 2023. We have one appointment for the Commission on Infrastructure Asset Reporting and Investment, and I will ask our clerk to please read the title of the bill.
Bill 2035, Resolution appointing Michelle Miller Beener as a member of the Commission on Infrastructure, Asset Reporting and Investment with a term to expire September 15, 2027.
Thank you. Ms. Beener, would you like to join us at the table? You're welcome to come all the way over here if you'd like to, since it's just us this morning. Thank you. Welcome. If you'd like to introduce yourself and give us a little bit of a background, we have your resume here, but for the public who might be tuning in, a little bit of a background on you and what you'd like us to know about you.
Certainly. Thank you very much for your time this morning to interview me for this important committee. I am the owner of Aspire Grant and Development, a WBE organization that works primarily in the city. We've written a number of federal grants, state grants for infrastructure projects over the years. We've been in business about 10 years, and so as a part of that, I've been involved in so much infrastructure development that this is something of interest and passion. I'm very excited to be considered for membership on this important committee.
Thank you. Well, I'm also glad to be in this role this morning because I happen to be council's representative to this new commission on infrastructure. We call it the Bridge Commission. Eventually, I think we'll be focusing much more on infrastructure overall. And so although you might acknowledge, and we might all acknowledge that we're still working to determine the full scope of the commission and exactly what role it will fill in the city, to the extent that you can articulate it to us, what do you think you will bring to the commission?
So I'm always tracking grants, federal funding opportunities, state and other. And, you know, interestingly, the Biden administration has done a wonderful job of breaking out infrastructure investments for bridges, infrastructure, roadways over a 3-year period. So we're tracking all the time dollars as they're available, projecting them out forward. And those, I think, are important things that I can bring to the table. Additionally, I've had the opportunity to work with the City Grants Office, and it's been a wonderful experience. We've worked cooperatively on a few projects, so I'm looking forward to that as well.
Well, you bring an interesting point that we are sort of experiencing an unprecedented level of federal government support for infrastructure projects, and we're not sure how much longer that will last. And so do you think that there's anything that specifically now that you would be able to help the city accomplish above and beyond what, you know, as through this commission, above and beyond what we already are aiming to do, or certainly great. It seems like the commission has a lot of technical experts when it comes to engineering and planning and the trades and, you know, communication. I'm not sure we have anyone who is well versed in this particular type of grant seeking. But yeah, from your vantage point, what more can the commission do to support the obtaining of this grant funding?
We bring technical expertise to grant applications, and I think one of the things we do extremely well is the benefit cost analysis for DOT program applications. We've done I prepared one for the city of Pittsburgh for the Lower Hill District, and that application was funded just around $10 million. I also authored the BCA benefit cost analysis for the Allegheny County Airport Authority for their cargo project. That was a $23 million federal investment. So I think, I come with some tools that I would be really honored to bring to the table to advance the city and infrastructure overall. Of course, the Bridge Investment Program is just closed in December, so we'd be looking at applications out a year, but I think planning for those applications is something I would be very honored to be involved in.
And, you know, bridges is one thing, that's the impetus for this whole commission. But when we started talking about infrastructure at our first formal infrastructure investment commission, or asset reporting and investment commission, we really got to talking about, is there a limit to what is considered infrastructure? You know, landslides, trees as infrastructure. So, like, we probably don't want to creep fall into a mission creep kind of situation. But when it comes to landslides and funding for landslide remediation, when it comes to sort of climate preparedness and readiness, when it comes to thinking about floodplains and where people live as infrastructure and retaining walls and what's necessary there, roads, sidewalks, everything. Are there other opportunities for other types of I guess, how does that sync up with what the federal government or state government, for that matter, or other grant opportunities are considering as, fundable for cities?
Absolutely. It's a valid point. There's so much there, and I think one of the things that I'm encouraging everyone to do at the city level is to shelf projects, because there's a number of opportunities under the Department of Energy right now. It's a kind of a first time we've ever seen so much funding in the Department of Energy for projects in sustainable construction, construction of infrastructure assets that are somewhat non-traditional. So looking to make changes in construction and including sustainable materials is very important, but also looking at our justice communities across the city and making sure that we're taking advantage of opportunities at different agencies that are new and unique and specific to those Justice 40 communities.
That's great. That's great. It all sounds wonderful. I don't have any further questions. Madam Clerk, have we been joined by any council members online? Okay. Well, I can almost assure you that you have full support from council members to join this commission. I'm very much looking forward to working with you on the commission, and I thank you for joining us today and for your patience.
It was my pleasure.
Thank you. All right. Having exhausted the business of this pre-agenda interview, I will move to adjourn.
So good morning and welcome to the Standing Committee meeting for Wednesday, December 13th, 2023. All council meetings will continue to be live streamed on the city's website. Our first order of business is roll call. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Reverend Burgess. Mr. Coghill.
Here.
Mr. Kraus.
Here.
Mrs. Kelsman.
Here.
Ms. Strasburger.
Here.
Ms. Warwick.
Here.
Mr. Wilson. Mr. Lavelle Chair.
Here.
6 members present.
And I believe...
I'm here. I was on mute by mistake. I'm here.
7 members present.
Thank you. Our next order of business is public comment. I would like to remind all speakers that the rules of council state that comments are limited to matters of concern, official action, or deliberation which are or may be before city council, and profanity is not permitted. After you are called, please restate your name, provide your neighborhood for the record. You will be given 3 minutes to speak. Our first registered speaker is Dr. Ronald Lynn Miller, whom I do not see with us. Our next speaker is Naomi Mullen.
Here, industry not shady deals in Bon Air. Last year, the detrimental Bon Air school building worsened into being a disruptive and nuisance property. We have objected to the apartments or anything else there other than the green space to replace the school. Tear it down. The building is a magnet to youth who broke into the building, trespassed, and 3 had to be escorted out of the building in handcuffs. Tear it down. Other neighborhoods have been blighted with worse. Do not allow it to happen to Bon Air. The outcry to the school board has proven futile. Put pressure on them to sell it to the city for $1. Tear it down. Now that Kennedy Park is no longer considered part of Bon Air, we want the school to become a green space as replacement. Open deals, not shady deals in Bon Air. Even current Pittsburgh Public Schools employees have said the solution is to tear the building down to create a green space. This year, we had a meeting for Bon Air green space. Again, no one from the Board of Education showed up. Also, not a single citizen wanted anything other than a green space to replace the school building. Our voices are being ignored from Bon Air. We are being harmed. This is inexcusable. The superior approach of Pittsburgh Public Schools is dictatorial, abhorrent to the people, with a government that was created of the people and for the people. The waste, fraud, and abuse of school tax resources is tremendous regarding the long-closed school. Jessica Benham and Anthony Coghill both attended our community meeting that time. Thanks to our elected state representative and city councilman for being there. Mayor Gainey showed up at our Bon Air Town Hall meeting. He saw that there was strong opposition to apartments in the long-closed Bon Air school. Councilman Coghill was so convinced of the opposition to apartments that the planned virtual meeting was canceled. Had the residents known the virtual meeting would not occur, there would have been even more opponents in attendance. Former Mayor Peduto appointed a board to recommend that the school not be torn down. What gives anyone the right to usurp the will of residents who have quality of life and property value to defend? Shady trees, not shady deals in Bon Air.
Thank you. Our next registered speaker is Michael Wirtz. I do not see him online. Is there a Michael Wirtz with us? If not, our next speaker is Mike Brown.
Hey, good morning, members of City Council. My name is Mike Brown, Head of Communications and Public Affairs with the with the Natural Fibers Alliance. We are a coalition of producers and associations that support the use of natural and sustainable materials and clothing, accessories, and other goods. I stand before you today to express my strong opposition to 2023-2290 for the record, an ordinance that would ban the sale and manufacturing of fur and other animal-derived clothing and accessories in the city of Pittsburgh. We believe that such a ban would not only be impractical to enforce, but it would also be based on falsehoods and would have a negative consequence on local retail businesses. It is crucial to maintain consistency in our approach to animal welfare. Mink and other animals used in the fur industry are no different from animals raised for food or other purposes. If we are to ban fur, we should also consider banning other industries that utilize animal products such as leather or wool. Singling out the fur industry without a rational basis is arbitrary and unfair. In conclusion, I urge you to reject the proposed ordinance to ban the sale and manufacturing of fur in the city of Pittsburgh. It is an unenforceable measure that infringes on personal choice and privacy, lacks reasonable grounds, and exceeds the limitations set by state statute. Let us focus on fostering a thriving business environment while promoting responsible and ethical practices in all industries. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kim Salvo, whom I also do not see online. Our next speaker is Jessica Custon. Jessica Custon. Our next speaker is Carl Herman.
Good morning, all. My name is Carl Herman. I'm the fourth generation owner of Carl Herman Furs, and I'd like to publicly state, for the record, my opposition to Bill 2023-2290, an ordinance that would ban the retail sale of fur and animal-derived clothing and accessories. Having been in the business for 124 years, I look forward to doing business for another 124 years, weather permitting, of course. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our last registered speaker is Christine Gale.
Thank you. My name is Christine Gale, and I'm an attorney at Frank Gale Bales and Pocrass here in downtown Pittsburgh. And I have been a resident of Squirrel Hill Greenfield for approximately 40 years. I am here to oppose 2023-2290. I have known Mr. Herman for approximately 40 years and have done business with his furrier for that length of time. I find him to be a very wonderful and solid, humane, and ethical businessman, and I would beg the council to ban or to reject this bill. to ban any sale of animal fur or animal products in Pittsburgh. Smithfield Street is already a dying community. It's already dangerous to walk down Smithfield Street. I still do it because I go from my office to court very regularly, but it is a dangerous area even to walk now. Smithfield Street can't afford to lose another business. Mr. Herman can't afford, it would be absolutely cost prohibitive for him to move his business out of downtown Pittsburgh. But Pittsburgh can't afford to lose more business. I also would like to just mention how inconsistent I believe this bill is. I remember years ago going to get a fur out of storage. It was the day before Thanksgiving. There were protests outside of Herman's Furs. I happened to know one of the protesters, and she approached me and said, "Oh my goodness, how can you wear fur?" It was the day before Thanksgiving. So I asked the group, how many of you are going to be eating turkey tomorrow? This is a very slippery slope. Are we going to ban leather shoes, leather purses, leather briefcases, even the chairs, such as the chairs in this courtroom? Are we going to ban cat and dog food? It's all animal products. I have cats. They're not vegetarians. They eat fish, they eat beef, they eat chicken, they eat turkey. Are we going to ban the traditions that we have in our society for Thanksgiving and Christmas, for turkey, for ham, for lamb, for 7 fishes, for the Italians who always have 7 fishes at Christmas time? Are we going to ban restaurants that sell beef and chicken, sushi, lobster? Are we going to ban zoos for being cruel? This is just a slippery slope and very inconsistent, so I would implore you not to accept this bill or even to let it go any further. Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts our list of registered speakers. If there's anyone in chambers wishing to speak, please come forward at this time. Provide your name and neighborhood. You will also be given 3 minutes to speak. Is there anyone in chambers wishing to speak? If not, that moves us on to our standing committee agenda. Our first committee today is Finance and Law. I will simply ask for members' patience as we try to navigate a rather lengthy agenda today, and we're probably going to have to move some things around. So the first committee is Finance and Law, chaired by myself. Our first supplemental paper is Bill 2299.
Bill 2299, excuse me, resolution amending Resolution 523 of 2023, entitled Resolution Authorizing the Mayor and the Director of the Office of Management and Budget to enter into an agreement or agreements and amendments thereto with Medical Debt Resolution, Inc., doing business as RIP Medical Debt, for services relating to the purchasing and retiring of medical debt for certain City of Pittsburgh residents for a sum not to exceed $1 million by updating the funding sources.
Second discussion.
With discussion, Councilman Wilson, and just let the record reflect, Councilwoman Gross has also joined us online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment here, I know we've been working on this for a while. I'm going to be brief about this. This is very technical. Our OMB wants us to include the actual name of who we're going on our contract with, RIP Medical Debt. So in prior legislation, we did not name explicitly because, we weren't, there was an RFP for it and RFQ for it, and we let that process take place without naming anyone. Now we can name someone because they qualify, and that's what we're going to go forward with. So appreciate all the support we can get on this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed.
2 in opposition. Affirmative recommendation.
Technical amendment.
That takes us to Bill 2300.
Bill 2300, resolution amending Resolution 500 of 2023, which reappropriated Federal American Rescue Plan funding by updating the approved projects as outlined in Exhibit A, version 6.
Motion to hold for public hearing, please.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Bill will be held for a public hearing.
Can this be in the public hearing we have for the budget?
Yes, it'll be
Yes.
it'll
I
be
just
part
wanna
of
make sure.
tomorrow's hearing.
Okay, just want to make sure.
That takes us to Bill 2312.
Bill 2312, resolution amending Resolution Number 723 of 2022, effective December 27, 2022, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2023 Capital Budget, the 2023 Community Development Program, and the 2023 through 2028 capital improvement program by increasing facilities improvements, sports facilities by $260,000, increasing facilities improvements, city facilities by $200,000, increasing play area improvements by $240,000, increasing park reconstruction by $97,998.50, increasing street resurfacing by $100,000, and increasing City Council's public service grants by $100,000 to be funded by a $997,998.50 transfer from the council as a body operating budget.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Well, I would like to just make one brief comment. This was grant funding that was supposed to come to city council. Instead of allocating the grant funds to various organizations, council members chose to add it to capital budget projects in our districts. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to Bill 2313.
Bill 2313, resolution further amending resolution number 647 of 2020, effective December 23, 2020, as amended, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2021 Capital Budget and the 2021 Community Development Block Grant Program and the 2021 through 2026 Capital Improvement Program by decreasing complete streets by $69,407.05 and increasing complete streets by $69,407.05.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2314.
Bill 2314, resolution further amending resolution 723, effective December 27, 2022, as amended, entitled Adopting and Approving the 2023 Capital Budget and the 2023 Community Development Block Grant Program, and approving the 2023 through 2028 Capital Improvement Program by increasing facilities improvements, city facilities by $13,500 to be funded by a $13,500 transfer from the council as a body operating budget.
Second, brief discussion.
Discussion?
This is the money moved from my office. I always have money left over from my office, and sometimes we split it up amongst the different offices. This year, I put some of it towards preserving this room and some of the other, we're starting a building fund, and it will be the Councilman Kraus Council Chambers Preservation Fund. So that's what this is.
Isn't that sweet?
Any
something
further
for-
discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. That takes us to our deferred papers. Members, there are a number of bills before us that are annual authorizations. We have a couple that we have to amend, so I'll slowly go through them and group the ones together that do not need amended, and then stop to amend the ones that do. So if we can begin by reading, oh no, that's the next bill. So can you read 2184?
Bill 2184, resolution providing for an agreement or agreements and a lease or leases by and between the City of Pittsburgh and First Vehicle Services, a Transdev company, pursuant to which First Vehicle will furnish all work and services needed to manage and maintain the city's vehicle fleet. Cost shall not exceed $135,994,438.35 over a 10-year period.
Motion to approve. Second.
Did we pass all these?
No.
Okay.
Any discussion?
Yeah. Just briefly, I just want to thank Councilwoman Gross and Pete, our budget office, Director McDevitt, for working with the administration to get this addressed in a way that everybody felt comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It does. Do we have the amendment?
Oh, yeah, it's supposed to say 6 years.
So,
Reconsider,
do we hit,
or what?
the vehicle fleet actually needs amended to reflect it's actually a 6-year,
Right.
but I don't believe we have the amendment before
Oh,
us.
we don't have it?
So make a verbal amendment, and then we can make it a written amendment before final vote on Tuesday.
Well, it's not as simple as that because it changes all the numbers.
Does it? Okay, oh, jeez.
Let me see if Louise,
If, is Brandon
she
on
has
here?
them prepared. See if she's finished.
Well, we can keep moving. If you can prepare the amendment, we'll motion to reconsider and come back to it. All right, so we got to come back to this. Okay, so now we're into our annual authorizations. Madam Clerk, if you could begin by reading 2147 and 2148 together. And Director McDevitt, if you could also come to the table.
Bill 2147, resolution authorizing the city of Pittsburgh to participate in applicable cooperative
We gotta
purchasing
amend the
agreements for
next
goods,
bill.
materials, equipment, supplies, services, or construction as authorized by the Commonwealth Procurement Code and the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Law for the 2024 fiscal year. And Bill 2148, resolution providing for the letting of contracts or for the use of existing contracts for the purchase of materials, supplies, and equipment for city departments in the maintenance, repair, rental, and/or leasing, rehabilitation, renovation, inspection, or servicing of city buildings and facilities, and for any miscellaneous services in and for any city departments, and providing for the payment of the cost thereof for the 2024 fiscal year.
Motion to approve. Need a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
One abstention, affirmative recommendation. Now will you please read Bill 2149?
Bill 2149, resolution adopting and approving the 2024 capital budget, the proposed 2024
Excuse me.
community development program, and the 2024 through 2029 capital improvement program.
Yep. It says it right there.
So the motion is to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Now we're going to need a motion to amend. Per yesterday's meeting, we're going to be attaching a text file to this that shows all the changes to the capital budget.
Second.
Need a second. And Pete, if you would simply walk us through each amendment.
Yes, Peter McDevitt, Council Budget Director. So all of the amendments that were voted on yesterday are included in this bill, so you'll be voting on them officially now. There's 9 of them, so I'll just run through each of those all together very quickly. Number 1 is to reallocate $100,000 from the project street resurfacing deliverable bituminous paving program, and
No.
these are all of the capital amendments. The first one is from the administration, the rest are from City Council. So the first one is to reallocate $100,000 from project street resurfacing deliverable bituminous paving program to the project flex beam guide rails and fencing deliverable flex beam guide rail and fencing. The second one is to reallocate $100,000 within the street resurfacing project from deliverable concrete street upgrades to new deliverable Blenheim Court concrete street upgrades. Number 3 is to reallocate $337,405 within the Complete Streets projects from deliverable neighborhood traffic calming to new deliverable 5th and Morewood intersection improvements at $200,000 and new deliverable Beechwood Linden Wilkins intersection improvements at $137,405. Number 4 is it reallocates $100,000 within the Complete Streets project from deliverable neighborhood traffic calming to new deliverable 10th and Muriel intersection improvements. Number 5 is to increase the project park reconstruction by $400,000 for new deliverable Marmaduke Park upgrades parks tax. Number 6 reallocates $855,000 from project public safety training facility deliverable public safety training facility master planning, and $495,000 from project park reconstruction deliverable Homewood Park contingency to facility improvements, city facilities, deliverable CCB elevators 1, 2, and 3. So that's a total of $1,350,000 being moved to that project and deliverable. Number 7 reallocates $50,000 within project slope failure remediation from deliverable rapid response upgrades to new deliverable Bogston retaining wall upgrades. Number 8 increases the PAYGO allocation to project capital equipment by $78,036 in 2024 for deliverable equipment leasing authority contingency.
What we're doing now?
And increases 2025 by $81,275 $85,318 in 2026, $88,790 in 2027, and $92,398 in 2028. In those outer years, those are for yet to be named deliverables. And number 9 is to increase the project Neighborhood Initiatives Fund by $500,000 for new deliverable East End community and economic development. Those are all the capital amendments.
We have a motion and a second and a delineation of the amendments. We vote on the amendments. Is that correct?
Yes. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The bill.
Abstain.
One abstention. The bill has been amended. Any further discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Peter,
Abstain.
thank you.
Affirmative recommendation.
Abstain.
One abstention. That takes us to Bill 2150.
Are you staying?
Bill 2150, resolution making appropriations to pay the expenses of conducting the public business of the city of Pittsburgh and for meeting the debt charges thereof for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2024.
Mr. Chair, the motion is to approve.
Yes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Now I need a motion to amend,
Motion to amend?
Second.
and the amendment is before all members. These are all changes being made to the operating budget. There are 29 of them. I'm not going to ask Director McDevitt to read all the detail of the bill, but if you could just read like maybe the title of each change.
Sure. Just to give a
this.
10,000-foot view, the changes to the actual resolution is it increases the appropriation in the general fund from $684,677,414 to $686,003,704. So about $9 million increase. And it increases the transfer to PAYGO from $22 million to $22,578,036. And then to just give a quick overview, Councilman Lavelle said, there are 29 individual amendments that go into those. The first one is to accurately reflect the number of policy analysts in DOMI. Number 2 is to realign salaries of various positions at the request of the controller. Number 3 is to adjust the food justice coordinator to the proper step and grade and add insurance costs. Number 4 is to add necessary benefits for vacant Assistant 1 inventory position. Number 5 is to add benefits for the Ethics Hearing Board Executive Director. Number 6 is to adjust the 2023 target budget estimate column to match the Q3 reports. Number 7 is to adjust the TransDev FVS allocation to add the PWSA target maintenance costs. Number 8 is to adjust the PNC Financial Services Group allocation to align with the approved numbers from Resolution 776 of 2023. Number 9 is to adjust IK Systems allocation to align with new budget requests with the contract. 10 is to add funding to centralize multi-department executive branch SAAS applications. 11 is to add funds to a PA Historical Museum Commission grant match that was not bid out in 2023. 12 is to increase members of council salaries to equal the average increase of all other city employees. 13 is to increase salary for assistant city clerk. 14 is to increase the salary for deputy clerk 1. 15 is to upgrade public engagement specialist to public engagement supervisor. 16 is to add processing archivist to the general fund. 17 is to add a legislative project manager to the council as a body budget. 18 is to increase salary for the community health and human services policy manager. 19 is to increase salary for the city council solicitor. 20 is to upgrade deputy clerk 2 to upgrade to deputy clerk to supervisor. 21 is to add nighttime economy project coordinator to the Department of Public Safety, Bureau of Administration.
Okay.
22 is to increase the salary for program development coordinator in the Department of Public Work, or Department of Parks and Recreation. 23 is to add editor videographer to the Department of Innovation and Performance. 24, there's parts A and B overall. Those are to show a 3% salary increase to the union positions with ongoing CBA negotiations. 25 is to decrease the transfer to the Stop the Violence Trust funds in 2025 through 2028. 26 is to increase the transfer to PAYGO to increase ELA funding. 27 is to add funding to the Department of Finance to transfer to the Pittsburgh Land Bank. 28 is to increase salaries for non-members of council staff in the city council district's budget. And 29 is to increase transfers to PAYGO to add East End community and economic development deliverables.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
The bill
Abstain.
has
Abstain.
one abstention. The bill has been amended. Any further discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. And just hang around a little longer, Director. If we can now read bills 2147, 2148 together.
We're going back to 2147?
Oh, I'm sorry. I flipped back to the wrong page. So if we could read bills 2151, 2152, 2153 together.
2151, resolution fixing the number of officers and employees of the city of Pittsburgh for the 2024 fiscal year and the rate of compensation thereof, and setting maximum levels for designated positions. Bill 2152, resolution authorizing city council to approve intra-departmental transfers throughout the 2024 fiscal year. And 2153, resolution authorizing appropriations and salaries of the Stop the Violence Fund for the 2024 fiscal year beginning January 1, 2024.
Motion to approve.
Need a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Now, if you could read Bill 2154. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't either.
Bill 2154, resolution authorizing appropriations, salaries, and capital expenditures of the Parks Trust Fund for the 2024 fiscal year beginning January 1, 2024.
Motion to approve, please.
Second.
And now we need a motion to amend.
Motion to amend, please.
So moved.
Second.
Yes,
Where's the amendment, though, Mr.
It is
Chair?
coming
This is it.
in front of you
Thank
right
Michael.
now.
Appreciate it.
Director McDevitt? This
So-
is fairly simple, but.
Yeah, this one is shorter than the other one. So this amends the parks tax budget to include the two changes that were made in the one in the operating budget, which was to reflect the 3% salary increase for PJCBC employees. So that adds $6,573 to the parks tax budget. And the second one is to increase the expenditures under transfers out by $400,000 to fund the park reconstruction, Marmaduke Park upgrades, parks tax deliverable in the capital budget. So overall, it adds $4,006,573 to the parks tax budget.
Okay. Maybe if you mute everyone online. Can you mute Reverend Burgess?
You want me to mute myself? No?
Well, apparently it's not you. Okay, well, let's keep going.
We need to vote the amendment.
So we need
right?
to vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The bill has been amended. Any further discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation.
Oh, this will be torture if we have to do this for the whole meeting. I know.
Madam Clerk, if you could now read bills 2155, 2156, 2157 together.
Bill 2155, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Office of Management and Budget to enter into an agreement or agreements with the URA of Pittsburgh for the administration of certain 2024 PAYGO funded projects and programs,
Thank
and
you.
providing for the payment of the cost thereof not to exceed $2,750,000. Bill 2156, ordinance amending the Pittsburgh Code of Title II, Fiscal Article 7, Business-related taxes, Chapter 245, Earned Income Tax, Section 245.03, Declaration and Payment of Tax at subsection D, so as to fix the rate of interest on delinquent earned income tax for the year 2024, and Bill 2157, Resolution authorizing all city departments in conjunction with the Department of Finance to enter on behalf of the City of Pittsburgh into a facilities usage agreement or agreements during the 2024 calendar year for the purpose of permitting groups to rent city-owned facilities for recreational and community-focused activities in individual amounts not to exceed $10,000.
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Madam Clerk, if you could read Bill 2158.
Bill 2158, Resolution authorizing the fee schedule for 2024 pursuant to Chapter 170 of the City Code.
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Need a second?
Second.
And now if we could have a motion to amend, there's an updated fee schedule that is before members.
Motion to amend.
I'm not seeing the entire fee schedule, it's just a section of it.
Are these just the updated fees?
Yes.
Or these are just the updated ones?
Pat?
Yeah, let's get a review of what's
please.
going on.
Good morning, Patrick Cornell, Chief Financial Officer. The administration sent over an amendment to the fee schedule as it was originally submitted in November. This amendment, one, does a lot of formatting cleanups. It also updates, in particular, some of the public safety fees that we can have third parties reimburse us for. Some of those are going to be subject to collective bargaining, so we wanted to make sure those notes were there. There were a few categories that were missing. We added in crossing guard reimbursable fees. We've added in some HR parking fees. We've added in some O&B environmental review fees. And so one of the things that we have really honed in on with all of our departments is if a fee is not in this fee book, it can't be charged. So we really wanted to make sure that everything was updated and ready to go for 2024.
Councilman Wilson?
Something that I wanted from last year that I apparently didn't follow up on was a column where it says what the percent change is, and then also you have an amendment here, but I'm not seeing the strike through on what the old fee was.
I can get you the information about what has changed and percentage information. For that amendment, I'm not sure how the clerk's office wanted to swap out the file.
I'm sorry, you said you can get me the percent changes.
Yes.
But in terms of the you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, you.
can't.
I apologize. You can blame me for that. I asked
Okay.
him to insert.
It's
I asked him to insert the new file. I did not ask him to keep the
just
old
joking.
one.
It's
So
not actually the text in the resolution. It's the amendment to
Or
the attachment to the resolution.
Oh, I
So
mean,
it's just
listen,
swapping the Excel file in and out.
Yeah,
But we can
you just
we can
swap
highlight it. Yes.
It's just I haven't memorized all the fees, and yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. No, we can make sure that information is provided today.
They met with Dan in my office yesterday.
Yeah, I wish I could see it before I vote on it, just because I know there was some.
It's the first. Yes, that one.
Never know what comes up.
Thank you. So,
You know. Is there some way? Is it easy enough just to hold?
I don't have it up with me right now, but I mean, we can start pulling it during this meeting.
Is it like $2 or $5?
A lot of them did not change. There are some that did, and I would need to dig back into compare.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the
23 to-
drastic ones are that you're.
where is
We'll start working on that.
We got the motion to hold until the.
can you hold, please? Can you hold before you hold?
Yeah,
At the
Before you hold?
yeah.
At the very end, I was going to ask for a motion to hold for 1 week, so all
Oh,
members
really? Okay.
could have a chance to review.
I understand.
good.
Then never mind.
But
Yeah.
okay, Councilman Warwick and Councilman Kraus.
Just to clarify, so it says like, just for example, on the first one, it says technology fee, DOMI, $25 application fee, then $2. Is it an increase of $2? What's the two?
No, that is the base rate itself. That is the
you
rate that is charged for a DOMI permit that is valued at $25. So the way the one-stop Pittsburgh fees,
Okay.
PGH
Yeah.
fees work is each of the departments kind of have a different approach. For DOMI, it's based on the value of the permit or license that you're trying to get. So they have $25 licenses, $75, and $150, and then over $150. Some of them are sliding scales like PLIs. Those I don't believe changed from this past year.
That seems complicated. Why don't you just have a $27 application fee?
That is a great question. We can dig back into that. A lot of the fees are set department by department, and fees have to be set on the time it takes to process them. So that's one thing that we have to keep in consideration.
Okay, so the fee is the same, but the fee for the fee is change. It sounds that would be confusing for me if I were applying.
It's the value of the thing that you are getting, the permit or the license, or in some cases the project. But we can make sure we clarify that for you.
See, I'm trying to find out too.
I don't know.
I'm gonna ask. Oh my God.
Yes. You good, Councilman
I'm
Cross?
good. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Councilman Cross?
Me? Okay, thank you. Hi, good morning. How are you, Patrick? Nice to see you. We have had some communication with Columbia Gas about some concerns they share with a new rate increase on the fee schedule, which relates directly to opening and closing streets. And I can't, for the life of me, apologize, figure out which one is on here, and which one, forgive me, references it, so we can have a discussion about it.
Sure. So that would be in the DOMI tab, Mobility and Infrastructure, should be one of the very last pages.
I only have one page. I don't think I'm working off the right document. This is the amended one. Where's the... I don't think I have the right one to work off of. That's where I think our confusion is.
What it looks like to me is this is just the first page of the entire book. That explains the confusion.
Okay.
There were several different tabs on the ebook.
So help me get where I need to be to talk about how and why we achieved that rate increase on the fee schedule.
Sure. So the fee book is an Excel file. We can also make it into PDF, but there are multiple different tabs. So DOMI has its own tab. At this point, we can make sure that all council members have the full document, and I will go in and add all the comments that we've discussed today.
Yeah, so my question was not how you achieved the document, but rather how the fee increase was achieved and the purpose and reason behind it.
That we would need to talk to DOMI.
That's a DOMI
I do not
thing.
have that
So
detail.
we're holding this, Mr. Chair, correct? So I need, if you will, Patrick, to be prepared to discuss that or not discuss it, because we won't discuss on Tuesday. We're going to be or Monday. We'll be voting Monday. We maybe perhaps you and I.
I'm for a week. I'm home for a week.
Oh, it'll come back Monday afternoon, and then we will final vote it the Friday after Christmas. Okay, but that meeting after Christmas. Okay, can then you and I please, Patrick, have a conversation? Right, great. I don't want to belabor it any further, but I appreciate your help. Thank you. So, do you need a motion to hold the bill, Mr. Chair?
I'm doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, motion to hold for 1 week.
Okay, and I'll second,
Second.
Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you
Second.
for bringing up the questions and concerns.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The bill be held for 1 week.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll be back.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Patrick.
you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Madam Clerk, if you could now read Bill 2159, 2160, and Bill 2161 together.
Bill 2159, ordinance amending the Pittsburgh Code of Title II, Fiscal Article 7, Business-Related Taxes, Chapter 246, Home Rule Tax, Section 246.03, Declaration and Payment of Tax at subsection D, so as to fix the rate of interest on delinquent home rule tax for the year 2024. Bill 2160, ordinance amending the Pittsburgh Code, Title II, Fiscal Article 9, Property Taxes, Chapter 263, Real Property Tax and Exemptions, Section 263.02, Payment Options, Discount and Delinquency Penalties, so as to set the payment, discount, and delinquent dates for the 2024 fiscal year. And Bill 2161, ordinance amending the Pittsburgh Code, Title II, Fiscal Article 9, Property Taxes, Chapter 263, Real Property Tax and Exemptions by fixing the rate of real estate taxation for 2024.
Motion to approve, please.
Second.
Motion.
Need a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Just abstention.
Affirmative recommendation with one abstention.
Yeah, can I just say I'm abstaining from the bills until I have a chance to go through them all? We've been kind of busy and haven't had a chance to really review it all. Thank you.
So that takes us to our
You've been
new.
busy.
So Bill. No, sir. Thank you.
Stay with us, Peter. Not kidding.
So Bill 2252, we're going to hold for later. Director Williams, who is going to be here to speak to this, is currently en route, unfortunately, from a funeral. So we're going to hold until she has time to get here. So, Madam Clerk, if you could please read Bill 2253.
Bill 2253, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement or agreements with the Claude Worthington Benedum Foundation for the purpose of receiving and spending grant funds in the amount of $113,400 to support the creation of a wellness index for Black women with program partner Carlow University.
Motion to approve, please.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2254.
Bill 2254, resolution further amending resolution number 723
Yeah,
of
we're coming back to
2022, effective December 27, 2022, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2023 Capital Budget and the 2023 Community Development Program and the 2023 through 2028 Capital Improvement Program by reappropriating and reallocating funds closed due to the requirements of Chapter 218 of the City Code.
Motion to approve, please.
Second.
And if I can have a motion to amend, I have an amendment in front of members that actually accurately reflects all the changes being made.
Motion to amend.
Need a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
84, Mr. Chair? No.
This is Bill 2254. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Except I don't have the amendment.
You should have it.
Yeah, I do. I'm sorry. I have it.
Okay. Any further discussion on the bill as
No, it's
amended?
not 54. That's the... I'm sorry. You're right.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation with one abstention. Excuse me. That takes us to Bill 2255.
Bill 2255, resolution further amending Resolution 704 of 2007, effective December 27, 2007, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2008 Capital Budget and the 2008 Community Development Block Grant Program and approving the 2008 through 2012 Capital Improvement Program by adjusting various line items in conformance with City Council's 2008 capital budget amendments by removing unencumbered funds from projects pending closure pursuant to Chapter 218 of the City Code.
Motion to approve, please.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Madam Clerk, these are all actually this very similar bills that are closing out line items that for 3 years that the final amount has not been expended, and then really just giving it a new JDE number so that the dollars can be expended next year. So if we could read bills 2256, 2257, 2258, 2259, 2260, 2261, 2262, 2263 together.
Perfect.
Okay. Bill 2256, resolution further amending Resolution number 768 of 2009, effective December 31st, 2009, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2010 Capital Budget and the 2010 Community Development Block Grant Program, and approving the 2010 through 2014 Capital Improvement Program by adjusting various line items in conformance with City Council's 2010 capital budget amendments by removing unencumbered funds from projects pending closure pursuant to Chapter 218 of the City Code. Bill 2257, Resolution further amending Resolution 796 of 2013, effective December 19, 2013, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2014 Capital Budget and the 2014 Community Development Block Grant Program, and approving the 2014 through 2019 Capital Improvement Program by removing unencumbered funds from projects pending closure pursuant to Chapter 218 of the City Code. Bill 2258, Resolution further amending Resolution number 858 of 2014, effective January 1, 2015, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2015 Capital Budget and the 2015 Community Development Block Grant Program, and approving the 2015 through 2020 Capital Improvement Program by removing unencumbered funds from projects pending closure pursuant to Chapter 218 of the City Code. Bill 2259, Resolution further amending Resolution number 816 of 2015, effective December 18, 2015, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2016 Capital Budget and the 2016 Community Development Block Grant Program, and approving the 2016 through 2021 Capital Improvement Program by removing unencumbered funds from projects pending closure pursuant to Chapter 218 of the City Code. Bill 2260, Resolution further amending Resolution number 797 of 2017, effective December 28, 2017, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2018 Capital Budget and the 2018 Community Development Block Grant Program and the 2018 through 2023 Capital Improvement Program by removing unencumbered funds from projects pending closure pursuant to Chapter 218 of the City Code. Bill 2261, Resolution further amending Resolution number 863 of 2018, effective January 1, 2019, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2019 Capital Budget and the 2019 Community Development Block Grant Program and the 2019 through 2024 Capital Improvement Program by removing unencumbered funds from projects pending closure pursuant to Chapter 218 of the City Code. Bill 2262, Resolution further amending Resolution number 840 of 2019, effective December 23, 2019, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2020 Capital Budget and the 2020 Community Development Block Grant Program and the 2020 through 2025 Capital Improvement Program by removing unencumbered funds from projects pending closure pursuant to Chapter 218 of the City Code. And Bill number 2263, Resolution further amending Resolution number 886 of 2021, effective December 27, 2021, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2022 Capital Budget and the 2022 Community Development Block Grant Program and the 2022 through 2027 Capital Improvement Program by removing unencumbered funds from projects pending closure pursuant to Chapter 218 of the City Code.
Thank you. Need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative one opposite, one abstention. Affirmative recommendation on all bills. Bill 2264.
Bill 2264, Resolution further amending Resolution number 797 of 2017, effective December 28, 2017, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2018 Capital Budget and the 2018 Community Development Block Grant Program and the 2018 through 2023 Capital Improvement Program by reducing public safety facilities by $18,647 and increasing park reconstruction by $18,647. Bill 2265, Resolution further amending Resolution 886 of 2021, effective December 27, 2021, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2022 Capital Budget and the 2022 Community Development Block Grant Program and the 2022 through 2027 Capital Improvement Program by reducing facility improvements by $436,000, reducing litter can upgrades and monitoring by $828, increasing facility improvements, recreation, and senior centers by $336,828, and increasing park reconstruction by $100,000.
2264.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstention.
One abstention. Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2265.
Bill 2265, resolution further amending resolution number 886 of 2021, effective December 27, 2021, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2022 Capital Budget and the 2022 Community Development Block Grant Program and the 2022 through 2027 Capital Improvement Program by reducing facility improvements by $436,000, reducing litter can upgrades and monitoring by $828, increasing facility improvements, recreation, and senior centers by $336,828, and increasing park reconstruction by $100,000.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And if someone would offer a motion to amend, there's an amendment in front of members that accurately reflects what was previously the current budget to reflect the actual final revised budget.
Motion to amend.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The bill has been amended. Any further discussion on the bill as amended? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
One abstention. Affirmative recommendation. Councilwoman Warwick, would you like to read 2268 and 2271 together?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Bill 2268, ordinance amending the Pittsburgh Code, Title II, Fiscal Article 1, Administration, Chapter 218, Capital Budget and Improvement Plan by revising Section 218.05, Project Authorization to require notification to City Council when the city is applying for grants for projects and activities that are not pre-approved in the capital budget or for grants valued over $250,000.
68.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Are we reading the two together?
Discussion?
Yeah, we're going to read them both together, or?
I thought we did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did we-
And
no,
Bill
that's okay.
2271, ordinance amending the Pittsburgh Code, Title II, Fiscal Article 1, Administration, Chapter 219, Operating Budget, by revising Section 219.03, Collaborative Budgeting Process, to require notification to City Council when the city is applying for grants for projects or activities that are not pre-approved in the operating budget or for grants valued over $250,000.
Motion to approve.
Second.
With discussion, Councilman Warwick?
Yeah, sure. So just to clarify a bit, so the idea behind this is obviously grants are a really important part of our revenue. And we want to be sure that the grants that we're applying for are the things that are the priorities, right, in our communities. So there have been instances where, at least from what I have seen, where a grant can come through and there's sort of surprise about, wait, what is this grant? What is it for? But the grant is we've already gotten the grant, right? So to vote against it, or there's not really much to do. Once a grant is there, it's like the money's there, we're going to take it, and then we're going to do the project. But this way, and so council's sort of hands are tied, it feels like, right? You're like, well, I'm leaving money on the table if I don't vote for whatever this is. But this way, if we are applying for a grant that is for a project that we haven't already hasn't already been in the budget, or for something that is over 250,000, it's just a notification so that we can see it. And if it's something that doesn't align with, say it's something in district or whatever that doesn't align with our priorities, we can voice that at the time. And that way OMB knows also, like the council person either does or does not support this, applying for this grant for this project. And if that's the case, they can decide accordingly. But then, if we get the grant, if they decide to move ahead and we get the grant and it comes back to us, we can, in better conscience, say, look, we made it clear at the time that this wasn't a priority. And I do want to say that we are also looking into additional legislation down the road to sort of have for OMB to provide us with sort of a grants plan, whether that be on a quarterly basis or whatnot, so that we can know what are the grants that we're, so we have sort of a better picture, because it is an important part of our revenue, and we want to make sure that we're going after all the grants we can as the city, and that we're going after grants that are, priorities for our constituents, certainly things that are in, district-oriented projects. So that's kind of the thought behind this, and I'm happy to answer questions or if anyone else has comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam President. Then Councilwoman Gross.
I just want to thank you for putting this forward. Since I've been here, it's been like a little bit of frustrating with every administration that we don't have a say, and yet we know more than anybody what our districts and the constituents are. District 1. I mean, a lot of people have an idea of what some people might say or what others might say, but they don't have the picture that we have of the overall district, because we're in it every single day. So I just want to thank you for this, but I somewhat would like to see council sign off or agree to it, but at the same time, I think this is a good start. So, but I'd like to, I'm just really thankful that you put this forward. Sometimes I feel like I'm going to go down the other end of that table and just have a fit. And other days I'm thinking, you put something forward like this, I'm thinking, where has she been? So thank you so much for this great piece. I appreciate it.
Well, so there.
So, but she knows. We talked about it yesterday. She feels the same way about me, okay? I just said it publicly.
Like a dinner table.
Councilwoman Gross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also really enthusiastic to see this. I also think it's just the beginning of where our conversation should be. I've often thought that we should be able to vote for, especially the application for large grants. They should be aligned with the capital budget, right? We're all seeing how many bills there are. We know how much public input there is on the capital budget. We spend an enormous amount of our time and energy figuring out where the wishes of the public are for the capital budget that we spend. And so those projects that are applied for should align with them. And what has been happening is that, we don't know that a grant has been applied for. Then an administration comes to the table and says, like, oh, surprise, there's this $500,000. You don't want to say no to it. But we don't even know really the details of what they put in their application for that, let's say hypothetical $500,000, and whether it aligns with what the robust public input has been around whatever project in whatever part of the city. So I think this is a really good start so that we can have that conversation. But I've really looked at Chapter 161 myself and really thought about, and as you know, I have piles of paper in my office, and that's one of the piles, is how we should have more transparency, basically, about grant seeking. So again, I've also said, and I'll say it again, I think we should add personnel to the org chart for grant seeking right now, especially if this is historic, once in a generation, lifetime amount of federal support, especially for infrastructure, especially for cities. We've talked about that with the administration. We've considered it in this org chart. We want to make sure that we're aggressively pursuing, especially this, again, a very unusual opportunity for federal funds, but also other funds, but that they should be aligned with what we've heard from the public. So thank you, Councilwoman Warwick. Appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I'm not opposed to this, but I haven't had the experience where, I don't like what in my district, what the administration went for in terms of grants. But I think more so, I'm always thinking about, what opportunities we're missing. So, I'm not sure how you could even legislate that, but there's a lot of opportunities out there, and I'm more concerned with the, what's left. I don't know if the term would be left on the table, but just left out there without the additional funding. So definitely in favor of more transparency to not really the public, but to council, and then it becomes public when it comes to the table. So the council can be on board with what the administration is doing, but like I said, it would be good to understand more about what opportunities could be missed. Maybe that would be a really hard piece of legislation, right? So I'm not going to do it probably. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Strasburger.
Thank you. So I'm not going to say I don't think anything terribly new from what other members have said already, but my only slight hesitation is that with a future makeup of council, I would hate for some grant to be slowed down that is actually very valid and part of a plan because of differences in opinion. I don't think that this council would do that, but I always am thinking of future councils. So I guess that's my slight hesitation. I'm supportive generally. I think more so is, the idea that we want a future plan for our grant seeking. I really also echo what others have said, that I am concerned that, maybe not concerned, that's a strong word, but I am curious about what we are applying for versus what money is out there, what we are not applying for because we don't think we have the capacity to implement, how that all flows into a whole, maybe we call it a comprehensive plan for the city, and how that relates back to a plan for everything that we're doing in the city. So I think it all ties together, but I'm fine with the notice. I think it seems easy enough that it's going to be an email notice to council members, so that in the case that, it sounds like other council members have had where there's grant applying an application for a grant in the district that they actually don't think is a priority or shouldn't be time spent on that particular project, that, there's time beforehand to voice opposition. But yeah, more so, I would like to see a whole grants plan and for us to understand in this historic moment of significant federal and state funding for projects, what we're applying for, what we're not applying for, and what the rationale is for that.
Thank you. I'll simply add to sort of even Councilwoman Gross's point of the sort of the grants that we're going after should be informed by the capital budget. In theory, I agree with the majority of that. However, if you went back a few years, there would be nothing in the capital budget that would have said we should go after a raise grant to support the redevelopment of Center Avenue in the Hill District, right? But nonetheless, when the NOFA came up for that opportunity, we then went after it and received it and now can invest in infrastructure needs. So that would be an example where that doesn't line up, but that's a full conversation we can have at the appropriate time sometime next year, I'm assuming. Second round, Councilman Warwick.
Yeah, I mean, just to underscore that this is really just like a heads up for council for big grants. So even if it's something, so for example, maybe Hayes Woods or whatever, and there's there's some big grant that we're going for, more than 250. It's just a heads up for us so that I can sort of make a note and then know what's going on with that grant? When are we going to find out about that one? It just sort of helps with planning, just kind of when you're trying to get the big picture of your whole district and all the money that's coming and going, for your district. So,
thank you, Councilwoman Smith.
I just want to be added as a sponsor, if you don't mind, Councilwoman. But I do want to also say, if future councils decide to not go for a grant that might be worthwhile, according to somebody, they were the people elected to represent the people in those neighborhoods. So maybe they changed their mind or changed their plan or whatever. But it's the voice of the people that will be heard at the table. So thank you for putting it forward.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Both bills receive an affirmative recommendation. That takes us to Bill 2282.
Bill 2282, ordinance amending the Pittsburgh City Code Title II, Fiscal Article 1, Administrative, Chapter 219.04, Quarterly Reports in order to establish the requirement of quarterly reporting of special revenue funds.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Which one was that?
Affirmative recommendation, Bill 2282. And then Bill 2283.
Bill 2283, resolution authorizing directing the city controller to close unused or obsolete trust funds.
Motion to approve.
Second. Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman?
First, before I ask my question, I want to register I votes for, there might be a bill I missed where I walked out.
Okay.
Just any bills prior to this, I want to register an I vote. So, thanks. So the question I have in terms of 2283 was, how is unused or obsolete defined? Is it defined? I didn't open the bill. I just wanted to understand more about what this is. Is this new?
Can I talk?
No, these.
Can I respond?
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
If you don't mind, I'll respond. So when I was first elected as council president, I asked our budget director and our budget office to work with the controller and to work with the Office of OMB and to make sure that we're folding any trust funds that we're not currently using. And they made recommendations between the three of them of which ones. And there are still quite a few that I think we need to address because there are 87 trust funds in total. And that's a lot of money that doesn't come through city council that we're responsible for. But we've given them the authority to have, but we're not seeing how it's being spent or contracted out or whatever. So I think that they came up with some recommendations. Pete, Director McDevitt, do you have the list of the recommendations? I'm sorry. Do you mind? Thank you. And there's quite a few others that I'm going to look at because I think that there are some. There's a fund for children. I think it has like 200,000, and it's had 200,000. And since I've been council president, I've not seen any money move in it. But that was not recommended. So we're going over them to see what other ones we can recommend.
Yeah, I mean, how are you defining unused or obsolete?
Okay, what is this?
They haven't been used.
But what is that?
So we worked with the controller's office to look at all of the trust funds, and we came up with a few that just have not been touched since 2018 or 2019, and some of them that were set up as trust funds, but really we received a grant, and the activities would be better served if we track them through the general fund for some of those. I can go through each individually if you'd like.
Well, okay. Let me ask just the question again. How did you define unused or obsolete? What's the qualifying account? 5 years old. No money spent.
Yeah, no money spent since 2019.
What's that?
Since 2019, they have.
So no money spent since 2019. Is that in the legislation? I think we need.
I don't know if it's defined in the legislation actually.
Yeah, I think we need to define it. I think we need to be more concrete on what we're talking about here. Yeah, no offense to anyone. Just I think we just need to have a rule around what we're doing here.
Let me say something. I'm going to respond back.
Does the floor?
I know, but I want to say something.
Yeah, the legislation does not have addition for unused or obsolete.
Yeah, so let's just work on that because I know that there are. It comes up from time to time. There's probably several different stories, but some commissions are rely on different funds, and they have trouble spending or.
Yeah, there is a number of them that we went through that we think might be good candidates to close, but there will be pushback from departments because they do use them.
I think this is great, by the way.
Yeah.
I think this is great, by the way. I want to be a part of that discussion
Yeah.
if the sponsor allows. I just wanted to, kind of tighten up that definition. All right?
Yeah, can I respond to that? Is it all right? You asked me a question.
Good.
Anything for you, Council.
Madam President?
Yeah, I do want to say, I would love for everyone to be a part of it. It's something I've been talking to council about, and because this is such a big issue. There are 87 accounts, 87 trust fund accounts. That's a lot of accounts that we're not really tracking.
Yeah.
But I do think that there's quite a few still that we're still not using. But I'm hesitant to put a definite definition in, just because there may be some that might meet that, but later, still need to be able. So that's why I want them to work with the controller and office of OMB and others, just to make sure that we're doing everything right. Is there anybody else you worked with? I don't know. I know Rhea Price, Deputy Director Rhea Price, did a lot of work on this as well.
Yeah, she really spearheaded this.
But under your direction, so I just want to. I'm not sure who all was included. I do know the controller's office. I am pretty sure you talked to. She talked to
OMB was at
OMB.
least looped into the discussions.
Yeah.
I don't know how much input they did or didn't give. Not to say that they did or didn't give any input.
Yeah. Were you involved? You were looped in? Okay, just making sure. So I do think that she's done a great job in trying to communicate with everybody. But let's talk to her about why there's not a certain criteria listed, because I think that might be it. Just having the conversations might be better than putting a hard list. Sorry.
Anyone else first round? If not, second round, Councilman Wilson?
Yeah, I just want to suggest, can we hold for a week, or do you want to work on this throughout the week?
I want to pass it, and we can work through it after we pass it. Yeah, through the week.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm open to amendments and stuff. I just want to make sure that we're putting money back into the general fund back into the budget so that we can use it for the things we need, instead of having it sitting there doing nothing while we can't pave roads, can't help, buy vehicles, all those kinds of things. But if we start putting this funding back in, we should be able to start doing some minor things, but there's a lot more that we need to look through.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gross?
Sorry.
Is this, it sounds like the work has already been done.
It's for
So
these ones.
is there a list of specific trust funds that this is authorizing to be closed instead of like a start the work of looking at them?
There is.
So this, and I sadly don't have my text file in front of me. So is it
Text files.
attached?
Here's text files, here's text files.
You want me to just, there's only
can you
6
read
of
about
them,
this?
so.
Only
Yeah,
a few,
would you
yeah.
please?
I
There's
mean,
a-
I actually do have like the stack, but this bill isn't in it, I think.
Okay, could you give the list, please?
It is the Wayfinder Signage Trust Fund, the Criminal Intelligence Trust Fund, the District 9 Crime Prevention Trust Fund, the Drug Abuse Resistance Education Trust Fund, Phipps Conservatory Trust Fund, and the Solid Waste Trust Fund.
What was the last one?
Solid waste.
Interesting.
No.
Yeah, actually, I'm like, since we're talking about solid waste a lot and how to reduce
Yeah,
it, I'm now
yeah.
my curiosity is piqued. I don't
Yeah.
want. I know we have a very long agenda today, so I don't need the details of each of those trust funds. But I'm also kind of after the meeting, I would like to find out more about a couple of those, and so I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd be happy if everyone went in and stopped in and worked with Deputy Director Price. I'd
Thank
be
you.
happy to have
That's
any feedback on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Warwick?
Yeah, well, not specifically, but I'm wondering though, to Councilman Wilson's point, like, if there is a rule, I mean, it almost seems like if there's a trust fund, then it should be looked at individually, right? Like, if we have a rule, hypothetically, like, if it hasn't been touched in 2 years, close it, right? That could affect, that it could be so it does sort of seem like if we look at each one individually, like what is going on with this, who is using it, and asking the people who, like maybe it's completely dead and no one
Yeah, she
even
did
knows
that.
what it is. Okay, great, close it. Yeah, so.
So I would just say, I
Yeah,
think
they
she's
did.
done all that, but I think it's having the conversation, because even though we may want to close it, it may need to remain open. I just want to say that. But go ahead.
Anyone else? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. We now need to go back to Bill 2184. That is the vehicle fleets bill. If we could first have a
Thank you,
motion to reconsider.
So moved?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The bill is now back on the table. We having a motion to approve with discussion.
So moved. Second. Do you have, I'm sorry.
The amendment is in front of members.
Oh, no. Where? Wait.
It's in your stack.
That was helpful.
I have it here if you would like mine. So if we can, if a motion to amend will be offered up,
Motion to amend.
Second.
any discussion?
Yes, please.
Discussion, Councilman?
Patrick was just here. He was going to come up. Jennifer, thank you. So I just want to go over the new structure.
And if necessary, Mr. Walton is online with us.
Who is?
Brandon.
Oh, Brandon's online? Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Oh, first vehicle, yeah.
So I can begin, I guess, before he comes in. But this amendment is on the targeted portion of the first vehicle agreement. The targeted portion is the general maintenance, oil changes, things of that nature. So we reduced from 10 years, and we reduced it to 6 years. We were able to negotiate a savings of $521,000. So I think that was the main concerns of members. Yeah, Patrick, come on up here, would you please?
Patrick Cornell, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Patrick. So I was just explaining the new structure, and we talked about this pretty in depth last week, so I don't think we need to get in the weeds. Just I want you to help me out in explaining. We went from 10 years to 6 years.
Correct.
We're saving $521,000. That's on the targeted portion. The new amount would be $50,142,000 over 6 years for the targeted portion. There's the untargeted portion, but we pay that as we go, so we're not even discussing that. That's not in today's amendment. So do you want to add to that? Do you want to,
Sure. So some of this moves in tandem with budget line item amendments that council voted on and approved both yesterday and this morning. One thing that we, OMB, had realized is that there was a portion of the cost missing for our service to the PWSA fleet. So one of the amendments, operating administrative amendments yesterday, was to add in that $600,000. And then Councilman Coghill put in a further amendment to reduce it back down by the amount that had saved from moving from the 10-year plan to the 6-year plan. And then the further capital amendment moved that into the ELA for each of those 6 years with those savings.
right, and the PWSA share is $4,307,000. It's to be reimbursed to the city of Pittsburgh by PWSA in next year's calendar year. Right?
Correct. And that is budgeted as a revenue and an approved forecast already.
Gotcha. So that's really not costing us anything. We're just fronting it.
We're just putting it back in. Yes.
Right. Okay. That's basically it for me. Any questions? We'll be glad to answer.
Thank you. Councilman Cross?
Yeah, just a brief comment that the $500,000 savings in the out years, which we are no longer going to approve, could evaporate with inflation. It up front, it looks like we're saving money now, and we are for all practical purposes, but it could be eaten away in inflation in the 4 years we're not going to approve now if prices spike. Just want to put it out there.
Yeah. Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Okay. So we do take a chance in going from 10 years to 6 years. I think most members were uncomfortable with the 10-year. Certainly the cost at that point will probably be higher, but I think we'll be in a better position. Our debt service is going to come down, and to extend it, we did offer two-year extensions to that bill, and at that point we'll have to negotiate with the provider and come up with new terms.
I just like the idea of locking in a price.
And I agree with that, and I think that's one of the things that this council is doing. It'll be contracted and negotiated based on these council authorized rates. And I would also note that Senior Fleet Manager Brandon Walton is on Zoom from the airport if you have any questions for him as well.
I'm good. Thank you. Thanks, Councilman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Strasburger.
Yeah, I really just want to thank Councilman Coghill for digging into the details here as a member of the ELA and really just making sure that our concerns were addressed here. I hear what Councilman Kraus is saying. I too, in an ideal world would lock in rates or prices, but I also just am uncomfortable fundamentally with a 10-year contract of this size in particular. Yes, inflation could occur. Yes, rates or prices could go up, but they could also, the cost per, per part could go down because we've kind of seen record rates of, of increases because of supply chain issues. Vehicles could change. We could see a new fleet of vehicles that could change the cost. We could see new companies start that could compete with first vehicle. We just never know what can happen, and so I think it's really wise of us to take a smaller contract, a shorter contract, and then to reassess in 6 years. I think we're doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gross?
Thank you. I also just want to say I fully support the reduction to 6 years, and thanks to Councilman Coghill for working through the details. I also think it's possible that our fleet can fundamentally change, that, again, the nature of vehicles, it sounds crazy, but it's also a possibility that literally vehicles may change, like the way vehicles are built and operate, especially there's a fundamental difference between combustion engines and electric engines. I think I think it's smarter for us to take this shorter contract, given that there's just so many variables. So locking in the rates becomes only one of the priorities. So I feel totally comfortable voting this one at 6 years and appreciate it. And I'm definitely glad to be voting for the smaller dollar amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
I just want to thank Councilman Coghill, and I want to thank the administration for working with you on this too and being willing to allow you, and was this the one Director Schmidt worked on too with you, or was
No,
it okay?
no.
There was a different, there's different ones. I'm going to
Right.
give him credit anyway. But no, but seriously, I just want to thank you all for working together to make sure that you're getting the best price for the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What was the last amount of years in the contract? The last contract, how many years was it?
6.
Was it?
Let me check.
I thought it might have been.
Brandon Walton, same fleet manager. It was 5 years, and then we had options for 2-year extensions.
Oh, okay.
And so we took advantage of the option, apparently.
Yes.
So then it was a 7-year.
Yes.
Did we lock in the price on the option?
No, the options don't have a price lock.
So we had to renegotiate, but council authorized for a 2-year extension, and then you renegotiate that.
So it depends on the structure of the bill, right? In this case, it's 6 years.
Yeah.
Those outer options are not part of this bill, so we would have to come back to city council with new numbers in.
So 5. Why was 6 picked? Just curious. Is there any reason?
I think we went back to the old contracts where they were 5 or 6 years.
5 to 7.
and stayed in it.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Second round, Councilman Coghill.
Thank you. 2 things I wanted to note. If we would have stayed with the 10-year proposal, they were offering to save us $1 million. Now, we went to 6 years and we're getting 500,000. To your question, really, So what they factored in was 3 to 4% of inflation per year. So the outer years are much more expensive. And they're also much more expensive because our vehicle fleet is very old and they're anticipating, lots more work on them. So to me, to be able to put the savings we have here back into the fleet should be our number one priority. We really need to invest a lot of money into our fleet so we don't have contracts like this. If we had a brand new fleet, if we'd used ARPA money and bought vehicles across the board, we might not even need this company, right? But instead, we're entering into a $50+ million, or really a $100 million contract here. So I just wanted to note that, they offered savings over the long run with the inflation factored in and all. Of course, it will, probably cost us money when we do have to renegotiate, but at the same time, it's the amount of years I think everybody's comfortable with. But the main underlying issue is we need to invest in our fleet, and we can't have our average age of 11 years old of vehicles because this number is just going to go up. And if we don't improve our fleet by the end of this option, 6-year option, we're going to be looking at a big amount of money to keep our vehicles on the road. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. So now we need a motion to approve the invoices.
So moved.
Second.
With discussion, please.
With discussion, Councilman Kraus?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chair, under EMS, there's an allocation, Harmony EMS, for $9,987. Generally, you're really good at catching that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I apologize. I know we needed to waive our rules in our P cards. I am not sure what that is.
I'm sorry, it's page 16 of the agenda, members. Peter?
It's the Harmony. It's at the top, Harmony EMS.
It's another
Wow.
Taylor Swift concert.
First, it's the first one on page 16.
Yeah, no, I see it now. I'm not sure about that one. I'll defer to our budget director.
No, of course.
It's possible it's a
Should we
typo.
just hold them open, Mr. Chair?
We can hold them open.
Okay, sounds good.
May not be. It might be 900.
Could be.
I mean, it's
It is It's a typo? Perfect. So then motion to,
908, is it $987.04?
so Madam Clerk,
Mhm.
what's your
Missing comma.
recommendation? Motion to amend it to the correct number?
Yes.
Yes. So motion to amend Harmony EMS coverage for Steelers from 998704 to 98704.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good catch. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Invoices have been approved. Need a motion to approve the intra-departmental transfers.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Transfers have been approved. Need a motion to approve the P cards.
So moved.
Second.
And we do need a motion to waive our rules to approve the winter parts for DPW.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any further discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? P cards have been approved. That moves us to Public Safety and Wellness Committee, chaired by Councilman Coghill. Our first new paper is Bill 2240.
Bill 2240, resolution authorizing the issuance of a warrant in favor of Blue Pearl in an amount not to exceed $12,085.26 for payment of emergency veterinary services.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none,
There's an amendment.
Well, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
there's an attachment, and Louise prepared an amendment. There's two attachments, I believe, two additional costs.
so you want,
Yeah. Members have the amendment.
yeah, we have the amendment before us that attaches all the invoices to this bill.
Right.
Right, there's two additional, I believe.
So want to make a motion to amend?
Motion to amend.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any further discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. That
I
takes
got
us
you.
to Bill 2243.
Bill 2243, resolution amending resolution number 453 of 2002, providing for an amended lease for the Department of Public Safety, Bureau of Police Headquarters located at 1203 Western Avenue, extending the term 6 more years and providing for the payment of the cost thereof.
Motion for a brief discussion, please.
Second with discussion, please.
Discussion, Councilman Coghill.
I'll defer to Councilman Kraus.
Councilman Strauss.
May we have Public Safety and Director, are you here for this as well? Director, you're coming up. Okay. Is it Assistant Chief Ragland? Acting Chief Ragland. Good. So, don't look so scared. Okay, no. Well, this, I have some questions about this, obviously. So if you would begin by introduction, and then I'll begin if I can, please.
Jake Pollack, Deputy Mayor of the City of Pittsburgh and Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Okay.
Lee Schmidt, Public Safety Director.
Okay.
And Chris Ragland, Acting Assistant Chief of Pittsburgh Police.
Director, do you wish to join us as well? Can you? Yeah, because Director Pollack, you and I had a discussion on this a year ago. There's a history to our inhabiting this property. There's considerable expense associated with it. I don't want to editorialize at this point, but I have some very major concerns about my vote to reapprove this, but I'm going to allow you to petition your case first before I make comments.
So if I may, Councilman, thank you for that introduction and for raising those concerns in the past and presently. Since we previously discussed this item about a year ago, excuse me, we both revisited the question of the lease terms with the current landlord, as well as explored multiple other options for a permanent home for police headquarters. This the agreement that would be authorized by this legislation would extend the lease term for 6 years, but would for the first time include an option to purchase the facility at the end of that term.
Can we stop right there?
Sure.
Because I already have my attention. Are you able to sort of expand on that?
As we approached the end of the lease term, the city would have, under this agreement, the right of first refusal, on a purchase, and would require the present owner to establish pricing. So this agreement has the potential to be an exit from the current leasing situation with the ultimate purchase of the facility by the city and our permanent ownership after that, which would conclude the period where, for reasons that were contextually appropriate at the time, we weren't able to build a new police headquarters and had to pursue a lease arrangement. So our hope here is, our goal here would be to purchase the facility at the end of this term.
So is that contingent on the owner wishing to sell?
We would have a right of first refusal on purchase. It would be contingent on an understanding of pricing.
But not the owner's desire to sell. At the end of 6 years, can the owner say, I just don't want to sell?
Not if we're prepared to purchase at a price that they would find agreeable.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's a process laid out in the contract, which we can get that language over to you, that basically, as long as we are offering a fair market as assessed by assessor of the current landlord and then an assessor of the city, that they come to an agreed upon price, that they would negotiate in good faith and sell the property within good faith. Like I do believe in our discussions with them, they're willing to do that after the 5-year period of this extension of this contract.
And when Lisa says 5-year period, it's a 6-year agreement because it's that last year in which those negotiations would occur.
Take place.
Correct.
Yes.
So, we believe that what we've negotiated here is a fair and reasonable process by which to end the continual lease position of this property. It was custom built for us. We have invested significantly in its long-term habitability by police command in terms of improvements to the facility that are police-specific in nature. I think that if we are looking to exit that arrangement, which, Councilman, I can certainly say I agree with you, we should, this is the right sort of glide path from our current condition to outright ownership.
I don't know why I know this, but I always kind of knew the history of this building and what it brought, long before I even thought of seeking a seat in city government. Am I right about 1985-ish, give or take? Was it like mid-'80s this was built? It's on Western Avenue. It's on Western Avenue. I think, is it later?
Yeah, I think some of the building was in place prior to our occupancy, but then it was custom, refurbished and redesigned for our purposes.
So how long have we been in the building?
20 years.
Yeah. So
2003. About the same time that there was a former headquarters on the site that is now PNC's First Avenue Parklet, right across the street from their call center building, between there and the Boulevard of the Allies ramp. That was the public safety building. Prior to that time, that's where police headquarters was located until about 2003. We moved to this location roughly then.
I worked on Western Avenue in that block in the mid-'80s. That's why it seems to me that we were in there at that point in time.
There may have been some police presence, but it wasn't headquarters at that time.
Okay. So I feel like I'm dancing around the elephant in the room, and I'm not looking to be confrontational in any way, but I am looking to be factual about the building. And so the building was built using taxpayer dollars, but the ownership was held by the present owner.
No.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
The building, as it presently exists, was built and financed by the current owner with a 20-year lease commitment from the city. Right. So in one sense, what you're saying could be construed as correct in that they built it out for our needs on the understanding that we had a long-term obligation to pay lease payments.
20 years.
Correct. I mean, you wouldn't be wrong to say that. It is nonetheless true that the private owner capitalized those improvements via private means on the understanding that they had that commitment. And that's a unique, I guess I would describe it as a unique financial understanding that was arrived at during a time when the city needed a new facility for police headquarters but could not finance it through traditional means itself, right? And so there was a mutually beneficial arrangement agreed to between the owner and the city, whereby the city, through 20 years worth of lease payments, would ensure tenancy and cost coverage for upfront investments that were made. But we've made significant investments in the facilities.
Yes.
Sort of
Technology.
Technology, kind of fit and fixture, right? We've made a lot of those in that time.
So, Director, I asked you to be here for a reason. And correct me, because I don't have my spreadsheet here that I worked off last time. Did we make an initial investment with taxpayer dollar in the construction of this? Why does $300,000 stick in my brain? I don't know why.
So I do believe it's 300,000 and some change that went towards the upgrades for like technology.
So not
Director
initial
Pollock.
construction, but upgrades through the years.
Yeah, some
that's
investments
different.
for specific needs.
Yeah. If they were to deliver us what, I don't know what was the term at the time, but a white shell, right? Fully fitted out rooms with electrical outlets and drywall and everything, and then we needed to make technology specific or operationally specific upgrades in order to move in, that would not be inconsistent even with current business practice.
And the lease agreement over 20 years to rent the building is in the millions. Do you have the number, Director?
Not the exact number, but the 20-year lease was over 27. Actually, I do.
About 27 million to rent the building.
I have the original lease agreement, $27,865,786.
And a reasonable value of that property as a piece of real estate would be speculative. I know that. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but it would certainly be considerably less than $27 million.
I'd buy that, sure.
Yeah, yeah. So we're, and I'm just, I want to figure this out. Clearly, we have to have a place for headquarters. Yeah. I mean, I don't like when our backs are against the wall, and our backs are against the wall. And Councilman Coghill's, sort of initiatives. And I appreciate that you're negotiating. Maybe we can negotiate even further.
Well, we would be in a position to negotiate purchase price 5 years from now.
At 5 years.
In the final year of the agreement. I mean, to a degree, there's a premium cost, right? In 2003, the city was neither in a position to retrofit its existing facility downtown, nor in a position to finance the construction of a new facility. So while, yes, we have paid lease payments, over that 20-year period that might exceed the value of the property itself, we wouldn't have been able to buy and construct it in 2003. So there is, there is a sunk cost, if you will, of meeting the needs we had at the time. That counts against that total. So I do believe, I don't think anyone here would represent that in order to fully conclude a purchase at the end of 5 years, as we head into the final year of a 6-year agreement, that we wouldn't encounter some cost there. And if you were to compare that to a hypothetical scenario where the city was in a position to construct and maintain its own facility in 2003 and run that out for 20 plus years, that it wouldn't be more financially advantageous, but the city's credit was not such that that was possible in 2003. So we will have to absorb some of that historical cost.
Right, and thank you for saying that, because the importance of having these kinds of discussions is to ensure that we never get there again, where our credit is not credit worthy to be able to do the things that we need to do with the money we have, and that's in the best interest of everyone.
Yeah, I completely agree, and
I know
we're very far from that position today, but this one has some legacy sort of. We have at this point 20 years worth of use of this property, during which time our credit, we were in a different position that we have to financially factor for. So if we were to confront the question, in a hypothetical scenario where the public safety building between the Boulevard of the Allies and First Avenue were still there today, I mean, God knows what condition it would be in. But if we had to deal with this question entirely new today, it would be very different. But we have to factor in the 20 years of value we've gotten here, during which time we wouldn't otherwise have been able to make other moves.
Yeah, understood. Director, or I'm sorry, I guess really this is more a question for you. The additional lease of, forgive me, 5 years, 6 years? What did we say?
6 years.
6 years.
The last year of which would include negotiations
Right.
toward purchase.
But is that, is the figure for that rent 10 million? Am I off base with that? Because we don't have a figure in here that we're spending to rent the building, but I need to. And Pat, you're either of you are welcome or both to join if it's helpful. But
Yeah, it should be in the legislation. I just don't have that in front of me, so I'm looking for confirmation.
So it's $1,343,300. If we're doing that over 6 years, it's $8,059,800.
Yeah, that sounds correct.
Right. So 27 and 8, we're about 33 million into, or 35 million into renting the property. So just to try to wrap our brains around that as responsible fiduciary agents for the city. It's such a big ask. And I don't know where to go with this. You know, I mean, you and I have talked about this at length.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go with this. Our backs are against the wall. Clearly, we need a police headquarters. I do get it, and truly, and I'm not trying to be an obstructionist here in any way, but I'm trying to figure out how, and thank you for the work you're doing, how we can make the best of what is not a good situation, and how how to achieve that.
I mean, that amount of money over a 26-year period, when you account for inflation over that duration of time, it certainly would have been to the city's benefit to construct and own a facility 20 years ago. Even then, our operating cost of it would be in the multiple, millions of dollars, right? So we're the marginal there is a marginal difference, but it's not enormous. And then if you take into account the inability of the city at that time to establish such an arrangement, then the
because
premium
we had made such terrible financial decisions.
Sure, I can't I mean, I can agree with you about that,
And
but
let
I
me
can't
add
comment
this,
on it.
please. I'm
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. You inherited this. I am not in any way, shape, or form hanging this on you.
Sure.
You were in all of you here, well, except maybe you.
I was around.
In a very different capacity, though.
you
Certainly. I mean, I don't
Yes.
think a line officer or sergeant had much say in that. At the
No,
time.
Acting Chief, you're welcome to comment, but I want to make it perfectly clear. You inherited this, and
Yeah.
you have to make the best of what is an incredibly difficult situation, as this council has inherited this and needs to make this decision. But every conversation we've had around this budget is our fiscal responsibility to make certain that these out years that are going to be somewhat, not treacherous, that's way too strong a word, but they're going to,
Be lean.
Yeah, they're going to be complicated, and I'm not going to be here, and I want to make certain that I don't walk away from here going, damn, why did I do that? Like that was dumb. I should not have done it. So anyway, I just want to make it perfectly clear. You didn't create this. You inherited it. You're trying to figure it out too. Go ahead, Acting Chief. No, go ahead. You want to say something? I'd love to hear it.
No, actually, I was just going to say I was around for it. The headquarter facility currently has not just our administrative offices, but has our investigative offices, has our property room, which is quite a large square footprint, and so that becomes problematic when we try to go and find a new place for our headquarters or build a new place for our headquarters.
Yeah.
And so, to that end, we did examine at least 2 other locations. I mean, those were, I can't disclose what we looked at because of the nature of the preliminary investigation, but having received pricing on some alternatives, we can, I think, confidently say that a continuation with a purchase option is more financially advantageous to the city than the other options we investigated for due diligence purposes. I mean, more than that, we were seriously open to alternatives, but the costing of those alternatives would come in at more than what we would pay here. And between a favorable lease price and an option to purchase, we think that this is probably the best way, to your point, Councilman, of untying this knot, right? You know, yes, it's certainly the history of the site and the selection process and the city's needs have caused us to pay a degree of premium for this site over that period, but to relocate under current market conditions would only be more expensive, either via leasing other sites, which would not end the cyclical kind of problem of leasing this kind of space, or through purchase that would be more costly than continuing a lease with a option to purchase.
So, Budget Director, remind me again, please, so that I'm acting on accurate information. We taxpayer have no initial investment in the construction of this building. I'm laboring under a false assumption. It was solely the cost of the construction of this building was solely at the by the owner of the property.
As I understood it, in my previous life as an asset management analyst, I would agree 100% with what Director Pollock has said, that they built out like a vanilla envelope type of building, and then we paid it. Well, I just had it.
Our investment
$340,386.65 for those like specialty technology upgrades.
Our build out.
Yeah, and that was we paid the landlord for them to do that work, and they invoiced us.
That's why that. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that type of fit and finish work.
It's a build out.
That's typical for this type of arrangement.
Or any business. You go in to rent a property and you ask the landlord who's doing the build out. Am I responsible? Are you responsible? I get that. I appreciate the clarification. So just for the edification of members, and I'm not trying to I don't know, show off or anything, but just the history of the building is that it's on Western Avenue. It was lovingly referred to as the Taj Mahal for its opulence. Well, maybe that's too strong a word. But it has existed. I just remember the building from the 80s, but I'm going to go with the early 2000s. We have, up to this point in time, paid, forgive me, $27 million to rent the facility, and we're looking at another $8 million over 6 years with the option to purchase. And I'm still not clear on this. He has agreed to sell at that time with us as having the right of first refusal, or he still has the out to say, I've decided I really don't want to sell this?
We would have the right of first refusal pending a conversation around pricing that would occur in that final year. So they would provide to us a purchase price in the final year of the agreement, which we could accept, reject, or attempt to negotiate prior to someone else being offered an opportunity to purchase.
That's helpful. That's very helpful. So I'm just trying to understand. The sixth year is for the owner to come to us to say, let's sit down and negotiate a price. If we agree with the price, we have the first right to buy it. Otherwise, somebody else has the option to buy it.
Yes, if having in good faith negotiated around pricing in that final year, we decline to purchase at a price that we can agree to, then they can offer it.
They can offer it, right. But where I still can't understand is that actually going to happen no matter what? In the 6th year, we are going to negotiate a sale. It is going to be up for negotiation to purchase the property. We may or may not buy it, depending on the price.
The city, through this proposed lease, reserves the right to do that. I would be irresponsible in telling you whether the
We
city
will
will
or
do
won't.
that without knowing
Understood.
who will be the administration at the time. But I can tell you that if it is the Gainey administration in that position at the time, we would intend to purchase.
Okay. So that's what's before us, and it's really complicated, and it almost came up last year at this time, at budget time, and we realized we had another year on the lease, and so we bought some time to be able to bring it up. But this is the question that is before us. And I want to say I can't vote this, but I can't say I can't vote this. I just simply can't say that. What do we do? Well, look at this guy. Where would we put him? So this is an incredibly difficult decision, but I do think it's one where we are at a crossroads about our fiscal responsibilities and what we do and don't do. So, I don't have any answers. I just wish to put some context and some history out there, and I cannot reemphasize enough. They didn't create this, they inherited it. So they too are trying to understand how the hell we get through this and to work this out.
As a final point, Councilman, just to that end, having investigated other options, we can say, I think definitively, that to not pursue this path and to instead pursue another location would have a much greater cost without...
And not just monetary. How do you move a police headquarters at one of the more difficult, not being kind, difficult times in terms of public safety and providing for the public safety, which is one of the primary functions of what we do here in city government.
Even having not accounted for the relocation costs, just the absolute cost of a new facility would be higher than continuing.
And the disruption too
would only add to that. That would only be on top of an increased annual or monthly cost.
Yeah. So I'm sure I'm going to want to have second round at some point in time, but I apologize, for taking the time, but I just wanted to put the context out there of the decision we're being asked to make here today. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councilman Coghill next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will tell you, I share a lot of same concerns as Councilman Kraus does as well. A few questions. Who is the landlord?
Tony Ross Development. Ross Development is the company. I believe Tony Ross is the principal.
So now you say we have the option to purchase in the 5th year. Are we locked into the lease if we decide to purchase it in the 5th year, or do we just pay 5 years lease and we buy it in the 6th year?
We would have a 6-year lease that would give us a year period in which to.
Yeah, so we're locked in the 6 years, no ifs, ands, or buts, even if we decide to purchase it.
Yes, the purchase. Yeah. I mean, of course, at that point there could be some room for renegotiation, but the lease terms anticipate 5 years leasing, pricing from the owner at the beginning of the 6th year, and a year's time to determine whether we will purchase or not.
Right. But we negotiate that in the 5th year.
6th year.
We would negotiate a potential purchase in the final, 6th year of the agreement.
Okay.
But we would anticipate leasing the building for all 6 years.
Right.
With the final year overlapping between the final year of our lease and the process of negotiating a potential purchase.
Right. And this building has been fitted for everything we need. It's got everything we need. Is that right? Any of you?
Yeah, I mean, so it contains the administrative offices for the chiefs, the entire investigations branch, which is around 90 or so officers, supervisors, et cetera, and then the property room. Just trying to move from one out of this facility is an enormous task,
right?
Mainly because of the property room. So all evidence that the Bureau of Police has collected
Yeah, but
And
it's retrofitted
for at least
us.
100 years.
We don't have any problems.
Yeah.
We're not lacking anything. Other
No.
than, I'll ask for Councilwoman Gross, how about a firing range down in the basement? Is that possible?
No.
No?
It doesn't have a big basement.
Yeah,
but,
the facility wouldn't accommodate that. But I guess in addition to its current condition, which meets all of our needs, they've also been and continue to be responsive and open to continual
Right.
requests for
Okay.
updates. So.
Okay.
Which we have done, some at their expense, some at ours, but
Right, right.
we've been able to update the facility to meet evolving police needs over the term.
So here's one way I feel we could all be more comfortable, me, myself, I think Councilman Kraus at least. And you know this is coming, Director, as to, and I don't mean to insert myself in every agreement that comes through public safety, but I can't help myself at times, okay? I see this as a potential to go to the owner, and I'm going to stay out of it for now until we clarify whether I'm able to do that or not, okay? Going by the home rule charter that you brought up.
Mm-hmm.
But I would ask Director Schmidt, who did a wonderful job with the taser deal, why don't we ask him to keep it at the past? It was 1.2 million, now it's 1.3 million, I think, right? The former lease for the past 6 years.
This actually is a reduction.
A reduction.
Yeah, it was 1.524. Now it's 1.343.
Oh, so we got a savings on it.
We did. They did reduce. Yeah, for
You don't need
this
me
5-year
then. We're good.
extension, they did reduce the monthly.
Okay, all right, good. Well, I would still argue there's room there, but we're a good customer. It's a good customer
We've tried.
discount maybe, but it wouldn't hurt if we can save $100,000 a year or whatever you can come up
Right.
with.
I will say there's also some overall building improvements. They're going to replace all of the electrical or lighting systems to LED to help, because we do pay the utilities for the building. So that will bring a cost to the city.
Right, but just like any landlord case, if the roof goes bad, they pay for the roof.
Right.
We don't have any outside costs other than what we're retrofitting it for.
Well, they're
for what
doing
we
that.
need.
So Ross Development, as part of this renewal, is putting, replacing the lighting, putting some additional improvements around $100,000 in just renovations, updates, et
Okay,
cetera.
sounds like a good arrangement. I mean, we don't want to be in this situation to have to lease and spend millions of dollars doing so, but we'll hopefully have that option in 6 years.
Agreed.
Okay, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So why not, why can't we negotiate or enter to, an agreement to buy now?
They weren't willing to entertain that
They're
option.
willing to entertain the option.
They were only willing to entertain a purchase after a period of lease renewal, which through negotiation is the proposal in front of you.
They want to see our commitment.
They want us to extend the lease for at least another 5 years with a purchase option after that.
I feel like you repeated this, but I just want to ask specifically, what guarantee do we have that they would negotiate with us?
The
after 5
agreement
years?
itself does, if signed, specify an option to purchase at the end of 6 years with pricing provided, initial pricing provided by the owner at the end of 5, such that we could spend a year negotiating that. So that is, in having sought to understand what it would take to ultimately own the building, and having gone back and forth on that, what we agreed to was they would need to see us continue to lease it for 5 years and then provide us pricing at the end of that, at which point they would offer an option to purchase at the end of the following year. So this is a consensus or a agreement on us having
Okay.
come into the conversation with a desire to own, what would it take to achieve that, and this is where we landed.
So this would effectively, if we go along with this contract and we have the option to buy, it's in writing. This would
The option to
effectively
purchase
end.
would be
Yeah.
included in the agreement, yes.
Yeah, in the agreement, this would effectively be ending any chance that this would be, that we would fall through on the, I know this wasn't your administration, but in the prior administration with the master plan for the VA site.
No, no, because we could decline to purchase at the end of that period. We would have an option a right of first refusal, but we could refuse. Having said that, I don't believe that current best practice would indicate that it makes sense to relocate police headquarters to the VA site. I think we look at a variety of opportunities for training and other facilities there. But at present, police headquarters, I think that the ideal option for us for police headquarters would be to remain in their current facility, ideally under city ownership at the end of this lease. Fire headquarters is relocated to Ezor Square in the Strip District in newly retrofitted facilities. We probably have some thinking to do about the long term of EMS headquarters, just given the condition of the facility, but permanent co-relocation on a single site is not something we're presently looking at, but it is something that would remain an available option into the future were we to decline to purchase at the end of 6 years, which would be ultimately a judgment call to be made by the administration and the council at that time.
Has there been any work to identify a building of the same square footage and, parking lot? That's because I've been there several times. And
are you talking about police headquarters now?
Yeah, the current police headquarters.
We've looked at 2 other locations.
You looked at 2 other locations with the same that will meet the needs of what we have currently.
Yes.
And how did that turn out?
Both of them were higher cost to lease than this.
No, I mean to purchase.
To purchase. At this time, we've been evaluating, but we would likely need to break up, in order to purchase, we would likely need to break up the functions of the current building. So the property room kind of runs on its own. The investigations branch used to be on its own out in East Liberty. And then headquarters is, the office space for the administrative staff is much smaller. The parking lot at headquarters is definitely utilized, so that's a significant thing to find that much property. The property room in itself is a very large facility. And the challenge around that is, realistically, even if we did find property or a building we could use, by the time we would build it out, we couldn't have done that in the past 2 years. Last time they moved the property room from where it was to this headquarters, it took about 2 years, a year and a half, to do just the property room, let alone moving investigations, everything else. That's just a significant thing. Plus the investment of the infrastructure in this building. Currently INP, this is a backup center for the data for INP, plus the hub. There's a lot of cost involved.
So let me just understand. So you're saying if we did go, so there hasn't been work been done to see if there is another option to buy somewhere.
No.
And you're saying if we did go down that road, then you would reorganize the way you think about what police headquarters, the actual square footage that we would need.
Realistically, to be fiscally responsible, I think we would have to do that, just because
Several
to
different
find
buildings.
that large of a space.
Yeah. We've not found something that is available for purchase that could accommodate the entirety of what the current facility occupies. So while we've looked at purchase options for portions of the footprint, there is not even a single location that we could purchase that would fully satisfy the needs, and that would require multiple purchases or a combination of purchased space and leased space, all of which would be more expensive than this continuation with an option to purchase.
I mean, right now it'll be more expensive because the lease is cheaper than all the costs we would go to buy, but then the buy option 5 years from now is going to be expensive.
I think over the next 5 years, between the administration and council, that's what we need to make decisions on. If that's what we're going to do, we need to find multiple sites, figure out what the infrastructure build out costs, that sort of thing.
I agree.
Just couldn't do that in the past year, 2 year period here.
All right, thanks.
Councilwoman Strasburger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think there's a lot that's been unsaid at this point. I do have a slightly different question. understanding that there might not be the appetite on the Ross Development Corporation end for this, hearing what I heard from you. But I would feel a lot more comfortable, and I actually don't think we're in the position right now to even consider purchasing. Like, now is not the right time, but in 3 years it could be rather than 6 years. And I would feel more comfortable taking that remaining kind of like $4 million from the last 3 years and putting that towards purchase rather than paying to lease. Is there appetite on our end to do that? Cut it to shorter, to a 3-year term, and then, contemplate, or is that not actually like the most advantageous decision on our part?
It would be on our end. But
Okay.
That to contemplate an option to purchase, they required at least 5 years prior to pricing, right? That was the cost of getting a purchase option into the agreement at all. Of course, at any time during a lease term, we could approach them with a proposed renegotiation, but they'd not be under any obligation to agree to that until the 5th year, in which, if we were to conclude this agreement, they would be obligated to provide us with pricing. So that's the trade-off that we, through an extensive process of discussion, reached with them that we're proposing to you today. We would be open to having those considerations, but that's an entirely hypothetical question at this point.
Yeah, if there's anything that we can do as council, again, not to insert ourselves into every contract, but you've done your work. This is solid. It's brought down the price per year. I mean, I even see, like, at one point it was $1.7 million per year for year one. So good work, but it's really a shame that they wouldn't consider, cutting that short and allowing us to start to, like, rent to own, kind of like. We have that, but only after 6 years. We'd be in a much better position to do this after 3 years and just sort of get it done. But I'd like to continue that conversation to the extent that they're willing to.
I agree. I mean, I think it is worth acknowledging that at the time in which they financed the original construction of the building, it was a time in which the city would not have been in a position to borrow those funds itself in order to finance that construction. Right? So they did extend the city, as its finances were at the time, the benefit of speculatively financing a building in exchange for lease payments. So I don't think they've ever been a bad landlord to us, nor have they been unreasonable in their terms. This is a business term that, frankly, if I were on their side of this question, I would be asking for something like this in order to consider this. So I don't think they're being unreasonable. I do think that we'd be open to discussing alternative terms when the circumstances warranted, but I think they're being fair.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm glad we can at least keep the door cracked open in that conversation.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gross.
Thank you, appreciate it. Apologize if I missed this. How many square feet is the Graffham building? 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, 50,000? 100,000 square feet?
I think it's 60,000 square feet.
It looks, just from looking at it on Google Maps, since I've actually never personally stepped inside of it, kind of like one of the new buildings that have been built in the Strip District, like the Burns and White office building, which houses a law firm, with maybe the Facebook building on Smallman Street. And so I've just asked my staff to search the media because I'm trying to struggle to remember how much those cost to build. I think it's less than 27 million.
It is in footprint and kind of character. It would certainly resemble some of I'm thinking of the Burns and White building. It doesn't look all that different. I don't know how many square feet that building is. It includes some specialized space that are unique to our needs, that probably those buildings don't include. A big portion of it is the property room, which, is unlike those buildings, which are probably entirely kind of office cube space, unique in its configuration. Obviously, the fit out of security, requirements there are different, and we also have the real-time crime center. Is that the right name for it? Yeah, okay. The real-time crime center built out in that space, which has some technological requirements that I won't say whether they're the same or different than some of those places, or greater or lesser, but certainly unique. So, but if you're asking, are we paying through years of lease payments, are we paying a premium? And the answer is absolutely.
It's not a premium. It's literally more than the cost of new construction, I think. And so just to reiterate what the point that many members have made, right, is that we've already overpaid for the building. And now we're looking at extending the lease in order to then have, we're not leasing to own. Not a single dollar of the previous 27 million, nor a single dollar of this 8 million that's being proposed would actually be applied towards the purchase price. It would just allow us the option to then have, we don't know what the amount would be. So it really does feel like we're being held hostage to the building, unfortunately. Again, and so I'm going to just leave that there, and then I'm going to go back 20 years, because it was in 2002, I think, when this arrangement was made. Bill number 2002-0231. And for everybody's reference, I asked my staff to pull up the city controller's open book thing, because the contract from 2002 is there. So everybody can read it. Everybody can go read it. And it's curious to me. I think there are some lessons to be learned. First, like Councilman Kraus already made, which is that we wouldn't be here if we hadn't allowed the city to have its credit rating fall so low as the city did in 2002, because that's why we couldn't borrow to repair the building that we owned. And I'm pointing in that direction. Somebody tell me, in 2002, was police headquarters right over here where the parklet is, next to Boulevard of the Ally?
The PNC parklet that's presently between the Boulevard of the Allies ramp and what is now PNC First Side, that was at that time the public safety building, which is where headquarters was.
So both the park, or the entire PNC First Side building and the park?
The park, correct.
Okay.
Chief, am I correct on that?
I don't remember. I mean, I can't.
So back then, that was the public safety building. It was a 8-floor building. It also housed the fire, also housed the medics, and it also housed the courts. And we actually had a kind of a holding area for people we would take to jail. So it had quite a bit of use.
But
it was right downtown, and it was a block from here.
The footprint of the building was the park.
So bounded by Ross, Boulevard of the Allies, First Avenue, and whatever that other little side street is.
The issue was
Grant,
parking.
I guess.
The issue was there was no parking there as well.
Imagine.
So. Sure. Okay. But yes, Councilperson, you're correct. That's where it was located.
So we had
the investigations branch. Sorry, the investigations branch, as you know, was in East Liberty.
I'm got to get to that.
Right.
So we had a police headquarters building downtown. I have no idea what it looked like. And it was a block from here, and it housed many of the functions. And then secondly, we had the East Liberty Police Investigative Unit. So if anyone knows East Liberty, and you know where the East Liberty McDonald's is, it's right next door. It's kind of a mid-century looking kind of pedestal building. And so in 2002, City Council passed Resolution 0231. And it literally says, whereas the current City of Pittsburgh Public Safety Building is in need of extensive renovations of about $7 million. And in order to completely renovate the building. And what I heard the director say was that the city didn't have good enough credit to borrow that much money. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes. And so if I may
Actually, I'd like to continue, actually. Can I? And then we'll get back. And then the second whereas is whereas the East Liberty Development Corporation, Inc. and the East Liberty Chamber of Commerce is desirous of the relocation of the Police Bureau's Investigative Branch building in East Liberty section of City of Pittsburgh so that the site might be better utilized for commercial development that will benefit East Liberty and the surrounding communities. Whereas it is anticipated that the city will sell the current public safety building to PNC Financial Corporation for the development of a park or downtown green space. Whereas the proceeds from the sale of the public safety building shall be used to procure the new or renovated public safety facility and or other related facilities for any activities related to the relocation or moving of city offices to the new building. Whereas the Department of General Services, the Department of Engineering, we used to have a Department of Engineering, now we don't, and construction have determined that it is the city's best interest to procure a new or renovated, to procure, not to lease, anyway, to procure a new or renovated facility to house the various offices of the Department of Public Safety, Bureau of Police, and they are currently housed in the Public Safety Building. So I think other council members know this is one of my pet peeves. I think there's two lessons. Not only do we should not let the city credit rating dip so low that we can't actually do things and we get ourselves into bad deals like this, but then secondly, we should stop selling our buildings just for short-term profit. That's my general principle. You've heard me say before about other city-owned sites. We're not here to just say like, ooh, somebody wants it and we'll give us cash for it, so we'll sell it. We're not real estate flippers. Right? These are buildings that are important for the functioning of the city. That's why we have them. That's why we have them in these locations. So that's one of my pet peeves. So, Director, you wanted to say something about the sales of those properties?
Yes. So first, I mean, it's worth acknowledging that, as envisioned in that agreement, right? The what had been the investigations building didn't sell until after, I can't remember the exact year, but it was after 2016, right? So there was a long period in which that building remained under the public's ownership. I think at some point it was transferred to the URA, but ultimately no deal was concluded there until much later, right? So the initial thinking was fairly optimistic.
And remains so to that point, since you brought it up. What's there now?
Right. I can't remember the name of the company, but
Schoolhouse Lighting was there for a short while.
Schoolhouse
and
Lighting
then
out
closed.
of Portland. I knew it was a lighting and electric company from Portland. I couldn't remember their name.
Closed.
Thank you. Yes, they've closed that. Portions of the building remain leased to some co-working spaces, to some retail uses, but yes. Similarly, I guess my point is that I think just only to reinforce your point, councilperson, that in this transaction, the city is captive to its own poor bond rating at the time of the transaction, right? The lease terms, in my mind, are reasonable if you accept the poor state of the city's finances at the time they were entered into. And we don't want to enter a position anything close to that again, nor are we, thankfully, anywhere close to that in terms of our current bond rating. This is very much a situation in which we need to, in commercially reasonable terms that are ultimately to the benefit of the taxpayer, extricate ourselves from a 20-year-old agreement that was established when we were in a different financial position. If the city's books were in better condition 20 years ago, we probably never would have entered into this lease. We likely would have either rehabilitated the public safety building where it was, or if there was enough interest in building that parklet, we would have built a new building ourselves under our ownership somewhere else, maybe at the same site, maybe somewhere else. That wasn't the circumstances that our predecessors sitting around this table confronted at that time, and they attempted to arrive at a solution that made financial sense under the constraints they faced. And we're not going to pull ourselves out of that arrangement overnight, but I think the agreement we've negotiated here, it provides a clear path to resolving that question. Thank you. Oh, and I apologize also, 80,000 square feet is the size of the current building. I might be 60,000 office space, 20,000 evidence room, which might be what you were thinking of, Chief, but 80,000 square feet total. It's very large, yes.
I don't have any of the market numbers for how much people are building 100,000 square feet. I'm looking for kind of dollar amounts. But I'm only getting ones that are like at a million square feet. So again, I was trying to talk to my staff and be like, no, it's much smaller than the examples you sent me. Don't send me the ones that are a million square feet. I believe we've probably already paid, like I said, we've paid the full price of that building.
If we look at what it would cost us to finance in 2023 dollars, and at interest rates as have prevailed over that period, I don't believe it's fair to compare a new construction cost today to what it would be to finance it at the time. I don't mean to indicate that we would not have saved money by building at that time. We were not financially capable of building at that time.
Right, construction costs have gone up, not down.
Yes, but interest rates have gone up. It's difficult to compare them apples to apples. We would have saved money building at that time if we had been able to. We weren't able to. Right? So I think it's a bit of an apples and oranges comparison.
We do too. But we're still in a bad spot. And so 80,000 square feet for how many? I know there's multiple functions. Is it 60,000 that's being used for office?
No, that was my
Okay.
guess as to what the discrepancy between what the chief said and what I said. I don't know. It includes both office space and the evidence room. The evidence room has a much more of a warehouse structure to it, whereas there's an office space component. But what the split between the two is, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Director, you did say that you looked at what it would be like to either lease another property or acquire another property. If there was a relocation considered, which we all acknowledge would be disruptive. But when did you do that research? Was it before or after our office lease collapsing market, which is collapsing now?
We looked at both of those opportunities within the past year.
Okay.
So they're very current.
Right, but there are, as we know, it's part of the reason council is rightfully concerned about revenue moving forward. It's not just us, it's basically every American city because of the change of work, because we're post-COVID, the Zoom meetings allow people not to go downtown to work in general. And so those office leases didn't cancel immediately, in 2021, but they're starting to cancel now as those leases are coming complete, just in general across the U.S., across the world, pretty much. And so there are new spaces coming up for lease, and certainly there are buildings that are already seeing the strain downtown.
The primary lease option certainly was making their proposal to us in the aftermath of that transition. And again, I don't want to compromise, commercially sensitive information for them. So I won't. They were offering us what they believed to be a very competitive price, understanding our needs and their need to lease space, and it was nonetheless more expensive than what Ross Development is proposing. I frankly would have taken their offer if it were cheaper, but it wasn't. So it wasn't something we could have considered because it was more expensive than the current, the price offered by the current landlord, and given the current landlord providing a more competitive price and that requiring no relocation cost, that's fiduciarily the only course we could have selected at that point.
How long is a typical commercial lease?
They vary. 5 to 10 years is fairly typical.
Like a law firm across the street?
No, for something specialized like this, so something that has specialized characteristics and requirements like ours, something that's entirely, cubicle and office floor plates would be
like
shorter.
3 year.
Yes, I'm sorry, that's probably true. But for something where you have very specific security requirements, as we do, unique spatial requirements as relates to the storage of evidence, right? The longer terms are more common. I'll at least put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to stop my questioning there. I think I've made a few points that I'll just recap, right? So we, as Mr. Kyle said, we should not allow ourselves to get into, this is the reason it's important to have a good credit rating as a municipality so that you can actually do things that the citizens need, like have a police headquarters. Secondly, that when we look for short-term gain on our public assets, like we had a downtown headquarters and we had a police investigative unit in East Liberty, and we sold them off. And we've wasted money on a lease for 20 years, and we're looking at, I think, really not getting another deal that we're stuck with. That's really not a great deal. So, thank you. That's all. I'll stop there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Warwick.
Yeah, so I guess I wanted to ask, at this building, is it full? Are all the offices full?
Yeah, I would say it's more than full.
It's more, okay, so it's,
Chief
there's,
could probably talk more, but yeah, they're usually looking for more space.
It's full.
it's full. Okay, so there wouldn't be any option to move another smaller public, I mean, just if we're stuck, because it sort of sounds like we're stuck, an option to move another smaller bureau's headquarters in there, at least to maximize on usage. So it's,
Yeah, there's no room in right now for any of the other bureaus or public safety. Otherwise, I would have, because I'm out of room on the fourth floor as well. So I would have definitely utilized it. Because, I mean, public safety is not, we don't, for the most part, we don't have the opportunity for our staff to work hybrid or reduced office space. So
right.
We haven't really reduced our office space much during this
And
period.
if I may just on that, so if we look at the current footprint of public safety bureaus, right? I don't believe there are any functions within, there might be some functions within police which could conceivably co-locate with headquarters, but most of that work's been done already and they have specialized space in other locations. Fire has a pretty small footprint need. They were previously in 200 Ross Street. They moved out of there as the conditions in that building deteriorated during COVID prior to repositioning, and are now located in a facility in the Strip District on Easer Square, where they're co-located with the emergency management team, which, as Chief Jones serving as chief of both, is an advantageous overlap, but also their needs are pretty small. So locating fire alongside EMA makes a lot of sense, and EMA is located in the same facility where our emergency operations center has been built out. So that one makes a lot of sense. There is interest in moving EMS out of their current facility in Shadyside, and certainly interest in developing that location for housing. It's a challenge because it serves a dual purpose as a headquarters as well as a frontline service point. So it has a garage and there's some specialized vehicles there. We're open. I'm also speaking here to Councilperson Strasburger to that relocation, but we've not identified something that makes sense. And so if that opportunity were to present itself, we'd very much welcome that. But further co-location doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. I think fire, EMS, and fire, police, and EMA are where they need to be, and EMS might find a new home, but along the lines of what they presently have, just potentially in a different location.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Second round, Councilman Coghill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to say in this conversation, to me, it appears we're stuck here, okay? For us to purchase a new building and retrofit it for what we need, it's the cost would just be astronomical for starters, plus we don't even have a site, although you looked at a couple of sites. But so I feel like we're here for the long haul. But so I wanted to follow up on, first of all, Councilwoman Strasburger having the option. I had mentioned maybe having the option to buy in 3 years or so. And then to Councilwoman Gross, she was asking, how much is the building worth? I mean, we know that $27 million, I think you said. Do you have the assessment of this building?
I apologize. I just found, like the Burns and White office building we were referring to in the Strip District is 110,000 square feet, so larger than this one, and sold for $18 million
Oh, okay.
3 years ago.
Right. So knowing that, I don't think anybody's comfortable with leases. I begged my daughter to buy a house because I hate to see her pay rent, right? But you need money, upfront money. So my question is this. Just listening to everybody, and I feel like this is a legitimate question. I just want to see where you stand on it. Why don't we float a bond for 25 years and buy the place now?
It's not for sale right now.
It's not for sale. The owner is not willing to sell.
Correct. They're not willing, they are only willing to entertain a purchase by us at the end of this renewal period. So the building is not presently for
Did you
sale.
ask them?
Yes.
So say the building's what, $18 million, right? It's probably a good guesstimation, considering the square footage of the one that Councilman Gross showed up.
Can't say for certain, but it's not an unfair comparable. Can I put it that way?
Right. Do we know, have you asked them what the selling price would be today? What's it assessed at? Do we know that?
I simply have to reiterate, their willingness to entertain sale was conditional upon a renewal of the lease and an offering of pricing towards the end of that lease term.
Okay.
Absent that, they were not willing to.
They didn't want to talk about selling the place right now.
They did not.
Okay. But do we know what the place is worth?
I don't have it at my fingertips, though it would be easy enough to find the assessed value. Of course, as you and all members of council know, assessed value and actual appraised value can be very different unless or until there's a reassessment. So we did not reach the point of conducting an appraisal because there was no interest on the current owner to sell except at the end of lease renewal, and an appraisal at this point versus 5 years from now could come back very different depending on market conditions. We would certainly get an appraisal as part of any negotiations towards purchase towards the end of this renewal term. That would be part of our normal conduct of business. But given their lack of appetite to consider that, we didn't.
Right. So we
did
frankly,
inquire.
We did inquire. We said, what would the
Yes.
price be today? We talked to the owner.
Yes.
The landlord, right? Definitely not willing to sell.
Correct.
No price was even negotiated. Didn't get that far.
Didn't get that far.
I would say if the price is right, they may be willing to sell right now. I don't know their reasons. We don't know the reasons, but other than they're just telling you no, right?
I mean, perhaps, but again, that would imply us paying a premium for the earlier consideration.
Well, that's why I suggest a bond. It's really
Well, a bond
perfect
would-
situation for a bond.
Apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt, Councilman,
Right.
but that is, I mean, that is the mechanism by which the city, for example, purchased 412 Boulevard of the Allies.
Right.
That is almost certainly the mechanism that we would use to effectuate a purchase at the appropriate time, right? So if 5 years from now,
Yeah, we wouldn't
heading into the final year of a lease, we were able to negotiate an agreeable purchase price, we would certainly finance that through a bond.
Sure.
And that it's different than a general obligation bond like the one that we use for our overall capital program. It would be collateralized by the property itself, so not by the city's general obligation. It has a very different character. I'm sure that's how we would do it if we got there.
Right.
But getting there in our based on our conversations and with our recommendation is at the end of in the 5th year of a 6-year renewal. That's what it'll take to get us there.
Okay.
And not because we thoroughly investigated other options, both other locations and discussed in depth other potential arrangements.
Yeah, I think
the pricing here is the one that is best for the city.
Yeah, I think we're in it for the long haul here. I don't even
Don't
feel like
disagree.
we should entertain other places. We should be looking at buying this place. And if the landlord's not willing to entertain that now, as Councilwoman Strasburger said, in 2-3 years, he or she may have a whole different opinion on it. But
Sure.
I would say if they're willing to entertain the thought, we know they're not now, but if they're willing to entertain the thought of selling this building in 2 or 3 years, we should do it.
I mean, I think we'd be very open to having
Yeah.
that conversation
Okay.
at that time. However, we know at present what they require in order to provide an option. So renegotiation is always possible during the course of a term, but we need to get what we really need speaking candidly, is to lock in a further lease term, even to have the option to have that conversation.
Yeah, we're forced into supporting this. I mean, there's just no other option on the table.
Yeah,
right now.
I mean, and if I may, again, we're forced into it really first and foremost by the state of the city's finances as they existed in 2002 and 2003, which, as Councilman Kraus mentioned, no one around this table was culpable for, but those were the facts at the time, and they've created conditions that have a long tail, right? And so we're attempting to make the best of a situation that was created in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, that through the course of this lease have some lingering effects. So.
Right. Okay, I just, again, as the councilwoman asked, let's sit down with him in 2 or 3 years and see if he's willing to sell. And,
Sure.
Take out a bond and get this thing over with so we're not paying an exorbitant amount of rent.
Don't disagree. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Kraus?
Thank you. So, if members will permit, maybe I can wrap it up. It would have been, I can't think of the word, it would have been irresponsible of us to not have this conversation. We needed to have this, and I know it's been extensive, but it needed to be talked about in the light of day. I'll reiterate again. None of us sitting here got us to this point. We're trying to make the very best with what we're being presented with. Acting Chief Ragland, just completely speculative question, but should the council not approve this? I'm just going to get on that road for a minute. What would it look like for you to have to relocate headquarters?
Well, we can't really work from home.
Yeah.
So that's really not an option. We would probably have to look at what space we currently have and try to move individuals into some of those spaces.
Yeah, but
Not be
just the chaos
we
of trying to,
you have
and how it would impact your ability to do the job that you need to do while you dismantled this to try to.
It would severely hurt public safety.
Yeah, which is the very last thing we would want to do here in any way, shape, or form, and especially at a time when it's as fragile as it is. It's just such a rotten place to be. But it's, I say this all the time to Councilman Lavelle. What is it? We're not afforded the luxury of maybe. We're only afforded the difficult task of yes and no. And this is one of those times where we have to say yes or no. I came to this discussion fully convinced that I couldn't vote for this, but it would be totally irresponsible of me in the realm of protecting the public to put the Bureau of Police in such a disadvantaged position to have to dismantle and scramble to figure out where they go and how they perform their operations. So with that, as difficult as it is, I will vote. I will vote to approve this, and I'll ask members to do so as well.
Thank
well,
you.
we have a week. I don't. I don't. Yeah, the lease is over in a week. It is correct. Forgive me, Director. Is it? No, it goes into
end of January.
End of January. So we have about 5 weeks, give or take 6 weeks. 6 weeks to do. I toyed with the idea of like, well, what's the hell's the word I'm looking for? What the president does all the time.
Abstain.
The president has to abstain so I can research all the things you guys are sliding in there.
Yeah, but again, it's irresponsible. In hopes that we would renegotiate something with Tony Ross, and you've made it perfectly clear, Director. That's simply not going to happen. So, again, it would be irresponsible of me to sit here and pretend that we're going to go somewhere we're not going to go.
Sure.
So, I don't want to call for the vote, but do members have other comment? Do they? Okay, I'll stop. with my comment, and I'm done. I won't comment any further.
Councilwoman Warwick?
So, yeah, I mean, this is all sort of, again, feels like sort of last minute, right? This lease is up at the end of the month.
Sorry, the end of January.
Or sorry, the end of January, but yeah, still. I mean,
If Councilwoman, if I may comment on that. So we originally brought legislation to this effect forward last year. There was, in fact, some, I don't want to say disagreement. There were different understandings between the landlord and us when the original lease took effect, whether it was the day in which we signed the lease or when we moved in. We were able to clarify that, able to then understand that we had a further year. And in the course of the last year, we did look at, as I've mentioned, several other options, and for that reason did not progress on reaching terms for renewal until we had fully explored those other options. So to the extent that this is happening late in the process, it was due to the due diligence that went into confirming other options weren't viable rather than postponing action. So I do understand your point that we're coming close to the end of the term prior to being able to seek authorization, but only because we had attempted in good faith to identify and then ultimately ruled out other alternatives.
but I'm just saying, so it just seems to me that with this, first of all, I mean, I understand that you said that this feels like a fair deal from the landlord. I don't know. This feels like a lot of money. This feels like we've been renting a building for a really long time, and now this landlord is not, and we would like to buy it as having been good tenants, good customers, and, the land. I mean, this is a negotiation, right? They know we're stuck, and so we're kind of. So, I mean, if we could just do a shorter lease, forget this option to buy, give ourselves a few years to, I mean, I'm sorry, I know that'll be a hassle for your folks, but if, a shorter lease and look for somewhere else. And I mean, I don't know, or at least consider something like that.
A shorter lease would certainly be more expensive. They've only been willing to offer the current pricing given the term, and we have looked and been unable to find other locations that are less expensive. We've only been able to find other locations that would be more expensive.
No, but I mean, but to buy something.
We've looked at both options.
Why? It doesn't do anything.
I'm sorry. I don't mean. Just to like we've pursued both purchase and.
I mean, I
lease
guess I
options.
sort of, it's so much money and everyone has concerns. It just feels like maybe, I mean, could we, I don't know, have an executive session, talk about, have a briefing and talk about this, just hold it for a week? I don't know if that's something members would feel comfortable with. I'll let other members comment if they have.
Oh,
I got you. I mean, I think, just for the record, I think some members would be comfortable with a 1 week hold. I believe we'll be back at this table in 1 week having the exact same conversation.
yeah.
For another 2 hours.
Yep. So I'll make a motion to hold for 1 week.
Well, I don't.
Okay, sorry.
Councilwoman Gross did have her hand raised, wanting to speak.
I appreciate it. I concur with Councilwoman Warwick. There's no price for purchase in front of us. So while we say we might hypothetically like to buy the building, we have no idea whether it will be offered at a price that we're willing to pay in 6 years. So I'm a little concerned about taking the longer term lease when we don't know what price that this landlord will ask for. He may ask a very unreasonable price for purchase in 6 years.
Point of clarity, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm not mistaken, you're right, we do have no idea what the price will be, but if I'm not mistaken, both sides have to get an appraisal done. And then both sides, so you can appraise your home
But
and
the
someone says,
bargain that we're being presented with right now is because we might want to buy this property the landlord will not give us a shorter term, is what we've been told at the table. And so you must commit another $8 million of taxpayer funds for a building we don't own that we've already overpaid for without owning it, right? So even today, we could have bought, a 80,000 square foot building or 110,000 square foot building that would still need to be renovated and changed, et cetera, et cetera. But for what was that again? What did I say, 15 million?
You said 18 million.
18 million. We've already paid 27 million in rent. And we're looking at paying another 8 million in rent, which would take it up to having spent $35 million in rent. This is a very familiar story for everyone of our residents who wishes they could own a house and is stuck renting, by the way, right? So, but we're the city and we have the capacity to not be stuck renting. So I just think even if we do get back here next week, maybe we'll have the same conversation. Maybe we won't. So I'm willing to support a motion to hold for a week.
Is there a second? We can have discussion. Is there a second on the motion to hold for 1 week? There was a second with discussion, Councilman Kraus.
So,
Microphone.
Apologize. So to the councilwoman's, and there are days I feel we were separated at birth. To the councilwoman's discussion at the end of the additional lease agreement, 27,835. We speculate it's worth 18. We've paid double what the building's worth in rent and don't own it.
Still be a sales price.
Yeah. But again, and look, to the chair's remarks. Look, you want to hold a week. We'll come back. We'll have the same discussion, and we'll ultimately have to hold our nose and pass it. That's what we're going to have to do. Where I am transitioning in my thought process right now is my role as a fiduciary agent of the city to be fiscally responsible, and comparing that with my responsibility to provide for the safety of the public. It's talk about a rotten place to be, but just imagine the kinds of disruption that are possible. And I'm speculating. I get that. If we were not to move ahead, as the acting chief Ragland said, it would be a monumental disruption to public safety and their ability to provide for us in a transition like this. And again, I'm going to reemphasize: none of us. We were handed this bucket of what, and we have to try to figure out the best way to make it. If for the sake of brevity, and we do have a public hearing by law, must begin by 2 p.m. By 2 p.m. by law. It was scheduled at 1. So actually, by law, we have about 11 minutes that we have to begin the public hearing. 30 minutes. Correct me if I'm wrong. Where's our solicitor? But I think it's 30 minutes from the scheduled time.
Correct.
Yeah. Pardon me? Yeah. So, look, so for the sake of wrapping up the discussion, if you wish to hold, let's hold, and perhaps proceed to the public hearing. And I'd be more than happy to spend time with you, Councilwoman, to see if there's some way, and you, Director, too, with all the effort that you, Director, that you've put forward in this to try to make the very best of it if we can. So you called for a one-week hold, and I second.
Yeah, but
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The bill will be held for 1 week. We'll see you all back here in 1 week.
Thank you.
Thank you, really, thank you
Can
very
I
much.
say something to that first
Nothing will
before
have
you guys
changed.
leave? Okay, so I think in a week's time, what we're looking for is a price on the building. Some idea, whether it be now or 6 years or the assessed value, if we have to just go by that. And that can give us some options. And I just fully want to exhaust every effort that
Okay,
we can.
we can't keep going. Thank
Okay,
you.
go
Please
ahead.
go on.
Thank you.
So don't leave. If we can do this very quickly, and then we'll switch chairs and you can start the public hearing. I wanted to get, while you all are still here, Bill 2223, Madam Clerk, is on page 22 in my agenda under INP. It's for security camera contract. I'd prefer for them they have to come back for that. So if we can read that bill and dispose of it. Okay.
Point of order. We have, as Councilman Wilson pointed, we have until 1:59 to start the meeting, because the meeting is scheduled for 1:30.
The clerk says 1.
No, it says 1. I thought it was 1:30.
Generally, they're 1:30. Okay.
It's 1:30 on our schedule.
Yeah, we'll ultimately have to
Regardless,
recess.
we're wasting time, please.
It's
What time?
Okay,
Is it one?
my.
Is it 1?
Is it 1?
Yeah.
Is it 1?
Yeah.
The one.
All right.
So we've literally got, by my clock, 6 minutes. Can we read Bill 2223?
Bill 2223, resolution authorizing the mayor, the director of public safety, and the director of innovation and performance to enter on behalf of the city of Pittsburgh into a professional services agreement or agreements with IK Systems,
IMP.
Inc. for security camera maintenance, integration, and support services for a total cost not to exceed $8,030,683.18 over 5 years.
Motion to approve.
Councilwoman Warwick.
Oh, it is? I thought this was public safety. I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
IMP.
Yeah,
We're on,
motion
we're on page 22.
motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative
Thank you so
recommendation.
much.
Thank you for being here with us. Madam Clerk, if we could go back to public safety and quickly read
Okay. Yep.
the bills 2289, 2290, and 2291.
Do you want me to just offer them?
Councilman
Yeah,
Cross?
I'll read it. Yep.
We're on page 18 of the agenda, members.
Do you want to read all three?
No, I need to read, you could read, if you would please, 2243, no, I'm sorry, 2289 and 2290 together, Madam Clerk.
Bill 2289, ordinance amending the Pittsburgh Code of Ordinances, Title IV, Conduct, by amending Chapter 635.03, Riding or Driving Prohibited Exception, and Bill 2290, ordinance supplementing the Pittsburgh Code of Ordinances, Title IV, Conduct, by adding a new Chapter 640, Humane Animal Protection Act.
Motion to hold both bills 3 weeks, please.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Both bills will be held 3 weeks. May you please read Bill 2291?
Bill 2291, ordinance supplementing the Pittsburgh Code of Ordinances, Title IV, Conduct, by adding a new section to Chapter 640, Humane Animal Protection Act, to include Section 640.10, force-fed products prohibited.
Motion to approve, please.
Any discussion?
No,
Seeing
thank you.
none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Abstain.
One in opposition.
Yeah, also abstain.
2 abstentions. Affirmative recommendation. Can we please have a motion to recess?
I don't know anything about it.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. We are in recess until after the public hearing. Madam. So good afternoon and welcome to the continuation of Council Standing Committee meeting for Wednesday, December 13th. I need a motion to reconvene.
So move.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are reconvened. We need to, so we finished public safety before we recess. We need to go back to finance and law, chaired by myself. We had one bill that we did not take, which is Bill 2252. It's on, well, my sheet is on page 6. It's the
What is
first new paper,
What pages are?
6.
Bill 2252, resolution amending Resolution 830 of 2021, authorizing an agreement or agreements with Tidings and Rosenberg LLP for services related to disparity studies for disadvantaged business enterprises by increasing the improved amount by $120,000 for an amended total cost not to exceed $146,200 over 1 year.
Motion to approve.
Get a second? Any discussion?
Yeah.
Councilman Wilson?
Why are we going back here?
So the original contract was to last 1 year or until the project completion was satisfied. And part of the project completion is getting us to a position where we can release an RFP.
You know, why are we going back in the agenda?
Because we didn't take this bill up.
Yeah, I just didn't know why.
Because there wasn't anyone here to speak to it at the time.
Oh, we got a new agenda.
No, there's somebody
No,
who
it's-
speaks
it's-
to it now.
Oh, gotcha.
Who's trying to spare her from
I'm
coming
all
to
over the
table.
place with this with today. It's just, yeah.
But
It's a
so
bit
the,
much.
the purpose is
Yeah.
to extend the work to get us to a point where we can actually then have a full RFP to be released to do a disparity study. Madam President and Councilwoman Strasburger. Madam
I'll wait
President?
till Strasburger's done.
Oh, can I?
I'll wait my turn.
Oh.
I'll wait, I'll go around.
So-
They might ask a question.
Then can I
over
ask? I still got the floor.
Sure.
Okay. So there is someone to speak to that?
Yes, if Director Williams, I thought I saw her. Oh, yes. If you would kindly introduce yourself, provide your title.
Certainly. My name is Felicity Williams. I am Deputy Chief of Staff to Mayor Gainey.
Thanks for coming. And could you just explain what we see here in front of us?
Absolutely. So prior to our administration, there was an RFP released to bring on a consultant to help prepare the city to complete a disparity study. Unfortunately, that contract only really accounted for about 80 hours worth of work. Once we started to dig into that work, we saw that there was more that needed to be done for a number of reasons, which I'm happy to expand upon if needed. And so we need to add additional resources to the contract so that we can, as Councilman and the Chairman said, get to the release of an RFP.
So this is for disadvantaged business enterprises. And this is part of the MWDBE? Is that what the DBE part is?
Disadvantaged, yes.
Yeah. Okay, and so what would this company be doing?
So I would think about our disparity study really in two phases. So phase one is the preparatory work to actually release the RFP to complete the study. That would then be phase two, where we complete the study and we receive a report that lets us know what is the difference between what is our current MWE participation and the availability of MWBE businesses, also veteran and LGBTQIA plus businesses. It would also come with some potential programmatic and policy recommendations about how to improve the way that we do that as a city. We're not looking at this as just a city, which is one of the reasons that we do need to do some additional work and need the additional resources. In one of the memos that he provided to us, we talked about doing a multi-jurisdictional disparity study, and we already have commitments from our sister agencies and partners who want to participate in the study with us. We're also interested in getting some, yes, they do, yes, they have committed financial resources as well. And we're also interested in gathering some of the data from the corporate sector also to really give us a full picture of what opportunities, the availability is, and what participation looks like.
Okay. All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Strasburger?
You answered the question that I was going to ask about interagency,
Yes.
both cooperation and financing. At this point, I'm guessing it's PWSA. Is URA another one?
URA, Housing Authority,
Housing Authority.
PWSA, give me 1 second, SEA, and we also have a couple other county agencies that we want to approach as well.
Great.
Being that, we want to think more of ourselves as a part of the county, not as, there's county is everything outside the city, and then there's the city. We want to really work very collaboratively together.
So they would likely contribute financial resources once this prep work is done for
Yeah.
the actual study itself.
Absolutely, yes. And then they would also have to provide us access, whoever the consultant is that is selected, once we release the RFP, they would have to provide us access also to their data. So that's one of the pieces that we have to complete.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gross?
Thank you, appreciate it. We have looked at a lot of budget bills, so please forgive me while I'm processing this one slowly. So there was a 2021 agreement, and we're increasing that amount by $120,000.
Yes.
And so the total is 146,000. Okay, so the first time we voted on this in 2021, we said, here's $26,000.
Yes.
All right, and so we said, here's $26,000. not to do a study, but to do the preparation. So, because we don't know how to ask these questions, because there aren't other cities that have already done disparity studies, or we don't have we're not making, this is like, I always say, we're not inventing things, right? We just look at other cities to see how they've done it. Usually someone else in the world has asked these questions before, and figure that out. So what is the scope? You said prepare, but
yes.
What is more detail on the scope for 120,000?
So I want to talk a little bit about that. Part of the challenge that we are facing is that typically you do a disparity study every 5 years. The city has not done one in over 20 years. So unfortunately, part of our analysis was, can we even do an update, or do we have to do a new generation disparity study? And so what we see is that we are going to have to do a whole new generation, because the previous disparity study that was completed, again, being so old, was completed under different standards and was really only focused on even construction. It didn't even look at the full scope of procurement that the city of Pittsburgh does. Also in the part of the process, some of the data analysis. We have a changing legal landscape. So that has evolved over the last 20 years. It has continued to, even since some of the work that our consultant has completed has been done, which is part of the reason, again, we want to continue to work with them a little bit more to understand post affirmative action decision by the Supreme Court and the other challenges that have followed, how to best develop an RFP, how to best incorporate what are all of the missing pieces from what is current in our city to what would be industry standards and best practices, as you talked about, pulling from what people have done all over the country. The individual who was selected previously is a national consultant in this type of work. He regularly works with government entities, corporations to do this type of work. And so we brought in that expert to inform where we as a city don't have that expertise.
I support the goals. I cannot wrap my head around $120,000 for writing an RFP.
So he's not just writing an RFP. He has to complete review of existing city procurement process. He has to complete review of our Equal Opportunity Review Commission. He has to complete review of the data availability, not just for the city, but for the other agencies that we would partner with. There is some analysis that he did for us in some case law to understand, as I said, thinking about not just MWBE, veteran, or LGBTQIA plus businesses, but what about small and local? What are some of the other categories that we may want to include?
So that's the work he did for the 26,000. You say he did the work.
He's done some. It has not all been completed. That's what part of why we need the additional resources. Some of the work was able to be completed in the 80 hours. Some of that work was not. Unfortunately, 80 hours is not a large amount of time to be able to complete the level of analysis and the level of coordination that we are trying to have here to release an RFP that gets us to a good result.
I feel like the whole study should cost 120.
Unfortunately, studies are probably going to run somewhere around 300,000, 400,000 to complete a study, a multi-jurisdictional study.
Plus the $120,000 to make sure we scope it out right.
And that we've done our due diligence of available law, our data availability analysis and research. It's not just the RFP, it's also the research and analysis of all of those pieces to go into to inform the RFP and prepare us to release that.
Can I put my hands on, can you direct me to the end product that another city has paid, $420,000 for 120 and then a $300,000 study? Is there a city that is what we're striving to get, so I can read one of these studies?
I'm sure that we could pull some examples for you.
Do you know which ones you've read? Have you read any?
So I have not read any of the other city disparity studies. That's why we brought on the consultant, because he is an expert in this field. Even myself as a layman, yes, I can read those, but he is an expert who advises people on this type of work. And so we wanted to utilize his expertise.
Where is the RFP that you issued to get this consultant?
So unfortunately, our administration did not issue the RFP. The previous administration issued the RFP and selected this consultant. And then we continued the contract coming into office.
Is the RFP, can you get me the first RFP? Because we don't get them. They're not really in the public record, I think. Or are they? Maybe it would be on open book.
I'm certain that we could get it to you.
Yeah. For some reason, I'm just kind of not convinced that we're going about this the right way. Again, I really want the end result, and I really want us to do this work. We've talked about it for a long time about how we need to be sure that the way we're structuring, we've talked about it with the ITQs, we've talked about it with breaking down procurement into manageable pieces to build up the capacity of our local firms, our women-owned firms, or minority-owned firms. These are like goals we're trying to get to. We've already achieved part of that success at PWSA by breaking up the larger bids. And we could be doing a lot better here in the city proper and at the other authorities. I really support that goal. So it's not, and is there any wage disparity included here, or is it just the contracting?
I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding the question.
The city and other work has done wage disparity. Is this one not including any wage disparity, or does it also include wage disparity for inside the operating organizational chart?
So this does not include for inside the operational org chart. One of the things that we do want to consider is how we look at not just ownership, though, of companies that we contract with, but also the makeup of their workforce, which is something we currently do not do and currently cannot do under the existing disparity study.
Sure. So the makeup of the workforce is important. It's also important the way they sub out, because as we found, there was sometimes just basically fraud, right? They told an authority or a city contract that there was, they were piecing out 10% of the work to some women-owned firm, and it was really somebody's wife that was fake, that kind of thing. I'm sorry? Okay, you can, I'm wrapping up. So I think that's important. But I would love to see, I feel like some members have seen, and maybe I haven't, kind of like another city, how fruitful was the work product and at what price. So yeah, I'll stop, Mr. Chair, thanks.
May I respond to you
Yeah,
briefly?
absolutely. Can I?
So just very briefly, about 8 years ago, maybe when Luke Ravenstahl was mayor, we actually allocated $400,000 to do a disparity study. However, the administration chose not to go down that road. So eventually we had to reallocate those dollars into our procurement processes to bring those up to code. Most recently, I can tell you Milwaukee last year just adopted their disparity study, and they spent about $500,000 on it. I have Councilman Cocchio next.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to call Director Pollock to the table because my question is probably for him anyway, so would you please?
We did.
Yeah.
That is how that happened.
Thank you, Councilman Jake Pollock, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, Deputy Mayor of the City of Pittsburgh.
Okay, before I ask you my question, do you want to elaborate on what you were over there raising your hand about? Is there something?
Sure.
Okay.
Just best practice in public agencies calls for these studies to be updated every 5 to 10 years. The city of Pittsburgh is presently operating on a study that was done more than 30 years ago. I bring that up only to note that if you were to compare the cost of updating a 5 or 6 or 7 year old study to one that's 30 years old, the prices are going to be very different, right? So I acknowledge that this is a pretty significant cost that is due to the fact that we've, in my opinion, candidly, been negligent in not continuously updating our analysis here over time, and thus we have some catching up to do, and thus a more expensive study to conduct. So even where other cities might have been able to spend less in recent years to do a study, that's because they've updated them more frequently, and thus the update has to cover less data. Having been operating on a quite outdated study, and in fact I remember back when I was working for the URA in 2016 speaking to Chairman Lavelle about this topic, and that was 7 years ago at this point. that we needed to do this then very critically because our justification of our procurement targets depended on this study, and it seemed out of date then, and 7 years have passed, and we're still in the same position, only further away from concrete figures. So I acknowledge, I think we all acknowledge that it's a significant price tag. We're paying for the process of catching up on work that perhaps should have been done more routinely. 4 times over the past 30 years. So.
Understood. So once they complete their first phase of the $126,000, that'll take us into next year, and then we'll decide, we'll get a cost as to what the actual plan would be, and whether it's $400,000 or $500,000, we won't be facing that until next year at the very least, right?
Correct. So we would release an RFP next year that anyone would be open to bid on, and they would give us their bids back, and we would have a better understanding of cost at that time.
So my real question was around the procurement process. This is 14 months in the making since last time we funded this company. Is there no time limit on expanding a contract? Meaning
the work,
yeah.
so the contract with Tidings was for 1 year until the work is completed. We don't believe the work's completed because the original scope still applies, but through the process that's been conducted to date, it's become clear that to satisfy the original scope will take many more hours of service in order to complete the original scope. So to expand the total financial amount while satisfying the original scope is within the terms of the original contract and the law overall. Were we to go a different direction, we'd have to start over from scratch.
Right. So it was an open contract still at this point, and we're just...
It's a contract that had an original not to succeed amount. It had a scope. It had an original not to exceed amount, and we've determined through utilizing the hours that could be paid for under the original terms that additional hours, significant additional hours, are needed to actually complete the scope.
Yeah.
So we're asking for approval to take the existing duly authorized and duly approved and duly assigned contract and simply add to the number of professional service hours it will pay for in order to complete the scope of work.
Okay, and Solicitor Kubiak did give me a response to that, and she didn't see any problems as far as the time elapsed as to, can we add on to
because the original scope's not yet complete.
Yeah.
The terms of the original scope are legitimate, and we've simply identified the fact that further hours are necessary to fully complete the originally authorized scope. So what we're changing here is the not to exceed amount, in effect, which is consistent with evolving understanding of what it'll take to accomplish the goal we charge them with. It's a professional services contract where we pay by hour.
Right.
So when we identify that more hours are needed, we add money to the contract to reflect that. That's not inconsistent with design contracts we get through DOMI or DPW. I acknowledge that it doesn't come up that often in these types of engagements, but the procedure we're utilizing here is very standard.
Right. Okay, that's good enough. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilman Kraus.
I'm actually good now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Only thing I would also add, just for members, is once we do the updated version, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we'll also be able to look at how we do MWE policy differently. So right now we say across the board we have 30 and 15 goal. But once we do the actual study, we'll actually be able to say, well, maybe in construction it should be 25 and 12. But maybe in procurement policies it should be 40 and 6, because we'll be able to actually know where those businesses lie that should be doing work with the city, as opposed to a catch-all is what we have now. So this will absolutely modernize how we even do this sort of work. Madam President?
Absolutely. Sorry,
Thank you.
that's absolutely correct and consistent with the current kind of best practice in the industry, which is why we want to catch up on a 30-year lag in making our analysis appropriate to the current times and the current state of the industry.
Thank you. Madam President.
Thank you. And I just want to talk to Felicity. I'm sorry, Deputy.
It's okay. You
Chief.
you may call me Felicity.
Deputy
It's fine.
Chief. No, I don't want to call you that today, but I don't want to be disrespectful.
Deputy Chief of Staff.
Deputy Chief of Staff. Thank you. And I just want to, I'm going to abstain today. Could somebody mentioned that they had something from Solicitor Kubiak. Can we get something from Solicitor
did,
Kubiak
yes.
in writing so that we can review that it's okay? I have an opinion from her.
No, if I may.
Okay.
I did get a
Could you
response
just
from.
share it with us?
Sure, if that's sufficient, unless you want to provide something else.
So we're not, for very good reason, we're not entitled to see
Right.
the legal
Right, yeah,
advice
yeah,
that
yeah,
the
yeah.
solicitor gives to you all. So I know we have
No, no,
confirmation from the solicitor that that the solicitor's office is comfortable with this, but we can't speak to what they provided, whether it's been to a single member or to the council as a body.
Okay, well, we're
I think
talking
you could-
about disparities in studies, and so I want the Deputy Director to answer. Sorry.
Well,
The Deputy Chief.
I'm not speaking to the disparities themselves, just to the.
I'm just saying I don't want
the
disrespect.
I don't know if they gave it just to you or to everyone, but yeah.
It's just me. Right.
I appreciate it, Madam President. It's fine. We work very collaboratively. We've been working collaboratively with the Office of Management and Budget, the Law Department, our Office of Business Diversity on this work. But yes, as Deputy Mayor Pollock said, we are not entitled to see, obviously, the legal opinions that you have. Of course, before moving forward, in general, one of the things that I wanted to add to this process was to bring our law department into this work to ensure that what we were doing, working with the consultant, working with OMB, and working with the Office of Business Diversity, was informed by them throughout the process, not just at the point where which we're, coming to council or for authorization. So they have been engaged throughout the process, including also our procurement modernization initiative and work. And they have given us their confidence with our path forward here.
And I trust that, but I would like to see it myself in person. So if it's an opinion, a formal opinion, I'd like to see it.
Well, can I expand on
And
that?
if not, I'd like some kind of
Would
opinion.
you want to get your formal opinion to council members? Because I don't think mine is as in-depth as some might wish it to be.
That's really at the discretion of the law department. I think whatever's was provided to you, you're certainly welcome to share among your colleagues. If there is a request from you or your colleagues for something further, that should go directly to the solicitor. But we can't,
I understand.
in order to protect each party's legal privilege,
Yes.
right? Yeah, you need to get that directly from the solicitor.
Right. And I would just say to Blake, if you're listening, if you would bring that out, and I could share with
Blake just
President.
emailed it to everyone.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Okay.
he just
Okay.
said, so.
Good deal. Good deal. Good work, Blake.
Good job, Blake.
Good job, yes.
Just briefly.
Timely.
So can I just, one of the things I would like to know, how's this been paid for up until this point?
Yeah.
Has anything been paid up until this point for this?
Yes, he has been paid under the original authorized amount. And then we do have the additional resources available within our budget for the
But we've been
to add to this
invoicing
contract.
without contract.
I'm sorry?
We've been invoicing without a contract?
No.
So I'm
We
trying
have
to
stopped.
understand.
We have stopped work. Yes, we have stopped work.
Okay.
Part of this process has been, one, as I mentioned, wanting to see what was going to happen as a result of the Supreme Court ruling, to see how that was going to inform this work. That is something that we were having conversations with many people in this space about. And so we did stop work, waited for the Supreme Court ruling, got the Supreme Court ruling, got our consultants' advice as to how we should proceed, and have not continued work so that we could authorize some additional resources to go towards that work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Absolutely.
you for both of you for your explanations. And you look like you spent the day with us, let me just say.
Not at all.
And there's more to follow.
Councilman Crowe.
So I apologize. I do have one brief question. I don't mean to prolong the conversation, but you were speaking earlier about multiple shared responsibility through multiple agencies
Yes.
in financial responsibility, and I kind of missed that.
Yes.
Does that happen now or after? Is it this is to get us to where once we have engaged all of the multiple agencies, they will begin sharing financial support?
Correct.
That's-
So they would share financial support to complete the actual disparity study.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
We bear the cost of developing a scope that's appropriate to analyze all of the data. They have then made commitments that once we have that they will share in the cost of conducting the actual study.
And you'll share a list of those agencies with us,
Sure.
right? Just so I have it in my brain.
Yep.
Things evaporate so easily anymore. And then this is an impossible question to answer. I'm just curious. We could very well take this offline. I'd be interested in your hopes to what we may accomplish, and knowing what we ultimately accomplish. And because we're funding this, will you commit to making sure we stay on track now like we should have all along?
Absolutely. So the chairman, Councilman Lavelle, spoke to this a little bit. One of the things right now is that we just have a catch-all level of goals.
That was a very helpful explanation.
Absolutely. And so what we would look for is to have much more tailored information that better informs what type of goals we should have. Coming out of this, we would also get information about how to improve our Equal Opportunity Review Commission and to improve that process. And we also get other policy recommendations that we as a city should undertake to bring ourselves, again, up to, as you talked about, Councilwoman Gross, what are some of the industry standards and best practices from across the country?
And I suspect we know a lot of where we need to be. This will just confirm what we already are realizing, where we lack and what we need to be
With
doing.
one very important caveat. Yes, I think we probably could anecdotally tell you where we need to be.
This just helps
that
to confirm.
anecdotal, well, it's more important than confirmation. That anecdotal sense is not legally enforceable, right? To document it in a way that is compliant with federal and state rules around these procurement requirements would then allow us to enforce them, not on the basis of our anecdotal sense, but rather research and an analysis that's conducted in a way that's very specifically called out in law, so that we can enforce those requirements. So, we might not learn. I think we probably will learn some things that are new. We will probably more often see confirmation of things we already know to be true, but we will have them documented in such a way that they can form a basis of contractual requirements, whereas today we can know them, but we have no basis in which to enforce them.
Very helpful. I'm happy to support. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Second round, Councilwoman Gross.
I know we were emailed the RFP. The initial RFP was for $26,000 of work. And so we have not issued a new RFP for $120,000 of work. Just making double sure I didn't miss anything, because I did have to step out of the room.
Correct.
Okay. And
there
are invoices outstanding.
There are not any invoices outstanding, to my knowledge.
I thought that the work was being done on an invoiced basis.
Correct.
So only the 26,000, and then work stopped.
Yes.
But
and
the
that work was at around $300 an hour.
I think his fee is about $350 an hour. Yeah, which brings you out to about 80 hours worth of work.
So work stopped when the existing authorization was met. The original scope has not been met, right? So an amount of funding was authorized, and a scope was authorized. We've determined that the scope cannot reasonably be completed with the existing authorization.
Absolutely.
Work stopped when the financial authorization stopped.
Correct.
But the reason that no further RFP has been conducted is that we think the existing RFP for a product remains valid. The original pricing remains valid, but the number of hours it will take to complete the work, in fact, greatly exceeded initial projections. So we don't think we need to rebid the work. It's just a question of adding additional hours to the contract.
Yes.
In
This
that way,
is like a change order, but it's like a 500% change order. And usually you're okay with change orders when they're 10, 20%. You're not okay with a change order when it's 100%. And it's weird that it's a 500% change order.
a lot more work is necessary to complete the original task.
I would say that through the process of doing this work, we learned a lot more than probably was known before we started doing this work. And so that better informed the total number of hours needed. There also are current circumstances that did not exist at the time the RFP was released, which is also the new direction of, as I mentioned, the Supreme Court ruling and the other challenges that have been going forward, as well as looking, as I said, at some of how we want to approach the study so that we have a more comprehensive study, not just looking at City of Pittsburgh procurement, but as I mentioned, these other parties and partners.
So the original proposal from this consultant was 26,000?
Yes.
All right, so that, yeah, I mean, if it was like, you know, a concrete contract or a, you know, sewer line replacement contract, and the low bidder came in, you know, at a 20% of actually what the actual cost was, you'd be like, hey, that's your problem, not ours. You know?
I might equate it to you had a sewer contract, and you were not able to, with the existing information, know that once you started digging in.
That's what they always say. Trust me, I've had to vote on. That's what they always say, right? And so that's why there are change orders. And again, you're you know, you see them at 10% and 20%, but like when I first got on the PWSA board, when there was 100%, right? It was, the price was doubling. You know, you really need to ask a lot of questions. And so again, we're dragging out this meeting. I'm really glad that the administration is doing this work. I just want to repeat that it's long overdue.
Yeah.
It's important work. It's going to be better outcomes for not just the city as a corporation, but also for the residents. Maybe it's the long day or something, and that when I'm just kind of processing this, but I'm not comfortable voting yes on this. I just have to wrap my mind around the contract date. I don't want actually any more response myself. Other members may. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
Abstain.
One abstention.
Abstain. No, two abstain.
Two
I'm
abstentions.
just gonna vote
Affirmative
twice to see
recommendation. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
With that, members, I'm going to go out of order,
We're gonna do-
and I'm going to go to page 21, which is, I believe, under Councilman Wilson. Yes, Land Use and Economic Development, under Councilman Wilson, and I'm going to take Bill 2276.
Bill 2276, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of City Planning to enter into a professional services agreement and/or contracts with HR&A Advisors in Urban American City for the purpose of assisting in the development of a citywide comprehensive plan cost not to exceed $3,255,000 over 2 years.
Can I read both of them?
No, you're.
I'm sorry, motion to approve.
And I'll second with discussion, please.
With discussion, Councilman?
Is it me or Councilman Wilson? Do you wish to lead discussion?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we have director who's been patiently waiting, and whoever you'd like to bring to the table.
Okay.
2275.
Yeah, 2276.
You are correct, Councilman. We should read 2275 as well.
I just didn't know if there was two different. There's
They're
two
tied
different.
together.
Yeah, there's two different
I mean, you can read them together, but then we'll have to have different. I think she brought some of the other people with. Yeah, for each contract, there's different people, but you can
No, I
read
understand,
them.
but
Whatever you want to do, read it together.
It's all to support the comprehensive plan. One is the outreach and engagement aspect of it. One is sort of the planning work aspect of it. But
Let's do one at a time. So we'll do. Let's just start talking about it. This has been a day.
So
as you all know, you've been patiently waiting, and now I know why you all are here.
Whenever.
Anyway.
Okay.
All right. So who would like to start us off? Director? Can you give us a brief of what we're seeing here?
Sure. I am Karen Abrams, Director of City Planning.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Sharonda Watley. I'm the Assistant Director of Strategic Planning for DCP.
As consultants, LaTrinda Sherrill.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jose Serrano McLean. I'm a partner at HR&A Advisors.
So we do have handouts for you, in addition to all the amendments that you have currently.
We need some paper.
But we're just going to start with what Sharonda's going to pass around, which is basically an overview of what we have been working on for the past almost 2 years. about the comprehensive plan. We took a lot of cues from the transition report that the mayor-elect Gainey pulled together. We looked at the cross-cutting themes. City planning is in 5 of the 9 cross-cutting themes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind.
Do you have another copy?
Yeah, there should be.
Oh, there's someone coming around. Okay. Equity, practice ongoing community engagement, increase walkable neighborhoods, initiate a comprehensive master plan and comprehensive zoning overhaul, and improve permitting. So right now we're talking about, I mean, they're all interconnected, but we're talking specifically about the comprehensive master plan. And so we've gone through, as you can see in your handout, we've gone through a process of pulling together a scope of work, putting the RFP out, having 3 pre-bid meetings. We had a screening that involved many departments, as well as the support of the mayor's office. We had conducted interviews with the finalists, and then finally have come here with a proposal of 2 consultant teams to perform the work for us.
All right. And so what part of the comprehensive plan would we be going under contract with Common Cause for?
That is for the public engagement. And there's some deliverables that Sharonda can go over with you that are included in your packet. This is a sampling of the deliverables. There's a lot of information in the deliverables. We've also negotiated some, and we have to negotiate others that were not necessarily in the proposal or in the scope that we've learned were good practice for the comprehensive plan as well. But there's a 90 neighborhood strategy. That's the baseline of the engagement. It's a 90 neighborhood strategy. Where Common Cause, and you're free to ask Ms. Cheryl some questions about it, that will look at every single neighborhood and really reach out to every single neighborhood in our city. There's also an opportunity for us to actually engage in work with community members, artists, RCOs, neighborhood groups, and pay them to do engagement as well, because we're trying to reach 30,000 residents, which is 10% of the population, which is a lot. But as our first integrated comprehensive plan, we want to make sure that we're reaching out to everybody, because it's a baseline for the next 25 years and updates subsequent to that.
So just to back up for a second, so total, the comprehensive plan, we're going to be spending roughly 6 here between the both bills, and
Yes.
then another 2 was requested in this year's budget?
No, we requested $4 million last year, and we went out and did our research with other cities, and understood that we need to break up the actual 1 RFP we wanted to do into 2. So there's a public engagement process and technical services support. And then we broke those 2 up. We made them very detailed, again, reaching out to other cities, seeing best practices, and we had no idea what it would cost.
Yeah. So what's the total number you think?
Total number is $6 million.
Okay, so $6 million for comprehensive plan.
But we have $1 million that's
And-
already gone to some of the housing work that we're doing around residential zoning.
Okay. So, obviously not a
100,000.
small amount of money, so
100,000,
my
I'm
question
sorry.
is, I keep hearing everyone say, Pittsburgh, doesn't have a comprehensive plan, they need one, other cities do, that's why we need one. So what is the evidence that other cities have used the one that they've paid for?
Well, primarily it's for land use. So in order to do zoning, a real zoning code overhaul, we need a land use plan.
But we need a land use plan to make people feel comfortable around, like we would do the engagement. So I'm not sure what,
So,
I haven't got to the question on what engagement Common Cause would do, but basically, we could do zoning changes without doing the comprehensive planning. But I'm just trying to understand, we're making people comfortable, or having input to make people feel, or make people, to engage people. So I shouldn't try to act like it's not important to have engagement, but you're having that engagement to include people in the discussion around where zoning should happen and what zoning should be where.
No, that's the zoning code overhaul. The comprehensive plan basically brings input from everybody in the city, from residents, developers, other agencies, obviously the departments here, you all as council members, anybody who works, lives, visits, even visitors to the city, to really get input on a lot of things that, again, Ms. Cheryl can get into. But we have 19 plus topics that we are looking at. And so there are ideas that people have around all of those. There's some very intersecting challenges that we have, and I can probably give you handouts around that, but we are still a segregated city, racially and economically. We have climate change challenges. We have a map here around landslides and floods that have been reported to everyone over the last year that are all over the entire city. So we're just trying to make sure that we are looking holistically at the city so that we can solve problems from a systems level holistically. Because right now we're looking at neighborhood by neighborhood.
Okay,
And
yeah,
that's
so-
90 neighborhoods that it takes a long while to get through them, and they're not really looking at the systems around our city that are challenging us.
So I just want to go back to my question of like
Mhm.
other cities that have done it. What what evidence do we have that they've used the plan they spent money on?
I'm sorry?
Other cities that have a comprehensive plan that they've
Mhm.
done, what evidence do we have that they've used their plan, that they've used the plan that they paid for?
I mean, we've talked to cities who are using their, I mean, I'm not sure how to answer that question because I think there are places that have comprehensive plans all over the city, all over the country, and they use those plans to make decisions around
Yeah.
a variety of issues that they've covered in that plan.
Like which ones?
So I can give you, you have an example, Sharonda?
Well, I was
Since
just
we've done,
sure.
Cleveland's done a plan.
Sure. I was just going to expand a little bit. When cities go through a comprehensive plan process, there is usually a long list of priorities and recommendations from the short term to the medium term to the long term. And so once the plan is done and adopted, it is the city and the city council and as well as other development agencies who are then responsible for actually implementing those plans. And so one of the markers of whether or not a plan was successful and whether or not it's being used is one, the projects that come out of that plan. So very specifically, there may be recommendations about particular projects or strategies that need to happen for the city. Also land use, those recommendations will be formed in the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I'm
Mhm.
literally just looking for other cities, like name a city that, if you could name a city that, has gotten a lot of their investment.
Oh gosh! Wow. City of Philadelphia, City
Okay,
of
so
Boston,
Philadelphia. they
Cleveland.
did-
Yeah, Cleveland.
So City of
Cincinnati,
Philadelphia did a comp plan,
Memphis.
and then,
Yeah.
and they spent X amount of money.
Mhm.
So then, can you just tell me how that played out? Like, did they totally redo all their zoning?
Mhm.
Did they then redid their stormwater management plan? Like,
Mhm.
can you elaborate?
Sure. So it'll be very specific to each city plan. Some of those things that could come out of is that overhaul of zoning. Some of that could be economic development strategies around large swaths of land. Some of that could also be social or community goals around the health and quality of life of residents and constituents in their communities. And so it depends on what each city thought was a priority and also what each community thought was a priority. So you can definitely.
Do you have any examples of something that happened in Philadelphia?
Of specific
or are the other
projects?
cities that you mentioned that used the plan to do? They went from R1 to R2 everywhere. I'm just kind of understand.
I mean, you think about Cleveland do that?
Gosh.
I just think it's a
Yeah.
If we didn't go that deeply into our research,
Yeah.
we're happy to do that. 'cause
Yeah,
they're-
I think that's a really
pretty-
important question. I mean, we're gonna be spending the funds. Maybe,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, have you done work in other cities that spend $6 million and like they hire you and then you do the outreach and then you must have won the RFP somehow because saying we are successful because we've done this in other cities. So I'm just curious where we're at with that.
Sure. Jose Serrano McLean, HR&A Advisors. We have worked in the city of Boston, we worked in partnership with some local organizations in Boston. There was the name of the comprehensive plan was called Imagine Boston. We focused on the climate adaptation aspect of that plan, and the outcomes of that plan were a number of adaptation projects that the city of Boston specifically moved forward with. as part of that planning process.
Were you, can you give an example of like what they did?
I was not on that team. One of the members of our team today who was not able to be part of, who was on Zoom, was part of the Detroit Future City comprehensive planning process, and may be able to offer details specifically on the Detroit Future City comprehensive planning process. But she had at 2:00 meetings, so not able to be here.
Okay. All right. That was really the only thing I wanted to get to today, was just examples that other cities have spent, you know, dollars to make a comprehensive plan, and what concrete thing they've done with that plan. So happy to take any answers on that level. You got an answer?
I could answer it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for some. Yeah.
Want me to answer?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So the one that I'm most recently familiar with would actually be the city of Chicago. And they did a comprehensive plan under Mayor Lightfoot. I believe I had that correctly. And coming out of that plan, what was interesting to me was, one, they had a number of zoning changes within the city. But two, coming out of that plan, they also created different economic agendas for the actual city themselves. So they looked at where underserved communities were, looked at what were the needs and services that those communities needed, and then they pulled together coalitions to actually say, we're going to come in and we're going to target and build X amount of housing because that's what's needed in these neighborhoods, and or we're going to rebuild, they redid community centers. And also out of that plan, a lot of the architects, they ended up also coalitioning and donating a lot of their resources to actually implement the plan. So it wasn't solely on the city to actually pay for it, but rather a number of architects, designers, firms came together and had sort of held competitions to say, based on this plan, who can design the highest and best usage of what the plan actually says we need? And they've been implementing it over the last few years. I don't remember what the total cost was, but I know they spent about $1 million a year on it. And they also had climate aspects. A lot of their housing policy came out of the plan. I know the head planner there. That's why I know this information. So I've talked to her a lot about how they did their comprehensive plan. But
I'm gonna give my time here in a second after this one question. But I'm gonna try and narrow the question down, because I know sometimes I feel like sometimes after the third time I talk to a person, then they're like, oh yeah, that's the question you wanted to get answered. So I'll try and be more specific. I'm really interested in what zoning changes have come out of other cities that were based on a comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Seattle's done a plan, and that was that was probably back in 2000, I want to say 17 or 18, I believe. And I just remember reading about Seattle's plan, and they did make some changes in zoning, from residential zoning changes as a result of the plan. I can go back and think about reading about the plan.
Okay, I'm gonna let on.
But I don't have a specific answer about. We haven't researched what people have actually done as far as zoning, because for us it's going to be different for us. So we don't even know what we want to rezone necessarily, because we're trying to figure out how to get to that place. So it's a hard question for us to answer. But we do know that those things exist, and cities have been able to do a comprehensive plan, do a rezoning, and it's been implemented. It's happened over the past couple of decades.
All right, thanks. I'm gonna give my time, let other members ask questions.
Thank you. Councilman Coghill walked away. Councilwoman Warwick.
I'm
sorry.
Maybe
You're next.
if this is helpful, I think maybe, and it's sort of interesting, the comparison with Chicago, which is a bigger city too.
Long day, I forgot.
I think that a little bit of the concern is that, yes, we have 90 neighborhoods, and every neighborhood is different, but at the same time, we have a housing needs assessment. We know the kind of housing we need. We know we need stormwater management. We know we need to increase our tree canopy. We know we need to increase food access in the neighborhoods that we need to increase that food access in. We know that our mobility is, on the public transit side, pretty abysmal. pretty good on the bike infrastructure, but we could use bike, like reducing car, like there's a lot of stuff that we know about what we need in Pittsburgh through, So in the last conversation, when we talked about the diversity study, right, the argument for that study is that if we're going to just for example, right, if we're going to access federal funds, we must have this study that is proof that we need to do A, B, C, right? Like we can't just do anecdotal. But here, I'm not, so that's kind of like how is it used? I mean, the Chicago example, it's like, oh, well, we did this study and then like a bunch of foundations came together and did projects. Well, we have foundations and our foundations know what we need. And we go to our foundations a lot, and we have nonprofit, there are lots of organizations in Pittsburgh with lots of money that are very aware of all of these issues. So I think that's kind of, I mean, correct me if I don't want to speak for other council members, but I think maybe that's the concern. Like, what are we learning that we don't know already? And then how are we going to use that in a way that we aren't using this information that we know already, that we're not using that? I mean, how are we going to do things differently, right? Like the URA. How's the URA going to do things differently around housing once we have this plan? How is PWSA going to do stuff about stormwater management once we have this plan? How is PRT or whatever? And I think that might be a little unclear, because it's a big price tag. So I think I don't know if that helps clarify the question, so.
Yeah. Sure, I'll start, and then I'll hand it over to Director Abrams and others. I think something that is really needed and unique about our approach is that it will be integrated. So you just named off probably 12 of the 19 topics that we have listed here in this packet that we want to tackle as part of the comprehensive plan. And so I think it'll behoove us to take this time right now to think about integrated approaches and those intersections between all of those different topic areas. So we understand, obviously, that people, their lives, their histories, their futures, they are not single topic or single dimensioned. They are multifaceted. And so we want to create a plan with the community that looks at all of those different things in an intersectional way and also in an integrated way. We just sat here today and we listened to you all really deliberate on the costs and also the future sort of forecast of budgets and different things like that. And so our hope is that as we come up with integrated recommendations and solutions to some of these issues, that we can bring together multiple partners, multiple agencies to really start to tackle some of these things. One, so that we are addressing issues with one or two or a handful of solutions that begin to tackle several different things for our communities and for our residents. And so I don't know how many city planning departments across the country are taking on the approach of having integrated and intersectional solutions to some of these issues. And so I think that'll be something that is really, really unique to how we begin to tackle some of these things.
So, yeah, I guess I'm still not, I mean, I'm hearing that, but I mean, how is that, I guess, I mean, I understand the idea of the plan, like that I get, but then how, I think that's a sort of like, how are other cities using the plan? Like, how is the URA and PWSA and I don't know, I mean,
I'll give you an example.
PRT going to take this plan and then, be like, okay, great, we have this plan and now it's gonna, what?
I'll give you an example with development. So right now, developers have no idea what our development priorities are, where we should be doing development, where we should be taking some development, where we should probably slow development because it's probably having an impact on residents. So that's as an example of the developers need a guide to what the city wants to see itself as. And so once we give them guidance on it, they'll know where we want them to go. I think, and I'm not sure that answers your question, but just one example. We also think about, we're living in a segregated city. there's so many implications for what that means, and we have to figure out what actually that means. So when we have segregation by race specifically, it means that both white and black residents suffer from educational standpoint. When we have a segregated by race, we have lower per capita. We have lower income per capita in black communities when we have segregated cities, and so we're trying to dig deep into those issues to understand that. We have residents who are living in flood zones, residents living in landslide zones, residents that are living in all kinds of conditions, and we have to figure out how to balance that stuff out so that they actually have fulfilling lives, their children have fulfilling lives, and we can solve those problems, to Shawna's point, intersectionally. Because climate change is here, it's burdening already burdened households. How do we solve for that? When we have precipitation that's going to be increasing, and households we need new housing to address mold, lead, and radon. So these are very intersectional issues that we found a team of teams to really help us confront that, from engaging residents on what their living conditions are, about their experiences in education, about their health implications. Those things affect households in ways that we as a department look at very in a siloed way. We're trying to make sure that we're not siloing these issues that confront households and businesses on a daily basis.
But, and I mean, I understand all that, but I see we're talking about, like, once we have the plan, like, is it the planning commission that we use the plan and say thumbs up, thumbs down? Because developers want to develop where they want to develop, right? That's, but like, will the planning commission, will the zoning board, I mean, that's what I'm asking for, is where is the place where this plan is like, this $6 million plan is used to, forcibly, basically, right, improve the city?
It will be adopted by Planning Commission. That is the target that we're making. Planning Commission actually oversees the plan. It will look at, and then the zoning will be placed into law and will be part of the Zoning Board of Adjustments and Council's decision-making and Planning Commission as well. So there will be legislative as well as policy guide rails for a lot of what happens through this planning process. And I think I see Jose and Sharana shaking their heads. If you want to expand on that.
Yes, hi. So one of the things that I think this has, this is a really critical time for Pittsburgh to look at its zoning in terms of climate change. New York City just passed, for example, a package of zoning reforms called the City of Yes, which enable a lot of the kinds of zoning changes that that are going to enable the transition of buildings, that enable the siting of new renewable energy infrastructure. So there's a lot of zoning updates that really rely on knowing exactly the city's climate priorities, the existing conditions. So there is a lot of upside to having essentially an update to the city's climate priorities and climate objectives. The climate action plan that the city produced is now a bit outdated and not deep enough. And I think a lot of federal funding is also at stake in terms of how the city has a very strong strategy that can enable federal funding applications for climate change, but also, again, a lot of that the city needs to do in terms of zoning to enable the kind of renewable energy siting, the transformation of buildings and the transportation network to allow for, to meet the city's climate objectives.
So I'm glad that you bring up the zoning, because I think that is something, and obviously zoning is like the hot topic right now. So it's like, and if you talk to folks who are interested in zoning, their take is, and this is, I mean, I don't want to speak for a whole group, but their take is, we don't need to wait around like for a couple of years to do a comprehensive plan. We need to dig in, and we are actually doing that, right? Like, our zoning team is in the process of going through, and that zoning review is happening kind of simultaneously, right, in tandem with the comprehensive plan. So, I mean, the zoning thing is very concrete, at least for me, right? I'm like, it's really clear what that zoning stuff is going to help us with.
But in order to get to the zoning, we have to have a land use plan, which is what the comprehensive plan provides. So there are very small zoning interventions that can happen. But when we talk about development, and we talk about where development happens, and where we have stormwater, and where we put things in the city to keep the infrastructure or to improve infrastructure in a lot of instances, we need to have a land use plan to do that. We don't have one right now. So the zoning code overhaul, which is it'll be a project, and there are people who are very interested in zoning, and so we have a staff of people who are interested in zoning, but it can't be done by 15 people. It really does need to be done by a city of people and businesses and developers who are going to be involved in this process, who necessarily don't know about zoning, but understand how it impacts their lives, so that when we do zoning changes, they're not taken aback by what is happening here, but they are well-informed and well-educated residents who are understanding what the process is.
And sorry, I'm kind of being hard on this.
It's okay.
I'm pressing on this. So that's all part of our zoning process, though. Like any zoning change you make, it is, though. There's a whole public process you have to have, you know what I mean? Public engagement. Like if I wanted to rezone like a tiny little piece of land this big, or wanted to do a giant rezone citywide major thing, there's a whole public process and planning commission and all these things.
And we want to do a large zoning overhaul so that we are not doing this piecemeal zoning patchwork. We're putting Band-Aids on things that don't work right now. And in order to get it, we wanted to do the comp plan in 2 years. While we're even doing the comp plan again, we will still be able to make necessary zoning changes. However, there is an overhaul of our entire zoning code that has to happen. We have redlined ourselves into a zoning code that we still have. We have to undo that. And that will not happen when we keep going to this piecemeal by piecemeal by piecemeal. It just won't do enough for our residents that are in the most need. That's why people do plans, so that we update the plan, so that we actually get to a point where we hope to have residents who are thriving. But right now, we have a very redlined city. And racially, again, I'm going to repeat this because this is a lot of the zoning challenges that we have. We have a very redlined city. So racially, we have a black population that is not doing well at all. Many black people are doing well, but the vast majority of them are living in segregated places with very few amenities, with very few services, with a lot of, Gender Equity Report kind of lays this out for us. It talks about black women specifically, but it has data around black men, it has data around white women. However, they're not faring as well as white men are. That's nationally, but so we have to think about this from a holistic space. And we need to get the input from these very people who were actually been marginalized and have not been a part of this process at all that we've had for about 100 so years.
So I think that is maybe getting back to like the original question, right? Because yes, but then how? So then we have the plan, the zoning. I get, like we can do the zoning, that we can do, and we can, but the other things, right? If you're talking about food, all the other stuff, because this comprehensive plan isn't just zoning, right? So mobility, stormwater management, tree canopy, et cetera, food access. How does this plan enable us to compel food access in a community, or compel?
The zoning there'll be places where we want food here. We'll say we want food in this particular place, and we can compel food gets to be in this place. We want, I'm trying to think of what else. We want stormwater management systems in this particular place because this is where it floods. And what's the system and process by which we go through that? That'll be decided as well. I think Councilman Lavelle brought up a really great point at the budget hearing that we had a couple of weeks back about how do we think about a comprehensive plan and budgeting, right? How do we actually get the other departments, because we need other departments to work with us. So DOMI, right now, I gave you a handout. Right now, we have to spend a lot of money in some neighborhoods to have DOMI come in with their consultants to do infrastructure and mobility. If we just do this comprehensive plan, that will be already included and baselined in every single neighborhood plan going forward. So we're taking out some funding that we have to do for mobility and infrastructure in some neighborhoods. So DPW, we have to figure out the waste transfer. How do they deal with waste? We're doing that with them now, but like DPW wants to figure out how to be more sustainable around our waste issues. We talked to public safety, talked to Lee Schmidt for an hour or so when we first started talking about the plan. From a public safety standpoint, he's very concerned about economic development in a lot of our communities. He was a former planning commissioner, excited about it. Talked to Heidi Norman, our IMP director, about digital equity. She was here last week just explaining the new position that they have. What does it mean for our residents to have access to broadband? What does it mean for our residents to be involved in the tech economy? You know, what does it take? What policies do we need to see in the city? How do we compel businesses to do things? One of the things that I think people are waiting for, philanthropy is waiting for this, developers are waiting for this, corporations are waiting to understand what we want as a city. And the comp plan tells everybody what Pittsburgh stands for, what we believe in, what our values are. That's what the comp plan does. And it also helps us prioritize. If we have our values and our priorities lined up, it processes our budgets in a better way because we understand what our priorities are. So it does a lot of things for a lot of people, which is why they call it comprehensive, because it really does tackle a lot of the challenges and opportunities. It's not about addressing all the bad stuff. It's also capitalizing on what the good things are that are happening in the city. So it's a catch-all for a lot of the things that we've all been working on for so long. It's a catch-all as far as how we collaborate on it. It's a conversation the city has to have about its future and where it's going. It also will help us figure out how to revamp our neighborhood plan guide, because it doesn't make sense right now because neighborhoods can't talk to each other in our present guide, but we have to go through, we can go through planning commission to do that. Youth, we don't have a lot of conversation around young people. We don't have a youth agency. The mayor's office has actually brought somebody in. She's wonderful and is single-handedly trying to figure out how to talk about youth. But we have a consultant, a sub-consultant, whose expertise is about youth engagement. Talking about public health. We just had COVID. How do we deal with public health? So there's so many issues that people struggle with. There's so many issues that we as a city struggle with from a systemic standpoint. And there's so many opportunities that we have from dealing with climate change, capitalizing on climate change. We're going to be a city that's going to have a lot of precipitation. We're going to have climate refugees here coming from places that have drought. How do we handle that? So how do we give them the opportunity for people to come to the city? How to keep our population and grow our population from an economic development perspective, but with a climate lens to it. I could go on and on, I know, but.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hear you. I think that's still, and I think like coming back is like with other cities, like how have these plans, I mean, I understand it's funny because when the mayor first took office, he did this really his team, I guess, did this fantastic series of meetings. I went to a few for different issues where it was like everyone in the city was invited to come in, and we did breakout sessions and and it was great. But it's, I mean, just that, right? Like where's that information, right? I mean, these were like, so where's all this info? And it's just a lot of money for, again, the zoning part, I see it, and just I don't know,
Yeah, this is a journey to the zoning. I mean, that we can't
but
skip
see,
that
the
part.
thing is
Yeah.
I don't feel like we have necessary, I mean, like for the zoning, I mean, we have like, I don't know, I guess I'm just sort of playing to, but it's like, we have unhoused people, like $6 million, if we could just like invest that right now. Like, what could we do with $6 million right now to like get, there's people sleeping in tents, like all over. I mean, anyway, I'm sort of, yeah. Well, I'll leave it at that. Maybe other members have more questions.
Thank you. I've got Councilman Kraus, followed by Councilman Coghill, followed by Councilwoman Gross, followed by Councilwoman Smith, followed by Councilwoman Strasburger.
Oh, boy.
So let me begin by saying that you have the misfortune of being before us at 3:20 in the afternoon, when members are, beginning to be a little bit punchy. But having said that, I'm very, very proud and very protective of this body, because you are assembled in front of some very bright, articulate, thoughtful, caring people that are truly committed to the health and welfare of this city, regardless of what piece that may be. Whether it's, financial stability, whether it's equity and inclusion, whether it's, land use, whether it is, on and on and on. There are so many thoughts in my mind with the conversation that has taken place, and I hope I say this in some cohesive order. I represent South Pittsburgh. I have what is known as the Southside Flats, which most people think that's the only thing I represent, which nothing could be further from the truth. I represent a wonderful pocket of neighborhoods known collectively as the Hilltop. And what I have witnessed over 25 or 30 years is this systemic deterioration of those of opportunity, not of those neighborhoods, because they're salt of the earth people. The decimation has happened to the opportunity provided. And a lot of that, I believe, has come because of not understanding land use, which is really where I would like to take my comments and questions to. Bob, is back in the office, and I could call him out and he would verify this. But we spent the majority of our office time trying to fish through limited liability corporations that have purchased land known for its ability to bring wealth and power, right? What is more valuable, right, than land, right? And we have so carelessly tossed it to the wind to anybody that wishes to come in and pay the lowest amount of money for it with no investment in it at all whatsoever. If you do reach them, most of the time they don't even realize they own the damn property, let alone the fact that they've completely, contributed to the dismantling of an amazing neighborhood because of their callous disregard for their responsibility to manage their land. So let's just sort of kind of start there. In terms of equity and how important it is to understand our population, the need of our population, how it relates to land use, and what we can do to devise a comprehensive plan to understand how best use the land. Had a conversation one time with Councilman Lavelle. I have a brother who lives in Atlanta, and he's been there like 35 years or something. And he lives in a very 50-50 neighborhood. He has all of his life. It's absolute common practice to have a very sustainable, very solid and flourishing Black American community, equally mixed with a multitude of other populations, including white. And so I remember asking Councilman Lavelle one time, I said, I just can't understand how and why we have not nurtured, or I guess nurture is the best word, a healthy, sustainable, solid, middle-class Black American population in Pittsburgh. And what did you tell me? We tore it down.
Oh, yes, we did.
We tore it down.
Yep.
We tore the damn thing down when we decimated the Hill District. One of the most important, most contributing in terms of, we've got so many, So many, but I'm a music buff, and when I think of term, well, you know that, and when I think of in terms of what the Hill District brought to the, the wonderful, I guess, vibrancy, for lack of a better word, and history of this city, and we bulldozed the damn thing down to build the Civic Arena, and we have been trying ever since then to make up for that mistake. Right? We have been trying to. So I say all that just to bring it back to this. Let's talk about trying to understand land use, what our land is, what it should be used for, what it should not be used for, who should own it, who should not own it, and the importance that having, a comprehensive understanding of it is a good place to start, right? And I kind of think that's what you're arguing for here, without putting words in your mouth.
Yes.
Wait, I can't read half of my notes. To go from land use into zoning. Correct me if I'm wrong, Director, but if I understand the last comprehensive zoning restructuring we had was MAP Pittsburgh around mid-90s?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So let's just say 93, 203, 223, 30 years since
Yes.
we've comprehensively looked at. Now, I am not necessarily a fan of MAP Pittsburgh. I'll just kind of start there, but I won't go into that. But it has been 30 years since we have comprehensively tried to figure out what zoning should not be. And to equate that to how quickly things change according to time, they change. I remember having a conversation with then Chief of Staff Gilman in January of 20, and him telling us this tidal wave that was about to visit us, and how serious it was going to be, and the impact it was going to have. And the day before, we were sailing along like, yay, the world's wonderful. So things turn on a dime. We don't know what's going to happen or what's not going to happen. And so I say all that to say, I think part of what members' concerns are that they're expressing, and not to speak for them, is how quickly things change. To sort of piggyback on what Councilman Lavelle was saying about Lori Lightfoot in Chicago, and organizing a master plan, but then the administration changed, and Lori Lightfoot is no longer there. I can't think of the mayor's name right now, forgive me, but I think some of our concern, we're going to write a $6 million check. I personally think it's a very important thing that we should be doing. From a fiduciary point of view, we write the check, administrations change, the next administration says, I'm kind of not feeling that, maybe we should do another one. I'm not saying that would happen by any means, but you can.
It happens all the time.
Yes, it does.
It does. It does, and it can. And I'm probably way out on a limb on this one, but I was wondering if there is, in your great real estate, if there's a way to cement that regardless of shift in leadership, and I'm saying this horribly, but this is the course we've set for ourselves. And we have determined this, and this is the path we will take until we complete it. I don't know that we can do that or not.
Interrogatory?
Yeah, please.
I don't believe, to the best of my knowledge, even with the various plans that I've looked at, Chicago, Philly, Atlanta, at the end of the day, what you're asking for, I haven't seen that actually done. I do know, even though Mayor Lightfoot is out, and I can't think of the gentleman's name either, aspects of that plan are still being implemented. And really,
I'm sorry, is that because contractually they have to, they've committed and they're contracted and?
Some of it is contractually, some of it is because, like, there's 9 of us, but there's a couple thousand employees who work here who will be here when all of us are gone, and they continue doing that work, if that makes sense to you. So yes, since she was there, I do know, because I knew the planner, that some priorities have shifted. Like she had one of her biggest priorities was creating these business districts in underserved neighborhoods, and that's not as much of a priority for the new administration. But some of the zoning stuff has lived on, like those pieces live on.
Zoning would,
Yeah.
unless,
But I don't
change
think there's a way to make it
by governing body.
contractually, this is obligated for the next 10 years. I don't.
I'm out on a limb somewhere, and I don't know how we do this, but you can see where and why some members would be concerned about writing a check and then realizing that once we're gone, nothing came of it, and it has happened before. I'm not suggesting for a minute that it would now, but, at least my brain is considering it at some point. Director, can you talk to me about your hope, desire? You know the Hilltop neighborhoods well. And to use them as an example, the kinds of benefit that could come to those historically underserved, I hate that term, but
Right.
underadvantaged neighborhoods like Hilltop, and if we had a comprehensive understanding of what land brings to them, how we can reverse some of the disrespect that has happened over the years. And from that, some kind of a platform policy for relief and revitalization.
Okay, I'll give you an example, and again, this is just my hope, as you've pointed out. As with a lot of neighborhoods like Belts Hoover, Allentown, Knoxville, there have been people who have been stewarding those neighborhoods, those vacant lots, have been calling 311, have been calling you, and just making sure that the neighborhood is as safe as possible for everybody. From a land use standpoint, making sure that lots are cleared, having a lot of, so we want to make sure that the people who have been there for generations get to stay there. So what are the necessary interventions that the entire city can enjoy, every neighborhood can enjoy, that will ensure that people get to stay in place, that displacement is not associated with development. The second part of that would be, I remember when I had my confirmation hearing, and you, Madam President, and Councilman Coghill talked about, the three of you were very concerned about development happening in your area. We would need to understand.
I'm concerned about it not happening anywhere, but go ahead.
But like there was, and Councilwoman Gross has so much development in her district. How do we balance that out so that everybody has an equitable, right, amount of development that is catering to their needs in their particular part of the city? I think that there will be call-outs of particular areas, especially in a place like Belts Hoover, Allentown, or the Hilltop. You've got a transit. You've got the T line going through there. You've got buses going through there. There's so many opportunities in that neighborhood. I spent a lot of time there, as you know, in my previous life at the Urban Redevelopment Authority. So there are young people there. Obviously the school's closed, but they're good to come out of that school. But how do we get potentially possible opportunities for young people? Do we have centers for them? Do we have apprenticeship programs in that place? Do we have financial tools that we can actually open up for those communities up there and those young people? There's so many possibilities to this. How do we manage, basements that are flooding? What are the programs that we need to put in place to not only handle that, but to prevent it from happening in the future?
This is a really disadvantaged question to ask you, but how familiar are you with neighborhoods throughout the city? Are you local? I don't mean to say it that way, but you're Pittsburgh-based? You're Pittsburgh-based. I don't know that.
I am not Pittsburgh-based, but HR&Day has been working in Pittsburgh deeply for the last decade. We've supported or really led the housing opportunities or the housing assessment. We have been working with the URA, we did an organizational assessment of the URA. We've worked with, we've done a strategic plan for PCRG. We have worked with the Hazelwood Initiative. We have worked with we did the housing assessment for the city of Pittsburgh under the previous administration. So we supported Allegheny Conference on winning we were the lead consultant on supporting their bid to win funding for the Build Back Better Regional Challenge, the $62.5 million for the advanced manufacturing and robotics. So this is really, the comprehensive plan is really a crucial part of an economic development strategy for the city. We have been thinking about Pittsburgh's economy really deeply for a long time.
Okay, so
and I'm sorry, I wanted to just introduce you to, and you know, LaTrinda.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And we were very clear on ensuring that the public engagement was from wanting to give favor to local firms.
I am not one of these people that if you're not
here.
from Pittsburgh, you don't know anything about Pittsburgh. I'm not selling. I am not selling that in any way, shape, or form. But I'm asking that, and it does put you at a little bit of a disadvantage to understand you can't represent people for 16 years and have them remain solely as constituents or voters. They become friends. You build intimate relationships with people, and they become part of your life. You just at least I can't. I cannot separate them. And so when I think of in terms of those neighborhoods, I think of the people that I know, what they've invested, their blood, sweat, tears. The opportunities they've had, the opportunities they have not had, and how they remain stalwart and committed, and they fight every day for their piece of the pie, and oftentimes don't get it. So in terms of I still want to go back to land use and how I suspect much of state law permits the kinds of things to happen to land that anybody can buy it regardless of who you are, and you can be an LLC and you can be 5 states away and not give about what happens to it, right? So in that, within the context of state law, just how tied are your hands? Can you?
We have autonomy around our zoning. I mean, they're obviously laws
around zoning, but not who can purchase property, own property, and
no.
disrespect property.
There are guardrails that can be put up. I think the land bank, and some great things have happened over the last year with the land bank. There's an opportunity to put land in the land bank that we actually steward as a city.
But I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
It's okay.
But we are. I mean, what we do anyway. We're already talking generations to reverse what has happened. We're already. And
do you want something to drink?
Not yet, but thank you, Council President.
Yeah. So already we're at a disadvantage that
Yes, I mean, I think we talk about this often. We haven't had a comprehensive plan, and that has been a drawback for us. But we have to start somewhere, and we have to start today because there are some threats that are upon us, and there are things that we have not been able to address appropriately because we haven't been able to talk about them appropriately until now.
Emergency planning.
I'm sorry?
An emergency planning, sorry.
We wish we did emergency planning. Sorry. I mean, that's something that we wish we did. But I mean, this is a critical moment for us, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Can you speak to me, please, about perhaps what your approach is going to be? I heard all 3 of you speak about being neighborhood specific in all 90 neighborhoods and sort of tailoring. Can you talk to me a little bit about how you want to strategize to tailor to very, and like I have to tell you this, incredibly unique, individual, people and personalities.
Yes.
So I can start if you want to follow. So I think we made the decision very early on to separate the 2 bodies of work, one from the technical services and then also the engagement services. Having talked to other city planning departments, we realized from their lessons learned that oftentimes the public engagement kind of became a backseat or a secondary priority to the technical aspects of the comprehensive planning effort. And so we really wanted to make sure that our engagement team had the resources that they needed to really execute on the strategy that we wanted to see around engagement for the entire city. And so we wrote that RFP in mind, just thinking about the diversity of residents, thinking about the different community priorities, and also thinking about the different organizations and development agencies here. And so I'll hand it over to LaTrinda to kind of talk a little bit about how they responded to the RFP and what really stuck out for them.
Yeah, so I'll say this. I mean, one of the things that you brought up, specifically, Councilwoman Warwick, was the amount of information and the amount of times we have surveyed and asked residents what they want. And so one of the first things that we put into the proposal was like, we need to go back and read that before we ask any questions and bring that somewhere, right? What have people already said in their moments in time? Comprehensively look at it. And then the idea was, okay, how might we talk to folks in city government, folks, get recommendations from council and a number of other people on just individual neighborhood conversations that we need to have, specifically one-on-one conversations with residents. How might we go to a Beltuver council or Beltuver meeting or a Sheridan meeting and just really listen in. What are their priorities? What are they already talking about? And then think about like, look, there are some plans that exist already. These were the priorities, and there are some things happening now, right? How do we take that, talk to the technical services team, right? Because we're engagement. We're not writing anything, right? We're saying this is what people want, and there is a regulatory document that we're hoping comes out of this, right? And so our hope is one-on-one, individual, looking at what has been written and how might we then say these are the priorities and what we've heard over time. I think the other thing that we heard today at the table is that, like, you all are making a lot of decisions and you're like, I heard you say, well, what is our plan? What has been our plan? What have we thought about years later, as it relates to repercussions for the things that we've done? And so how might we think about that? How might we, have you all use this document moving forward, right? How might you see yourselves in it and utilizing it to make decisions about grants that you apply for, funding decisions, right? Fleet decisions, all of the things that y'all were talking about today. Y'all were making a lot of decisions today, my goodness. And so how might we be helpful there, right? How might a plan for you all also be helpful there? And so, definitely hoping to take the Food Policy Council's plans, right? To take, University of Pittsburgh's plans about what's happening in the region, but then also combine it with where like people want their future to be, because a lot of the plans say the same thing. And if you look at the 70 plans that have been written just by particular institutions over the past 10 years, they all say the same thing. There's a certain group of people not doing well, but they don't tell us, well, what are their hopes and their dreams for 20 years in Pittsburgh's future? They don't tell us enough of that. We talk about needs and we don't talk about dreams. And so we're hoping that the plan also gets to some of that too.
And I'll also share that we are excited about a strong partnership between the engagement team and the technical team, because number one, a lot of the insights that are going to emerge from this plan are going to be derived from bringing to residents a lot of the data and existing conditions analysis that has been done, but that we're going to be doing a really rigorous job of making sure that those analyses, the climate, the sort of existing conditions with regard to like our climate challenges, existing conditions as it regards housing, public safety, public health. So all that data feeds into the engagement. And then what happens is that a lot of the engagement is going to be just better informed, because it's really bringing data into the community. But what really happens, and I think the other reflection of a strong partnership between an engagement team and a technical analysis team, is that a lot of engagements sometimes suffer from not being real about what are the trade-offs that go along with a lot. Communities need a lot, and sometimes it's really hard to navigate through the trade-offs of when there are competing priorities. So what happens in the scenario where there are competing priorities? Well, actually, what we bring into the community is a lot of the scenarios that are plausible. Like when we think about taking all of these 19 topic areas, which is a plans in and of themselves, what can happen when you take those scenarios and really map out for the community based on what you all said you really need in this community and citywide? Where are the competing priorities and what trade-offs need to sort of be discussed with community members about a vision for Pittsburgh that's comprehensive and that helps helps the community members themselves make sure that they are involved in the selection of the scenario for growth. The big question here is, what way should Pittsburgh invest and shape its strategy so that it is promoting growth that is according to the vision of this community for how it wants Pittsburgh to grow over the next 25 years. And that is both a question of market conditions, but that's also a question of where can we have institutions of Pittsburgh buy into those scenarios so that the city plays as a city, I mean the residents play a really strong role in buying into the scenario for growth that most maps to, or that best maps to the community's identity for itself and where it wants to be in 25 years. And that is where comprehensive planning, and especially the approach that we've proposed here, I think really stands out, is that this is about shaping the growth of Pittsburgh, including shaping the way that institutions will invest in growth patterns in this city in a way that maps to how the community wants to buy into that story. And that's a really big deal.
So then how does one incorporate the volatility of the moment that we're in, and take that into consideration as we do plan? I sit here and I argue for 15, 16 years we need to be effective planners and managers, and that we only interject police officers into situations that we have failed to plan and manage effectively as administrators, and that's our responsibility. So I do believe in effective planning, but I say this many times. I lived through Kennedy's assassination of Robert Kennedy, John Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King, civil rights, the Voters' Rights Act, the ERA, gay rights, women's rights. Hell, I lived through disco. It shapes and forms my politics and my view of the world. And my understanding, of the world. But the world is constantly changing, evolving. Sure, I thought I was kind of eating it. But even through all of the volatility that I've seen in my life, I've never felt so sort of out of sorts in the world as I do at this moment in time, that there's just something that's just not right with the world, right? And so how does one undertake, a $6 million contract, try to plan for a city what is it going to look like in 25 years when the world changes from moment to moment?
Yeah. No, that is a really, really valid question. One of the things that we'd asked our consultant teams to help us with is to figure out what are those moments to recalibrate. So yes, we are talking about developing a plan or a guidebook that will guide progress and development of the city of Pittsburgh for the next 25 years. But what are those moments, whether it's every 5 years, every 10 years, to really stop and recalibrate to make sure, one, that we're still on track to meet the goals of that comprehensive plan, but also to assess what is going on economically, what's going on environmentally, what's going on socially, so that we are always contextual with what's happening in the community.
The need changes with the people inhabiting the space at that time, right?
Yep.
The priorities of people that are half my age are not the priorities that I have at my age. And so as we continue to, sort of live and age out, there are new generations that are coming to life that see, no, we see the world, and thank God a lot of times, may I just say, we see the world a different way, and this is the course we wish to take. And I sort of put this out there to kind of sort of provoke thought in that we just can't fly by the seat of our pants, right? I mean, we have to have some idea of who we are, what our priorities are, what we believe our mission is, and how, who are we and where are we going, and how to answer those questions. And it's obviously an incredibly difficult task to do in a volatile world that tends to change moment by moment, right?
I think that's why, you look at the price tag, but it does reflect the complexity and volatility of the world. And we're a part of that, and we feed into it, and we react to it and respond to it. So we want to be able to be proactive and prepare ourselves for what we know the shocks and threats are out there. We understand that there are trends that we have to follow, and what are they, and how does that, impact our city and our residents? So these are the reasons why. I mean, there's so many reasons why, but these are the reasons why we do need to have a plan so that we can respond to things.
Yeah. One of the things you brought up, and I'm going to stop, I promise, because I apologize. I know everybody.
I'm just going to remind people that it's 10 to 4, and we have directors and employees still in the audience waiting to come to the table. That's all I want to say. Not you. I'm just saying in general. I just want us to be mindful of them, their time, not ours.
Yeah. This is a difficult meeting to have because it's budget, and we have to pass all this stuff, as you were saying, and it's a crazy day. But
it's an important one too.
it is an incredibly important day. We're making big decisions that, like the police headquarters that was made 25 years ago that led us to where we are today. But my biggest reservation, or not my biggest reservation, my biggest question really comes back to the beginning of my comments, and that is land use and understanding land use and all of the value it brings, or the heartache it can bring if it is not properly managed. And I can tell you, I've seen it firsthand for the last 16 or 20 years, really, what devalued land can do to a neighborhood and to a people, and the heartache, and the missed opportunity that it brings. So, my charge is for you to better understand, the value of the land that we have here. It's irreplaceable, right? It is irreplaceable, and how best to use it to its highest and best order.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I apologize, members, for going on. Thank you.
Okay, I promise I'm going to get right to the point, quick and easy, all right? Put me on the clock, less than 5 minutes. So, many years ago, I worked for the state senate. One of my duties was I oversaw neighborhood plans, okay? 4 of them. They averaged like $75,000, $100,000, little neighborhoods, From those plans, I could look back today and not one thing from those plans has been accomplished, okay? It was a plan, and the reason behind the plans really was to generate funding, okay? Nobody stuck to the plan. Really, private enterprise came in and did their thing in these neighborhoods, and there was a set of guidelines, and it was nice. I mean, it was good to get everybody's input. Did we follow it? We didn't. So, let me ask you this: if not having a comprehensive plan, does that hinder us from getting grants? Applying for grants and receiving grant money. Is that, in your opinion, is that one of the reasons why we need a comprehensive plan?
Well, not what we need, but we are able to do that more effectively if we have a comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I guess
Yes.
anybody that's going to give us funding, they want to see what
They
our
wanna see
long-term
our
vision
vision
is,
is,
right?
right.
Now, Jose, you represent the company that is doing the public engagement or the technical?
Technical service.
The technical. Who is the public engagement? Oh, well, it's Latrinda.
Yes.
Okay, Latrinda. $3 million for public engagement. Okay.
Yes,
It's 2
the 2.6. Yeah.
2 point what? 2.6?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, somewhere
Okay.
around there.
So almost half of the costs are public engagement. Jose, I will say this with the technical planning. I kind of said my piece on that. I would love in a perfect world to lay out, get everybody's opinion and from every neighborhood, and follow the plan. That would be great. In my experience, it doesn't happen that way. But I do feel like we need one as a guide, as a roadmap, for funding purposes, you name it. Yep. And maybe some neighborhoods will stick by that plan, and that'll be great. So, and you could bring up now, Latrinda, the public engagement for $2.6 million. Tell me what this consists of. Are we going to go around? Are we going to have neighborhood meetings? We're going to invite people. What is the public engagement process in a minute, please?
Yes, all of the above. So one of the things that we're hoping to have is one, we can't do this alone. So this is not just all, one firm thinking about this. We have a digital infrastructure piece that we want to support this to ensure that, stuff gets out far and wide. We also want to ensure that we're compensating, residents for participating in the process. And we've chosen, related to this to be a part of the process with us, specific organizations to move forward with us because of the bodies of people that they interact with. So we have some climate folks, we have some folks that, have youth engagement focused work, and then we have folks that work with mothers, right? And so that's a piece of it. And then there are other sort of mini grants connected to this. And so we want to ensure that each neighborhood gets a mini grant to engage in this process. I think the thing that tends to happen with these plans, and with any plan and with any research process, like people are asked, that we don't go back to them, and then we are not accountable to them, and then they don't get to work on the scenarios. How is this going to be used? What does accountability look like as it relates to this? And so throughout the process, we're constantly ensuring that residents are paid to engage, and then they also get a chance to engage the rest of their community about the process.
So we're paying residents to be engaged
in this process, to interact with the comprehensive plan. We are paying them for their time, compensating them as experts to be engaged in this process.
Are they selected already?
No, they're not selected already. No.
You select them as you go. If
We
we're in a
select them as
neighborhood,
we
somebody
go.
steps up, you think, hey, that person would be a great advocate for us. Let's put he or she on the payroll. Yeah.
Something like that.
Right? I mean, right? It's
something like that.
Right. I don't understand where all the costs would come from. I understand engaging. I understand you have to get people. What do you mean by paying them? How much money?
Yeah. So,
I was just going to say that something that's changed in recent years is that free labor is no longer free, right? People need to be compensated for their time and for their efforts. And so it was even mentioned in the transition report that people should be compensated for their engagement time. And so we wanted to make sure that we built that into the engagement process, because it would be unfair to ask neighborhood groups and artists to do these things to engage residents without proper compensation.
So what percentage are we talking here? How much money are we talking?
I mean, the amount that we're paying residents is almost half. So
is that right?
like
so you're going to spend over $1 million for residents to engage.
We're having them activate resident festivals. Like where we want to, Pittsburgh loves its festivals. And so we want to say, please engage people around this process and their thoughts. And we want to deploy some mini grant opportunities related to that. We want to pay them to come to these meetings. Like we know that this takes time. And so all of it is definitely not going to firms. It is being deployed back out because that has essentially been a part of some of the problematic research in our region,
So you anticipate about 50% being paid out too. I don't want to belittle the public process. I believe in the public. We got to have the public process. I truly believe in that. I truly believe in my neighborhoods. The folks know the vision. I think they know what they want the vision to be. Not excluding zoning, okay, and climate change. So, Jose, you were talking about zoning and how that relates to climate change in the future. I don't think my district really thinks about that right now. I'm sure they think about climate change, but not as to this plan addressing it for zoning purposes. So, forgive me for being a pessimist about planning. My experience in the past has been, we've done the plans, we've put an incredible amount of work into them, spent an incredible amount of money. This was 25 years ago, $7,500,000, and to come up with nothing, basically. Nobody following the actual plan. Did it help us secure money for the neighborhood? Yes. And that's why we did the plan. It really, truly was. It was great to have those ideas, but, we couldn't force those ideas into the it's the private sector that comes in, and if they buy up a building, we can't insist, no matter the plan we have, we can't say, no, the neighborhood wanted a bakery here. We can't do that.
Right, but I do think that when residents are engaged, they feel empowered and they feel ownership.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
if we want to get stuff done, we're going to have to, rely heavily on their participation and their advocacy around the things that.
They identify their own people in the community.
I'm sorry.
I'm telling him.
So that's a really big part of why we
say
need,
it.
because if people don't know what's happening, if they're not engaged in the plan, then they can't advocate for the things that are in that plan that we've all as a city have prioritized.
Okay. Well, for the sake of time, I'm going to wrap it up. I will tell you, the plan itself, I will support because the technical aspects of it, I believe we need it, for purposes, lots of purposes, I guess. Engaging with the public. Honestly, I'm struggling with that part of it. I really am. The $1.3 million that we're going to pay people to engage, I don't even know how you're going to begin to pick those people, who they're going to engage with, and I just, I'm struggling with that part of it. So I'll abstain today, and, we'll discuss further.
Happily.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gross.
Thank you all. Hold on, let me stop my stopwatch. I did
Is
turn
that
it
under
on,
5?
Councilman. 8 minutes and 20 seconds. So hold on, let me stop and start one for myself. I did not time Councilman Kraus. So
Well,
next
you know
time I'll
what, there's
start.
not
All right,
enough
next
hours
time
in the
you-
day to time that one, all right?
I think it was at 45 minutes for Councilman Kraus. I agree. I was just watching the wall clock over there. So I promise not to go 45 minutes. But I have sticker shock today and throughout this entire agenda, right? And so I did a little fact checking over the last 53 minutes that I was waiting on this bill. Since you brought up Chicago, Chicago's population is 2.7 million people. That's almost 10 times our population. It's exactly 9 times our population. And so you would expect for the comprehensive plan that I know you worked on, that it took them 2 years, and they did just finish it recently. You would expect that it would cost 9 times $6 million, because we're being asked to vote on $6 million today, and that would be $54 million, right? Did I do my math right? 9 times 6?
Yep.
They only spent 4. They only spent 4. So why isn't it $6 million divided by 9 instead?
Chicago did not
Or-
do a land use plan. They did a major engagement with, and I'm sorry they did not do a land use plan. They did a lot of engagement. They did a lot of the South, what was it, the South by?
South by Southwest.
By Southwest. Was it South by Southwest? That plan was very much around zoning, but the entire city engagement was around $3.5 million. We talked to Chicago, about $3.5 million, wasn't it? And they didn't have a land use plan, which is a huge chunk of the cost of a comprehensive plan.
Still, okay, so they did $4 million of engagement on a population 9 times the size of ours. We're being asked, you're asking us right now to vote for $2,645,000 for engagement for a city of 300,000. So the math still doesn't work.
Well, I think, I'll just say Chicago has as many neighborhoods
I-
as,
In
as
the interest
Pittsburgh.
of time.
Right.
Because there's been an hour back and forth, so you can respond to my questions. This is how this works. So, St. Paul, Minnesota has a population of 307,000, and they just did a comprehensive plan, and they didn't use any consulting. So the price tag was 0, except for the operating, the org chart. So they did it in-house. I don't know if it's great. I don't know if it's terrible. But I have sticker shock with this. I do feel that there's something off about the size. I understand that you want it. I know when you first got here, you talked about how you really wanted to think deeply about engagement. I know that we talked about the needs of comprehensive planning, but it seems like some council members are questioning even kind of like, what are we getting as an outcome? Having a piece of paper on the shelf is not a good enough outcome, especially for $8 million or $6 million, sorry. I'm comfortable holding this. I also don't understand why the contract has to be approved in December, and that why we're discussing it at length on this agenda today. We definitely have decision fatigue. I definitely have sticker shock. I am not feeling good about this plan and the price tag of it. Let me ask HRNA, since I do have you at the table. what,
They would have to introduce a new bill next year.
what was the cost of the contract you have with Chicago?
We didn't have a contract in Chicago. We did the Boston, Imagine
Oh,
Boston.
I
plan.
apologize then, like I said, I'm kind of getting things mixed up then. So you worked on Boston?
Yes.
And how much was your contract with Boston?
That total contract is about $5 million.
All right, so I didn't look up the Boston population and price tag for the total comprehensive planning. So again, this is $6 million. Maybe it was more than $5 million, or was there a, I don't know, but is anybody in the population of Boston? Is it also like 2 or 3 million people or something like that? Right, so let's say it's 3 million, so let's say it's 10
no,
times.
it's a small city. I believe it's under 1 million people.
Thank you for that, I appreciate that.
654,000.
600,000.
Okay, so it's only double our population. All right, so why isn't it half here? I don't know. I feel like I need to digest this better. I know that you've had briefings and frankly, and we've talked about it when we had previous budget discussions, and you also, we also didn't, there wasn't also, at those discussions, I felt there wasn't a very warm reception at council to the kind of scope and price tag. When we allocated the first amount, which is, I think currently there's only $2.5 million or so in the budget. So maybe there's more proposed for the 2024 budget? I'm not sure.
Two
So
now and 4 coming. Is that right?
Excuse me?
what's allocated? Do we have allocated the funding for this? I think the 2023 budget
look at what
had
we have in last year's
2.5.
budget.
Yeah,
I don't recall.
right. And so technically, this money doesn't exist yet because we haven't finished voting our 2024 budget either. So I would definitely entertain a motion to hold today, and I'm not comfortable voting yes on voting it through. So I'm at 5 minutes. So I'm going to stop there.
Okay.
She's right, the women do talk less.
I wasn't trying to tell you to
8
hold.
minutes, 105 minutes.
You'll miss me. when
Madam
I'm
President?
gone.
I'm going to defer to the chairperson for the committee.
For the sake of time, I mean, unless members aren't amenable to this, I'd like to make a motion to hold.
say. I haven't gotten
And then, yeah, I was gonna make a motion to hold and then have a briefing as soon as tomorrow.
Second.
I'm not sure.
So-
But I don't wanna take away from, the order of,
Somebody
anyway, I just wanted.
I know we've been here for a long time, but I've just been waiting,
Good.
so.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I was
thank
there.
you.
I'm gonna wait.
So the
I'm gonna withdraw
order,
my motion.
the order currently is Council President Smith, followed by Councilman Strasburger.
If you're not going to make a motion, I just want to say the same thing. I share all the concerns everybody has already said. It's a lot of money, but we're also struggling right now to try to find funding for an elevator repair that we're responsible for and other projects in the area. It's not that I'm opposed to having a project. I am concerned about the paying people to be a part of something. If they care so much about the community, we shouldn't have to be paying people for everything that they do. If they care about the community, they're coming out to speak regardless. That's number one. And that's a lot of money, another set of grant funding, sort of, so to speak, that we're giving out. So I just have a lot of concerns about that kind of money with no oversight. But I also have concerns about the implementation of this and the way that you're going to do this. LaTrinda, I know that you do amazing work, but I still have a lot of concerns. And so I'm looking forward, I'm going to ask my questions during the briefing, but right now I just want to put that out there. That I have a lot of concern about the money right now at a time we're really struggling to put our budget together. That's it.
Thank you.
I'm not going to call for, Councilman Wilson is going to make a motion when he's ready. I'll second it.
Councilman Strasburger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I really appreciate my colleagues for being so, for keeping austerity in mind, because we've been through this budget process now. We know where we are now. We know where we are in a couple of years. That said, I am in full support of this and as much money as we are proposing right now to spend on it for a couple of reasons. One is it is just so fundamental to everything else that we do in the city. We have a climate action plan over here. We have a stormwater plan over here. We have, we litigate every single project that comes up in every single district and spend time and energy and years on every project because we don't have a plan from which to point people back to say, this is the plan, this is what we all agreed on when we engaged you over a period of 2 years. we have Bike Plus plan. We have just so many plans, and they don't talk to each other. We have, neighborhood plans that don't even speak the same language. It just doesn't make any sense. And when I was sitting just a couple of weeks ago in a hearing, in a summit with mayors and city council members from other cities, they said, "Oh, what are you working on?" "Oh, we have our comp plan coming up." They said, "Wait, you don't have a comp plan? Like, how do you do anything?" So to be able to craft a budget that actually makes sense, that is based on something, based on any kind of like holistic, like various departments talking to one another, it's just so fundamental. So I get that it's a lot of money. I will do anything that it takes, whether it is looking at the budget, future budget, to be able to make cuts, to get it down to a level, whether that's 1 million, 2 million, that council colleagues would be comfortable spending on such engagement and work on this, whether it is taking, my staff and my team to work to find grants that we haven't yet explored. I think we've explored as many grants as we could, but and we've in fact got grant funding locally to be able to do the prep work for this to get to us to this point. Maybe there's others. I will put in the sweat equity to make this happen, but this is how committed I am to making this happen, because it is so, yes, the elevators need to be fixed, but this is fundamental for what we are going to be doing 20 years from now. And I will do what it takes to get us to a point where my colleagues, enough of us feel comfortable to pass this and do this very important engagement work that I think will teach us how to do better engagement, will teach the mayor's fabulous engagement office to do even better engagement. There's just so much we can learn from this, and have real applicable, action items, not just like a plan to sit on the shelf, but the action items that I don't even have to repeat them, that you all have attempted to clarify, despite not having gone through the process, will be clear as we go through this. So just to say, whatever it takes to try to get people more comfortable with this, I will work to do, even if it's holding for a period of time and doing the work to make other cuts in the budget or find the grant funding or whatever is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson?
Motion to hold 1 week.
I'll second that. I didn't mean to. I was texting you.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time.
The bill will be held 1 week,
It's good seeing
just
you.
for your. So we read Bill 2276. Can
I'm
we
sorry,
briefly
motion to hold
read
both bills
Bill
for 1
22.
week.
We haven't read it yet, though. So
Oh,
can
we
we
didn't read
briefly
that yet?
read
Okay.
Bill? So two. it's a
Let's
long
read
day.
it,
Sorry,
yeah.
2276 will be held for 1 week. It'll come back up for discussion Monday afternoon at 1:30, I believe, when we meet. Can we quickly read Bill 2275 and hold that for 1 week as well? Sorry.
Bill 2276, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of City Planning to enter into a professional services agreement and/or contracts with HR&A Advisors and Urban American City for the purpose of assisting in the development of a citywide comprehensive plan, cost not to exceed $3,255,000 over 2 years.
Motion to hold 1 week.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The bill will be held 1 week. It'll also come back up for discussion this coming Monday at 1:30. That takes us to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, chaired by Councilman Kraus. Our first newspaper, Bill 2249.
Okay.
The rest shouldn't be that bad.
I have to go back.
We're going back.
Bill 2249,
Public Works.
resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure to enter into an agreement or agreements with the Department of Community and Economic Development's Multimodal Transportation Fund for the purpose of receiving and spending grant funds in the amount of $250,000 to support the Davis Avenue pedestrian bridge project.
Motion to. Oh, sorry. I was so excited about the Davis Avenue Bridge. Sorry.
The role of Councilwoman Harris will be played by Councilman Wilson today. Did you enjoy that, Councilwoman? Motion to approve, please.
Second.
I don't know what to say.
Any discussion?
No, thank you.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2250.
Bill 2250, resolution providing for an agreement or agreements with Stantec for costs associated with the preliminary engineering phase for the Calera Street, Corley Street, and Maple Avenue Bridge projects, providing for the payment of the cost thereof not to exceed $1,320,000, reimbursable at 100%.
A motion to approve. Very brief discussion, please.
Second.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I would ask for someone to be here, but these are reimbursed funds at 100%, and I'm happy to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2251.
Bill 2251, resolution providing for an agreement or agreements with Johnson, Memorin, and Thompson for costs associated with the preliminary engineering phase for the West Carson Street Bridge, providing for the payment of the cost thereof not to exceed $587,998.50, reimbursable at 95%.
Motion to approve, please.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. That brings us to Land Use Economic Development Committee, chaired by Councilman Wilson. Madam President, you want to read these together?
Which one is that?
2305 and 2306. Pittsburgh Musical Theater. Okay.
What's that guy?
Madam Clerk, if you could read 2305 and 2306 together.
Bill 2305, resolution further amending resolution number 772 of 2016, effective January 1, 2017, as amended entitled, Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2017 Capital Budget and the 2017 Community Development Block Grant Program, approving the 2017 through 2022 Capital Improvement Program by reducing St. Andrew's Lutheran Church by $3,750 and increasing Pittsburgh Musical Theater by $3,750 and authorize subsequent agreements. And Bill 2306, resolution further amending resolution number 864 of 2018, effective January 1, 2019, as amended, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2019 Capital Budget and the 2019 Community Development Block Grant Program, approving the 2019 through 2024 Capital Improvement Program by reducing the Light of Kimberly by $5,000 and increasing Pittsburgh Musical Theater by $5,000 and authorizing subsequent agreements.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation for both bills. It takes us to our new papers, first being Bill 2273.
Bill 2273, resolution that the mayor and the director of city planning on behalf of the city of Pittsburgh are hereby authorized to accept funds from the Pittsburgh Regional Transit in the amount of $150,000 for the creation of public art as a part of the Bus Rapid Transit project.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Sorry you
Aye.
had to sit.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
I'm sure it was an educational experience for
Any
you.
opposed? Affirmative recommendation. That takes us to Bill 2274.
Bill 2274, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of city planning to enter into an agreement and/or contracts with Pittsburgh Community Reinvestment Group for the purpose of utilizing an AmeriCorps Vista in the Department of City Planning at a cost not to exceed $15,000 over 1 year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
Any opposed?
Oppose.
One in opposition.
I'm opposed to PCRG, not AmeriCorps.
Affirmative recommendation. That takes us to Recreation, Youth, and Senior Services Committee, chaired by Councilwoman Strasburger. One deferred paper is Bill 1980.
Bill 1980, resolution repealing resolution number 428 of 2023, effective July 9th, 2023, entitled Resolution Authorizing the Mayor and the Director of the Department of Parks and Recreation on behalf of the City of Pittsburgh to enter into a professional services agreement with Homewood Community Sports for community liaison services at an amount not to exceed $300,000 by repealing it in its entirety.
Motion to approve. Discussion.
Second.
Thank you.
Discussion, Madam
Thank you.
President.
I would like Director Pollock and Solicitor
My
Kubiak
computer died, so I didn't have
to come to the table, please.
See him.
They're coming.
Are they?
The planning bills.
Yeah.
Right.
So as we wait for, we'll ask the clerk's office to please put a call out for them to come. But as we wait, can we leave this open and do the rest of the bills? Okay, thank you. So that'll take us to our new paper bill 2266.
Bill 2266, resolution authorizing the issuance of a warrant in favor of Pittsburgh Regional Transit in an amount not to exceed $16,618.25 for transportation services for the 2023 Richard S. Caligari Great Race on September 24th, 2023.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. That takes us to Bill 2267.
Bill 2267, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Parks and Recreation on behalf of the city of Pittsburgh to enter into a professional services agreement or agreements with Pittsburgh Three Rivers Marathon, Inc. to provide management services for the Richard S. Caligari City of Pittsburgh Great Race for a term of 3 years, 2024 through 2026, with the option to renew for 2 one-year terms, 2027 and 2028, at a total cost not to exceed the greater of $60,000 or 40% of net revenues generated by each year's Great Race.
Motion to approve.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 1980 is open on the table. I do see Director Pollock with us. Madam President, would you like him to come to the table?
Can I interrupt?
Say something.
Can we do IMP first? This one's going to take a while.
You want to do IMP?
Well, I just.
Yeah, because this will probably take a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I apologize. I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that as well. So that will take us to Innovation, Performance, Asset Management, and Technology Committee, chaired by Councilwoman Warwick. One supplemental paper, Bill 2302.
Bill 2302, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Innovation and Performance on behalf of the city of Pittsburgh to enter into startup participation agreements with selected entities as part of the cohorts of the PGH Lab, and further authorizing the mayor and director of the Department of Innovation and Performance to enter into program participation agreements with local municipal entities to allow such entities to test products and services through PGH Lab at a total cost not to exceed $100,000 over 1 year.
I would.
Motion to
have to
approve.
agree with that. Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. That takes us to our new papers, Bill 2269.
Bill 2269, resolution amending Resolution 849 of 2021, authorizing the mayor and the director of Innovation and Performance to enter on behalf of the city of Pittsburgh into a professional service agreement with Victor Stanley Services. The general objective is to utilize Victor Stanley relay technology to monitor field levels of litter cans around the city and provide routing services for Department of Public Works via a mobile application to save resources dedicated to litter collection at a cost not to exceed $212,166 to extend the term by 1 year for a total term of 3 years.
Motion to approve.
Second discussion. Forgive me, I think I lost my place. I thought we were on 2223, are we not?
We're on 2269. We did 2223 when our public safety officials were here.
Okay.
Right before we
You're
recessed.
right, we did. I apologize. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilman Cox.
Is this about the smart technology on the garbage cans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll just say, I don't agree with it. I think our workers are out there every day. We just hired 40, 50 new public works employees. They should be walking up to them and checking them themselves. $212,000 for technology to know if that garbage can's filled. I could tell from a mile away. Okay, so waste of money to me. So I'm a no vote.
How do you feel?
Say how you feel. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Crazy.
So, may I?
Yes.
Yeah,
Councilman Cox.
please. So, I think I wouldn't state it quite the way Councilman Cockle stated it.
Trying to get to the point.
But,
Yeah.
but yeah, I so would be voting this down, is that? If we wish to not continue this at an additional cost of $12,000,
Yes, you will
we're going
vote
to be
no.
voting this down. Again, I think I might state it differently, but somewhat agree with the councilman's remarks. The East Carson Street corridor never had this technology because we have the clean team on there that monitors, and you know, I would agree with you to the point that there's something about hands-on eyes to see what needs to be done. I get that we don't have that everywhere. Not everybody has that benefit, but we never enjoyed this technology in the, you know, East Carson Street. I want to say not in Oakland either. I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. We did, Director? No? You want to come up just for a second? I don't want to belabor it. I know how busy and tired everybody is. But did we employ this with the Oakland bid in place in Oakland?
Jake Pollack, Director of Office Management, Budget, and Deputy Mayor. No, I don't. We don't typically use these trash cans in the busier commercial corridors where we know we have to maintain a consistent schedule based on volume. In fact, what we have done and are increasingly doing is moving these sensors to the places where we have trash cans that experience lower utilization to know when we have to go. There are two ways to think about it. One, these experience relatively low use, so rather than needing to go there on a consistent schedule, we can add them to the schedule only when they're full, and thus that's required. And second, when we're adding new trash cans, we typically place one of these sensors in those locations for a while to gain a sense of how frequently they fill so that we know how to incorporate them into the normal service schedule. So they're not being used in places like downtown, Oakland, Carson Street, where we know they fill up very quickly. We know we have to go on a certain regimen, but there are parts of the city where we have trash cans, but it's a bit harder to predict when they'll be full, and we use this technology to help us understand that more clearly.
So I'm glad I asked you up now, because now you just put a fly in the ointment,
Okay.
Which I think is worth discussing in generally underserved areas of the city. That whereas this kind of technology, we get this all the time. Councilman, can we have a trash can? Councilman, when was the last time somebody picked up this? Have you looked at this trash can, Councilman? It's overflowing. It's been this way for weeks. So I just now, all due respect, but to add some nuance to the conversation, that if you're telling me that these tend to be off the beaten path and somewhat in neighborhoods that might not see a regular pickup.
That's increasingly where we're putting them. That's an initiative of Director Hornstein's that started, you know, a year and a half ago or so to as we relocate them to places where we don't have a clear picture.
So second part of that is that they are not stationary. They don't just go somewhere and sit. They have some movement to them.
They absolutely can be moved, and they are moved, yes.
That's what I mean, are moved. I know they can be, but they are being moved to have a better understanding of where, you know, they fill
Yes.
up quicker than others, and,
Correct.
and that we can have a plan, if you will, to strategize how to maintain them. So in light of that, I would like to register an aye vote, and if members wish to vote it down, I understand it completely, but the, you know, you know, there's a level of equity to this. Yes, please.
It's also a point of clarity. This does not add any money to the contract. It just extends it it adds a year to it.
And 212,000, does it not?
Which is the cost necessary to maintain them for another year. So this is our existing number of sensors with a further year of service.
1 year of service. Which adds $212,000 to it.
No.
Correct.
Yeah, no, no? No, Peter, come up, please. I know it's late, and I don't mean to labor this, but
I didn't.
does not.
No.
Thank you,
I'm
Director.
sorry, maybe I misunderstood the question.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You know, a quick decision here could impact just normal people that want their damn trash cans empty for, you know, the next year.
So just looking at the body of the bill, there is money that was approved previously in 2021 for 2023 or 2022 and 2023 that totaled $212,166. This does not add any money to the contract. It extends the contract for another year.
Cost neutral and we've already basically paid for it.
Yeah.
It's cost neutral.
I'm sorry, yes, it carries forward
So
previously authorized funding.
I would please ask members then to support, and I'm going to vote in the affirmative.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilman.
Okay,
Second
so
round,
we have it
Councilman
paid
College.
for. Okay, we're just, is there any fees if the sensors are broke or down? Do they have to come out and inspect, or is it's all covered in that cost?
It's all in the contract already.
Okay. Well, if it's paid for the next year, and if we don't support it, then the money's spent, correct?
It's encumbered to the contract, yeah. So I'm not familiar with how it's been invoiced to this point, but it's encumbered to that contract.
Okay, but so we paid for this 2024.
You encumbered it. You could not authorize the further spending, and then we'd have to
Then we can
cancel the
re-
contract, in which case we might incur some costs. But some of the money could be freed up.
We might incur some costs, but we won't have to spend the $212,000 that we.
You could avoid a portion of that
Okay,
if
good
you were to
enough.
vote no.
That's good enough for me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Warwick, followed by Councilwoman Gross.
I mean, just to reiterate that it would be very helpful, at least I know in my district, like certain neighborhoods have really bad litter problems for whatever reason, right? If it's just in a certain block, and if I think that, and people, and that's one thing I hear a lot is they say, well, we used to have trash cans. Why don't we have trash cans anymore? And I will say I don't understand why the sanitation teams that come through every week can't stop and also pick up the corner trash can. That I'm not clear on, but if this is the solution to get trash cans in the neighborhood where you don't have to come through every day because they wouldn't get filled, or to just come when they're full, that would be helpful. I know that would be welcome for residents in my district and, specific corners in particular, so.
It could help be part of that solution, right? I mean, in that, where we add new trash cans, we typically use these sensors to then gain a sense of the schedule. Or in places where we know the amount of trash varies widely and doesn't have a consistent sort of rhythm to it, we use them to know when they need to be collected. Adding more trash cans still has other costs that wouldn't be captured here, like the purchasing of the cans, right, and their installation. So this isn't a magic bullet to that challenge, but it helps us where we are able to expand service to do it effectively.
That's it for me. Thanks.
Councilwoman Gross.
Thank you, appreciate it, Mr. Chair. I think I heard that if we don't extend the contract, we get some money back.
Conceivably, yes.
Okay. We don't know how much that is. We assume it's about a third of $212,000 since it was 2 years. Now we're adding a third year.
Minus, I don't happen to know offhand the contract terms as what cancellation would look like. So yes, less any costs we would incur based on the out clauses in the contract.
Did we deploy 1,000 of these smart sensor cans? There's a press release in 2019 saying that Public Works is going to deploy 1,000 garbage cans containing sensors.
I don't know the number that exists.
So I'm sitting here in my mind's eye thinking this is like 20 trash cans with some doodads on it, but I really don't know,
It's certainly a lot more than 20, but I don't know the number.
600, I think.
Maybe 600 or so, we think? Does it say that? Maybe I missed it. So I'm also kind of feeling, yes, thank you. My staff is telling me the contract is for 600 cans, but did we get 600 cans? And is that why we didn't spend all the money or something? Because I agree. We have, it says that it has deployed 600. Thank you. I don't know how you have that. Director Norman just gave Councilwoman Warwick a few more talking points. I appreciate it. 600 is a lot. If they actually work, they do actually work.
Yeah, I know in the early days of their deployment, there were some challenges. The biggest ones were if someone puts something large into a can, like let's say someone puts an entire pizza box into a can so it sits at the top of the can, it represents it as more full than it is. That's a bit of a user error challenge, and I think they were working to identify solutions to that. Overall, they do net. I mean, some of those types of data sort of noise instances notwithstanding, they are helpful and they are useful in determining, how full the cans are.
I was really kind of feeling like Councilman Coghill. I'm like, I'm really a skeptic of a lot of the smart cities data stuff. That it's 600 cans makes me feel better. And I've similarly, I'll just echo what other council people have said, like, we have lots of requests for more cans in places where there's litter and there used to be cans, but the answer is that it's not the cost of the can, it's the cost of the crew to come empty the can, right? So that's more personnel, more vehicles, miles, vehicle miles traveled, and that's a shame. It's a shame. We're at the end of the meeting. I'm not going to take up much time. I'll go ahead and vote to continue this, but I am still a skeptic. Like I kind of like we don't have time to dig into it a little more deeper here. We've added people into DPW for these kinds of jobs, and I think that's the way to go. In some small way, this is one of those automation replacing people kinds of things that I'm not sure how I feel about. But I will. Since we're here today, I'll go ahead and say yes. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam President.
I just really wanted to say something. I agree with Councilman Coghill. What a great job our DPW crew does. And I really wanted to say something about the directors out in the audience. And usually, if I see a female director, I call her to the table just because, out of respect. But I just want to say, I don't have any questions. I just want to say that I think that they're doing a really good job with the maintenance and all that stuff. So. But I also understand and appreciate the need for this because we actually have some areas that need, emptied way more frequently than others. So I understand the benefit of this too. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. That takes us to Bill 2272.
Thanks, Director.
Bill 2272, resolution authorizing the mayor and the Department of Innovation and Performance to enter into an agreement or agreements and amendments thereto with E Plus Technologies, Inc. for assistance in planning and executing a move from existing locations to a data center at a new location, cost not to exceed $50,000 over 1 year.
Oh, motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. We'll come back to your bill, Madam President, but I want to power through intergovernmental educational affairs. Okay. So, which is chaired by Councilwoman Gross. Our first new paper is Bill 2244.
Bill 2244, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Finance to enter into a cooperation agreement or agreements with the URA of Pittsburgh for services relating to the management of the URA's public parcel inventory and providing for the payment of the cost thereof, cost not to exceed $750,000.
Motion to approve for discussion.
Second.
This would be a great bill to have fresh in the morning on another agenda, honestly, right? So I'm not even sure I have the energy to go into it in detail. And I'm curious whether members have questions about it. It's another hefty price tag.
So, if I may?
Sure.
These were dollars that were previously housed within the city in our Department of Finance. However, the Department of Finance is now handling these dollars back to the URA so the URA can do the maintenance. So it's not new money is the only point I wanted to make.
That's totally fair.
It's just a transfer in where the dollars are held. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2245.
Bill 2245, resolution amending resolution number 116 of 2022, which authorized the city of Pittsburgh to enter into a professional service agreement and/or contracts with Buchanan, Ingersoll, and Rooney, P.C. for professional consulting services for federal government affairs and legislative services by authorizing $102,000 payment through the end of the currently executed contract term.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2246.
It should be on the Zoom, whatever the Zoom link. Oh, it's not working. He can call my cell phone. Yeah, it's fine.
Did you read the bill?
I don't know, what are we doing?
We were talking to Madam
She
Clerk
was
because
asking
Councilman
a question.
Wilson wants to call into the meeting, but apparently the Zoom's not working, so we'll have him call Madam Clerk's.
I have Councilman Wilson's number, if that's good enough.
That's fine.
Bill
Okay.
Bill
Put your phone
2246.
Bill 2246, resolution amending resolution number 117 of 2022, which authorized the city of Pittsburgh to enter into a professional services agreement or contracts with Milady and Wooten, Inc. for professional consulting services for state government affairs and legislative services by authorizing $115,500 payment through the end of the currently executed contract term.
Motion to approve.
Second with discussion.
Discussion, Councilwoman Strasburger?
Thank you.
Councilman
I know
Ron,
this group
hold
does
on.
great work. I know some of the
Madam
people
Clerk, is
there.
that
My
okay
only
like that?
request is that council get briefed occasionally on the advocacy they're doing on behalf of the city at the state level.
Sir, absolutely. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2247.
Bill 2247, resolution providing for a reimbursement agreement or agreements with the Pittsburgh Water and Sewer Authority for costs associated with the Dragon Way project, where the PWSA is overseeing the design and construction of the stormwater management components, as well as the roadway replacement and rehabilitation, and has or will retain the services of a design consultant, construction management, inspection consultant, and construction contractor for the project. The city will reimburse the PWSA for this work at a cost to the city not to exceed $823,994.94.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Affirmative recommendation. And Bill 2248.
Bill 2248, resolution authorizing the Pittsburgh Land Bank to acquire all the city's right, title, and interest, if any, in and to the following publicly owned properties in the 15th Ward, City of Pittsburgh, designated in the Deed Registry Office of Allegheny County is Block 56F, lots 174 and 176, Council District Number 5, no cost to the city.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that will take us to our last bill of the day, which is open on the table, Bill 1980. If we could have Solicitor Kubiak as well as Director Pollock please come to the table. I will defer to Madam President.
Thank you.
Solicitor, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I know you had a busy day. Thank you.
We're punchy.
And-
Sorry, it took me so long to get up here, so I apologize.
No, thank you. Do you want to introduce yourself one more time for the
Please,
public?
I'm Krisha Kubiak, City Solicitor and
And you
Chief
can-
Legal Officer.
Thank you. You can tell Director Pollock's been with us all day. He's like looking exhausted. This is the Homewood contract, and I just want you to give us a little synopsis of it. But I do want to first thank you, because I heard that you've made some comments today that you're doing some research about the Jim Rogers case and doing some stuff. So I want to thank you for that, for taking those concerns seriously that the public has had and raised to us. So thank you very much for that.
Well, and if I can, and I don't know if you saw this part of the press conference, but they did ask me how I came up with it, and I told them it was Council President who informed me of her concerns, and that's part of the reason we went through it. So I want to thank you very much. It's not something I would have picked up on my own. So if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have crossed all of our T's and dotted our I's, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's probably the first time I got credit for something. I don't know. So thank you. But for giving rumors. But anyway, I'm really nervous about this Homewood contract, because we've had so much different advice and opinions, and I've heard that you have a legal opinion. I haven't seen it. So let's talk a little bit about it. Director Pollock first, if you don't mind. If you can give us some update about exactly, just remind the public what it's about and what you hope to accomplish with it.
Sure, happy to do so. So as part of the comprehensive rehabilitation of Homewood Field, which is one of the city's many ball fields across the city, which is undergoing major reinvestment, and the entire park, in fact, is being reconstructed as part of the process of rebuilding the field. As part of that, and with financial support from, in this case, the Heinz endowments, but so we certainly, the city is funding the majority of the bill for that reconstruction, but we wouldn't be able to complete the project except for some also outside philanthropic support. And through the support of the Heinz endowments, we are constructing what is what will be the city's first high-performance natural turf field. So we have some fields that are regular turf, sort of normal grass. We have some that are artificial turf to deal with the high level of utilization they get. This would be the first instance where we have designed engineered turf, which is natural grass, but is made specifically to stand up to heavy use. And that's the same kind of turf that you, for example, see in some professional sports stadiums. Acrisure Stadium, for example, uses natural turf. So it would be a first for us in deploying that type of playing surface. It requires some unique maintenance. It's still, certainly from an environmental point of view, preferable to artificial turf, but there are maintenance activities that are unique to that kind of field. And as part of the overall project and also the grant funding that made that possible, one of the aspects of the program is to do workforce development, community serving workforce development, to train local residents, and in particular children or young adults, to help conduct some of that unique maintenance, and then use that as a skill building opportunity for them to participate in maintaining the field, and through that in learning how that is done for the purposes potentially of a future career in that space. So a portion of the overall funds have been allocated towards supporting that workforce development and community-centered work, and through a waiver of competitive process, the administration selected the existing entity that conducts and manages most of the, in fact, the vast majority of the work on the field, Homewood Community Sports, which runs the football team that is the primary utilizer of the field. We submitted this legislation initially along with the waiver of competitive process, explaining the rationale that this entity is already the primary organizer of activity on the field, already works with the same target population, and that we felt it was appropriate that understanding their close connection, that a waiver of competitive process was warranted, and that legislation was ultimately, with that waiver, adopted by council earlier this year. So today's bill would rescind that authorization.
So I just want to be real clear before we get really into this, because I really do want to have this conversation publicly, because there's been so much that I keep hearing. I hear from you, I've heard from our city council solicitor, I've heard from various people saying that they're looking into this and other things. I've heard from Councilman Lavelle, and I spoke with Chief of Staff Wheatley, and I've heard from the controller. And then I heard from you about the controller. I heard that there's an opinion from the controller coming. He said it's forthcoming, but he specifically told me he had concerns with this. And so it's all those things that there's half of the people are saying there's concerns, other half are saying there's nothing. So trying to make the right decision for council, to make sure council's not in the middle of anything, is part of what I've been struggling with. I really think that we should just issue some kind of, I think it's request to qualify or something like that. So, something like that, yeah. I think we should be doing something like that just to make sure that because I've heard that, I think there was something where, I guess you said here that it was sole source, and it wasn't sole source, but it was maybe single source, is that right? Yeah, I think
it was
that's
a waiver of competitive process, yeah.
Yeah.
And my understanding, just to address one point you made.
Yeah. I want you to clarify anything you need to clarify.
Sure. I haven't seen it because it wouldn't have been sent to me. I spoke to the controller yesterday evening, and he indicated to me that correspondence had been sent yesterday in response to council's request.
Okay.
But that's secondhand.
Okay. And he just said to me that they are working on it. So if they haven't sent it yet, they are working on it. Our office has not received, our clerk's office hasn't received it yet. But once we do, we'll make sure everybody knows. But, and he did give me a list of whatever his concerns were. I can't even see it right now. But I just want council to have a chance to ask their questions, but I just want to say that for me, it is the fact that there should be an RFP or RFQ, I'm sorry, a right to qualify out, RTQ, that's been issued. And there was also some controversy about this grant, whether or not they were named in the grant, and they're not named in the contract that we've seen. But is there something that maybe we're not looking at, or something that maybe that you have that we don't see, that maybe, Solicitor, do you have an opinion about this? Because it's my understanding you gave an opinion, I don't have it.
So I don't, I went through my records as I was calling up here. It appears that I've got a draft opinion, but I'm not sure it went out or not, so I've got to check on that. What the question was before us was whether or not this current bill, whether or not council could repeal the previous bill. I will say the short answer from a parliamentarian perspective is yes. So that's the main point of it. I don't think it gets to the question that you're asking right now.
Yeah. Well, I want to know, what are your thoughts? I mean, are you comfortable if council would vote this through? Are you comfortable if we would, if we would just allow it to stay? Here's what I want to know. If it would remain approved, because currently it's approved, if we do nothing here and we don't repeal this and it stays approved, then what?
Yeah, I would say I am, we reviewed the waiver of competitive process. There was some confusion, to your point, I think, that which number was checked off. But to the point where they are providing workforce development, and we do believe they are the only organization in that neighborhood that is capable of providing workforce development, in addition to not just taking care of the field, right? Lots of people, I think, can take care of the field, but it's the workforce development in the community. For that, we were comfortable that they were the only provider for
I
that.
think if there was some part of that written, like a workforce development program included.
Right.
That is included in the terms of the grant. The grant does not specify
The program itself is written out.
Workforce development is included in the terms of the grant, not the specific provider. So it was the administration that determined, based on the necessity, based on the inclusion of that as one of the things that we were to do, that they were the only provider who could meaningfully meet those terms. And so the reason for the waiver of competitive process, or the rationale for the waiver that was submitted, was only one entity is capable of providing this service, which we again stand behind for the reasons that the solicitor just mentioned. But the inclusion of a workforce development component to the work was part of the wider grant.
I'm going to ask, can you come to the table too? Because I'm going to be, Solicitor Friesen has looked into this more than I have. And between all of you, I have not had many sleepless nights, let me just tell you. So I just can't wait to put this all behind us and just figure this out in a way to find the most legal path forward to do and accomplish what the mayor and you would like to accomplish and the community wants to accomplish. But I think it has to be a way the council's not jeopardizing ourselves, that's all.
Hi, Dan Friedson, Solicitor to City Council. I think the best way, if you wanted to move forward with this arrangement, is to have a letter or something from the funder that says, yeah, we are fine with this person being selected, that workforce development is intended to be part of this grant, because I've seen the grant, I think it's been sent to council members, and we didn't see that workforce development in the grant that we saw, which isn't to say that you don't have some supporting documentation or something that would solve the problem.
Because that would help us.
Yeah, I mean, we received the grant more than 6 months ago. I don't remember off the top of my head exactly, to Solicitor Friesen's point, where it's documented. I do know that we're confident that is supported and intended by the grantor. But if it's not mentioned or not clearly mentioned in the documentation you've received, then I understand your desire for us to correct that.
Yeah, I want us all to get to where you want to be. I think that there's a way to do it, and I'm just trying to have a conversation about how to do it. But I just want to read real quick. Controller Lim said that Rachel is drafting a response to us from the controller's office, and he said, as I mentioned, we believe that there's a better way to do this, and it's through a grant process, but that is really up to council and the mayor. He said also the contract as written has not been approved by the EORC and lacks the proper insurance documentation, as I mentioned that to Jake Pollock yesterday.
Yes,
Could
so
you explain that?
Yeah, those later portions are typical of the work that we do after receiving council authorization to ensure that the contract documentation. So it's not unusual. In fact, it's most often the case that the EORC documentation isn't finalized at the time council authorizes a contract. And we're not going to sign a contract until those I's are dotted and T's are crossed. But that almost always happens well after the council authorization point. And same with the insurance documentation, right? I know, well, it is a frequent topic, particularly among smaller community serving providers, that it takes us a while to explain to them exactly what we need in terms of insurance documentation and for them to furnish it. That's not at all unusual from the contracting process, and again, always happens on the back end, sort of the administrative end of the process. So we would always require that those steps be completed before we sign a contract, and that's entirely separate from the authorization point. Those things are things that the controller's office very rightfully is always diligent about in ensuring that all of that documentation is provided before the contract is finally concluded. But they don't have anything really to do with the authorizing intent, right? Those are separate questions. We wouldn't expect someone to have all of that paperwork complete at the time at which we come to you for authorization. In terms of the controller's communication, that is consistent with what he told me yesterday. I thought I recalled him saying that the letter had actually been sent, but perhaps I misunderstood.
Okay. Well,
to his point about
with
a
all
grant,
this information around here, it's easy to get to misunderstand.
To the point about to his point about the the form of the engagement. Under different circumstances, a grant, really with a different source of funds, frankly, a grant might be a preferable way of achieving this outcome. But in this instance, we're seeking to have Homewood Community Sports serve as a subcontractor or a subrecipient to granted funds. So contracting them for services as opposed to providing them with a grant fits the form of funding that we have more than a grant would, where we'd be using CDBG funds or something else like that. So I wouldn't disagree with him in concept, but as relates to the very specific relationship between this engagement and the field reconstruction and the form of funding, that's why we sought to do it as a contract.
Solicitor, do you have an opinion that you could send to us?
I do, yes.
Okay. Could you send that to us through the clerk's office so she'll send it to everyone?
I will.
Do you mind? Because I think having that alone makes us feel a little bit more comfortable too. Do you have a concern with that, if we have that?
No, and if everybody's open to the idea of maybe an amended waiver form and supplemental materials coming along with that, then this bill could be fine.
Are we okay with that?
Sure. Yes.
We're good with that? Well, what the heck? All these sleepless nights for nothing. Just one conversation is all we had to have together. Thank you. I'm good. Anybody else have anything?
Thank you. Councilman Cross?
Afraid to open up further conversation, like, when you have the votes vote, right? Just a very quick question, Solicitor. It's really nice to see you. I'm glad to see you at the table.
Good to see you, Councilman.
Thank you. Clearly at the heart and soul is the waiver of competitive process. Asking you for a legal opinion is a very broad statement. Asking you for a legal opinion based on the waiver of competitive process. Is that what we're asking for?
That's a really good question, because I did want, the opinion I have is specifically to the question of whether or not this bill, which you currently have, is allowed to repeal the one that you already did. Right. So this is, and the answer is yes, but that's what it's 3 pages of yes. That is the legal opinion that we have. I do not have one on the competitive waiver, but I can get that, but I can put that together.
And I'm not looking to put words in your mouth, but that's
what I thought too. I didn't mean to.
Yeah,
right. That's
I apologize for not making that clear. Thank you, Councilman.
Right.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, if I may just add one other solution on the table, just in case it's needed. It may not be, but in the event we can't come up with the documentation, there is, 16102B provides 15 different exceptions to the competitive process, and number 15
it's too late.
Is, well, if he's going to submit an amended waiver form, I'm just suggesting that number 15 is a waiver from competitive process, so you can pick instructors to provide instruction to kids, for recreation purposes, which would fit very nicely, except that it's capped at $10,000. So they'd have to.
I'm sorry, what was the grant amount, please?
$300,000 is this
course,
contract.
right, yeah, right. So it's 5 o'clock. Clearly, there's council fatigue. Can we, if I may intervene, can we charge you with a legal opinion based on the waiver of competitive process? Will you collectively work together to reach us to the agreement that we need to have in place so as Homewood Community, Homewood Community Sports Program can then provide the necessary services and upkeep for it? And I hate to say that, but document that for us and, send it to us. This is in place. We have your opinion. We have your recommendation. You've crossed all your T's, dotted all your I's. Then we just table this bill once we have everything from you and we're able to have it be what it is. Is that okay?
We can certainly provide what you've just asked for.
I don't know what I just asked.
I think I do.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Warwick.
Yeah, so I just, I've looked at this a bit as well. So just to kind of clarify, and I have not seen this. I've seen some documentation of the grant, but I don't know what all. But if we could see some documentation that workforce development is indeed part of the grant, that would be helpful.
Sure.
So that would be one. I looked at the waiver, and it seemed, so the waiver said, what's ticked off in the waiver is that it's a single source contract. Right? And the justification for that is the relationship with, the work, not sole source, single source, and that is due to the relationship with the youth and the use of the field and whatnot. So apart, but if I'm understanding correctly, so apart from the community liaison piece of it, right, and the just connection with the youth, are you saying that as far as whatever the maintenance of this special field, that's something that this group as a football organization just already knows how to do?
That the subject population of kids who we would want to reach and educate and develop their skills are already connected to this program, and that they're essentially they're the only entity that can build that connection. So it's the kids who play on the team who we are targeting to also understand and learn this maintenance opportunity.
Right, but I'm talking about the maintenance, like who's teaching, like is the skill set for teaching how to maintain this special field? Like does every football team, do all the football coaches around the city know how to do that? I mean, I don't know.
No. We, separately, some of that technical expertise is also provided for elsewise under the project. The point is to make the point of this connection is to make the connection between the kids and that information.
So as part of their program, they will hire some expert to come in and demonstrate how to actually. That's what I'm asking.
I don't know exactly the contractual form that would take, whether that's them hiring someone or us providing that information. They would be charged under this contract with connecting those youth with the opportunity to learn and be supervised in the maintenance of the field. The actual technical components of that would still ultimately be our responsibility under the rest of the terms of the project.
But when you say our responsibility,
the cities
to make sure that
the fields make sure that high performance natural turf field is maintained. We'd be hiring this entity to assist in or to train youth in the techniques necessary to achieve that. But the responsibility for maintaining it is ours, including the standard operating procedures for what maintenance looks like on a field like this.
Okay, so do we have DPW crews that can maintain this field?
This would be the first such field that we have, so I wouldn't say that we have crews readily available who can do this type of maintenance. We can certainly supervise appropriate maintenance based on the how the field is built, right? So the folks installing the field are installing a type of turf surface that meets certain specifications and requires certain maintenance. And those maintenance requirements can be translated into standard operating procedures, basically a maintenance manual. We certainly can ensure that those tasks are undertaken and work collectively with, in this case, the selected vendor to ensure those tasks happen. But we don't have like an in-house crew that already does this because we don't have one of these services yet. I'm answering the question that way just to specify that there's no existing crew of DPW employees readily trained and ready to go to do this work, so we're not competing with existing staff by allowing this to be done in this manner, which would otherwise potentially be a union conflict, but that's not the case in this situation. So maybe the way I answered the question was confusing because I was trying to address that question. There is not an existing team of union employees who are trained in this type of work with whom we'd be competing.
Okay, so just to clarify again, because I've been in conversations about this as well. So just to kind of put, so the single source, the justification for the single source is not about special skills in maintaining the field.
It's not about pre-existing expertise in that work. It's about a pre-existing relationship and connection to the targeted set of youth that we want to attract to the training. It's about their ability to connect with those kids to the opportunity because of their existing work with them, not about pre-existing expertise.
And then presumably as part of the 300,000, they will somehow bring in that expertise. Do that.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. So, I will also, it does seem like a lot of money for one group, for one workforce development program. It definitely sounds like a lot of money, but it's also, it's grant money, right? So the organization giving the grant, so I think that would be really, as we said, so if we can get verification that this is part of that grant, so that as the receiver of the grant, we are following what's in the grant, like we are complying with the grant, and
I'm certainly confident that that's the case, but I understand we can furnish documentation to that effect.
And even better would be if there was any, even if it's just in something from the grantor saying that this specific group, right? Like this specific thing is like this specific group is what we had in mind.
Sure.
That would really secure it, I think, for everybody. Then it'd be like, okay, we're good, everyone's clear.
Okay.
So I don't know how we go about that.
That's 2 for you today. You're doing pretty good.
So I don't know how, I guess I'll ask.
We're going to hold for 1 week if everybody's okay, unless somebody has to. We're going to hold for 1 week, wait for you to give us some opinions, wait for you to give us some documentation, and then we'll take this off the table. We can all sleep better, okay? All right.
So.
Motion to hold 1 week.
And I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The bill will be held 1 week.
Solicitor, happy holidays if we don't get to see you
Thank you.
again.
Yes,
everyone. Thank you
for all
so
your-
much. Appreciate it.
That exhausts our agenda for today. We do have meeting announcements on tomorrow on December 14th at 10 a.m. Council will hold a cablecast public hearing on Mayor Ed Gainey's proposed 2024 operating and capital budgets. To register to speak at these meetings and hearings, please fill out the sign-up form tomorrow morning at 10.
You chair.
That's the tax. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, that's the tax, and we have that hearing every year, right?
Yes.
Doesn't the
That's it, right, exactly. That's
your
tomorrow.
mic is on. Doesn't the
You can call the clerk's office at 412-255-2138 to register. Also, next week on Monday, December 18th at 10 a.m., council will hold our regular council meeting and its standing committee meeting at 1:30 p.m. To register to speak at these meetings and hearings, please fill out the sign-up form on the council meeting webpage. You may also call the clerk's office at 412-255-2138. Speaker registration will close at 9 a.m. Is there anything from members?
I just want to thank you for all the meetings you've been chairing, leading us through this process. You've been an amazing finance chairperson. So I just want to thank you for everything you've been doing. And thank the clerk's office, our budget office, and our city council solicitor, and everybody who's been helping us through this budget season, because it's been a brutal one. So thank you all.
Thank
and
you
our
all.
and our IMP, the Cable Bureau.
Motion to approve the minutes and adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
I forgot John.
Adjourn or recess?
This is our standing committee meeting. This is adjourned.
And our city council.
Yeah. Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.